New World New Story. Chapter 1 to 50 Eastern Wasteland, Purple Sun Prefecture. Under the bright daylight, the official road buzzed with the clamor of carriages and horses. A convoy of over 100 people in more than a dozen horse-drawn carts hurried along at full speed. A young man dressed in silk lifted the carriage curtain, his pale face craving a few breaths of fresh air. Phew. Traveling long distances in ancient times is really torture. Ah. Just as he opened the curtain, however, a gust of dust choked him, sending him into a coughing fit. Young master, we still have 2 more days' journey before reaching the Clear Abyss sect, the coachman, also the family steward, said with an apologetic smile. After a pause, he carefully added, the carriages from our mansion are already the most comfortable for travel. Got it. Li Mo responded with a sigh in his heart. High-speed trains and planes were so much better. 2 days ago, he had broken through the mystery of the womb and awakened memories of his past life. In his previous existence, he had lived on a planet called Blue Star, a world of advanced modern technology. Great U, however, was different. This was a world where martial arts were revered, where individuals could attain godlike power. Now 16 years old, before he could fully enjoy the leisurely life of a wealthy young master, his father had packed him into a carriage. He was being sent to the Clear Abyss sect, one of the 3 great sects of Purple Sun Prefecture, to take the entrance examination. Martial arts, huh? A look of longing crossed Li Mo's face as he gazed at the 3 suns hanging high in the sky. From the chatter of fellow travelers heading to the Clear Abyss sect, he had learned that in this world, even someone as strong as his father, comparable to a humanoid mech, was merely at the stubborn bronze level. Legend had it that the 3 suns in the sky were the incarnations of 2 past great Yu emperors. This wasn't myth or folklore, it was well-documented history. An hour later, dusk approached. The convoy, escorted by armed guards, came to a slow halt at a roadside inn. Just as Li Mo jumped off the carriage, the curtain of the cart behind him was lifted as well. A young girl stepped out, dressed in indigo cotton robes, her skin as smooth and pale as moonlit porcelain. Though still in her early teens, her figure already held a budding grace, nearly as tall as Li Mo himself. Days of travel and illness had left her delicate, aristocratic face tinged with weariness, yet it only heightened her breathtaking beauty. Exhausted, frail, and clad in plain clothing, she still carried an aura that made even the most extravagant palace beauties pale in comparison. A name surfaced in Li Mo's mind. Ying Bing. The Li and Ying families had been close for generations, maintaining strong ties since their grandfather's time. In their generation, the elders had even hinted at arranging a marriage between the 2 to strengthen the bond. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it, Li Mo said casually. The girl ignored him completely. Her ice-cold eyes didn't so much as glance in his direction as she walked past him into the inn, leaving only a faint trace of fragrance behind. Lady Ying has recently suffered a family tragedy, so she's. No need to explain. I was the one who acted like a brat before. Li Mo sighed inwardly. What a mess. Even after crossing into another world, he still ended up as the troublemaking kid. Born into wealth and spoiled rotten, he had pulled all sorts of childish stunts, peeking at maids bathing, hiding firecrackers in firewood. A few years ago, disaster struck when a calamity beast attacked the city. The Ying family was wiped out, leaving only Ying Bing alive. His father had taken her in to stay at the Li residence. Li Mo, being the little menace he was, had deliberately bullied her, though deep down, he actually liked her. It was like those middle school crushes where boys tugged girls' hair just to get their attention. As everyone knows, those who lose their entire family tend to be anything but ordinary. As a former novel enthusiast, Li Mo couldn't help but make the connection. Your soup's here. A cheerful waiter arrived, carrying a tray. Li Mo's lips twitched as he muttered, after 2 lifetimes, you'd think I'd at least get a cheat system or something. Hello, you do have one. Who said that? Li Mo jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Young master. The steward gave him a puzzled look. Was the young master acting up again? Never mind, must have been tinnitus. Frowning, Li Mo was just starting to wonder if he'd imagined it when the voice echoed in his mind again. Since you've asked so sincerely, this system will now make its grand appearance. Li Mo. So if I hadn't asked, you'd have stayed hidden forever. Fine, that wasn't the point. What exactly do you do? This system is an investment return system. You may invest in any target. The stronger the destiny of the invested individual, the greater the rewards. If the invested target achieves a major breakthrough, additional rewards will be granted. Li Mo raised an eyebrow. Any target. Can I invest in myself? Destiny's eye has been activated. Whether you are a worthy investment is for you to judge. So that's a yes. As the thought crossed his mind, Li Mo suddenly felt something inexplicable settle into his consciousness, intangible, invisible, yet undeniably present. He couldn't grasp its profundity, but he knew how to wield it. The information, however, was cryptic, neither sound nor text. Destiny's eye. Li Mo frowned. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Then, a panel materialized before him, seemingly adjusting for user-friendliness. Name: Li Mo. Age: 16. Bone structure: none. Realm: mortal. Destiny: great, fraught with adversity. Evaluation: born with innate deficiencies, weak and sickly, unfit for martial arts. Aside from being handsome and having a rich father, what else do you have? What are you even? Recent events encountered this system. Li Mo. Too brutally honest. Rude, but undeniably accurate. There was no investment value here. Surely among the group heading to the Clear Abyss sect, there's at least a few promising talents. Li Mo lost his appetite and looked up. A faint glimmer passed through his eyes as he scanned the fellow travelers resting in the inn's main hall. Name: He Yang. Age: 16. Bone structure: none. Realm: Qi blood realm. First meridian. Destiny: white mediocre. Evaluation: just another face in the crowd, utterly unremarkable. Recent events: a woodcutter by trade, borrowed travel funds from neighbors, now fretting over repayment. Name: Chen Xiaoyan. Age: 16. Bone structure: none. After scanning several individuals, most had white tier destinies, with a few barely reaching green. It wasn't until Li Mo's gaze landed on a corner that a hint of blue-green appeared. Name: Wang Hu. Age: 16. Bone structure: tiger arms, leopard waist. Realm: Qi blood realm. Third meridian. Destiny: green, moderately gifted. Evaluation: decent talent. With relentless training, may achieve something in the future. However, narrow-minded, vengeful, and arrogant, prone to extremist paths. Recent events: fist technique at a bottleneck, urgently seeks a sparring partner to break through. In short, no truly worthwhile investment targets. The only somewhat decent one, Wang Hu, happened to have a grudge against him. Just then, "Sir, your chicken soup," as requested, with a 10-year-old mountain ginseng. "I'll take this up to the second floor. For you." The inn attendant gave a courteous nod and prepared to carry the food box upstairs. "Wait." Li Mo suddenly had a thought and stopped him. "I'll take it up myself." Under the attendant's puzzled gaze, Li Mo took the food box. His eyes drifted toward the room at the far end of the second floor. What kind of destiny does she carry? Knock knock. After a moment of waiting, a soft voice came from inside. "Enter." The young woman sat quietly by the window, moonlight spilling through the gauze curtains onto her flowing dark hair, illuminating her faintly glowing eyes. Noticing that it was Li Mo who entered, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. But Li Mo had no mind to read her expression. He stood frozen in place. Before his eyes, her details suddenly materialized. Name: Ying Bing. Age: 16. Bone constitution: lunar phoenix body of the supreme yin. Realm: none. Destiny. At this point, his heavenly destiny eye stuttered, as if the weight of her karmic fate was too immense, causing it to falter. A few seconds later, the remaining information slowly appeared. Destiny: red-bearing emperor's bone, with mystical ice as her fate and autumn waters as her spirit, she holds the bearing of a heavenly phoenix. Evaluation: though her path is fraught with tribulations, she always turns calamity into fortune. Though her wings are yet unformed, when the winds of fate shift, she shall soar above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, reigning supreme across all realms. Recent circumstance: before her meridians awaken, the lunar phoenix body manifests as a sealed meridian constitution. Until she fully masters the power of supreme yin, she suffers unbearable cold every day. Li Mo. Well, what did I say? Not even a color, just straight to divine phenomena. According to the heavenly destiny eye's judgment, destinies were ranked from lowest to highest as black, gray, white, cyan, blue, purple, gold. Beyond gold, there was red destiny. Such a destiny could no longer be measured by mere color. It was marked by celestial omens. The martial emperor, who unified the 9 heavens and 10 earths to establish the Great Yu dynasty, was recorded in history as being born under the simultaneous radiance of the sun and moon, with the North Star trembling and a divine turtle bearing a steel to bestow his name. In hindsight, that too must have been a sign of heavenly destiny. My betrothed is someone who will rival the martial emperor. Well, that's sudden. Young Li Mo fell deep into contemplation, questioning life itself. Ah, chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. Click, the door closed behind him. So I've returned on this very day. Nirvana and rebirth, this is what it meant. Ying Bing picked up a piece of chicken and tossed it out the window into the courtyard below. The guard dog below gobbled it up eagerly. Moments later, it showed no ill effects, just ordinary chicken soup. It wasn't out of lingering resentment. The distant grudges and affections of the past were long gone to her, save for those involving her closest kin. But in her memories, Li Mo had always delighted in childish tricks to tease her. Why would he bring her soup today? Ding dong, at that moment, a crisp chime suddenly rang beside her ear. Who's there? Ying Bing's eyes instantly narrowed. The voice, however, ignored her vigilance and spoke again, system binding successful. The victorious reign supreme, the defeated lick the dust. Are you ready? The adjacent room. Little Li lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Good news, his childhood sweetheart had the bearing of a supreme sovereign. Bad news, his relationship with her was far from amicable, and he had been constantly provoking her like a clown. Once they joined the Clear Abyss sect, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Li Mo couldn't help but imagine the classic trope. The protagonist undergoing a talent assessment, only for the testing stone to explode with a resounding boom. And then, the minor antagonists who had bullied her would tremble in fear, lining up to be humiliated. Just then, investment successful. Investment. A bowl of old mountain ginseng chicken soup. Reward being calculated. Congratulations, host. Reward. 1 Heavenly Spirit Restoration Pill. Heavenly Spirit Restoration Pill, forged with 6 spiritual veins, a pinnacle-grade elixir capable of mending innate deficiencies. A jade box materialized out of thin air on the table, its lid already open. Inside lay a crystalline pill, wreathed in purplish mist, its divine glow restrained yet unmistakable. Li Mo's jaw dropped. His expression froze, and for several seconds, he even forgot to breathe. He had heard of this thing before. He was a premature child. His mother had suffered a fright during pregnancy, leading to an early birth before the full term. As a result, he had been frail and sickly since childhood, even learning to walk a year later than other children. The whispers followed him. People called him the weak cub of the mighty Li family. His father never voiced it, but the concern was evident. He had scoured all avenues for a solution. Among them was the search for this very pill, the so-called innate restoration pill. Yet, such treasures were priceless. Even if the Li family spent half their fortune, they might only secure a 2-veined pill. If they were lucky. Many powerful clans coveted these pills, willing to pay exorbitant prices to nurture their descendants. After all, before one could cultivate martial arts, who wouldn't want a stronger foundation? Thus, Li Mo had never obtained one. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined receiving it this way, and a 6-veined one at that. Even with his limited knowledge, Li Mo understood just how precious this was. Each additional vein multiplied the pill's value several times over, with higher tiers becoming exponentially rarer. 6 veins. He had never even heard of such a thing. Its worth was beyond estimation. Gulp. Doesn't really taste like anything. Li Mo smacked his lips. No matter how precious something was, it only truly became his once swallowed. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. The next instant, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones, like schools of fish swimming along his meridians, organs, and marrow. It was as if parched earth had been drenched in sweet rain, or a withered tree had sprung back to life. Li Mo exhaled deeply, his eyes snapping open with newfound vitality. His body felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. The world before him seemed clearer, as though a thin veil had been removed. Even the air carried a faint sweetness, and an inexhaustible energy coursed through him. An imperfect analogy, he felt like an old man on the brink of death, suddenly rejuvenated by decades. If he were to train in martial arts now, even if he wasn't a prodigy, he would at least be a solid, unbroken stone. A 6-veined pill truly lives up to its reputation. And this was just for a bowl of chicken soup. Li Mo inwardly marveled. The return on investment was absurdly high. Of course, the main reason was likely the recipient of his investment. Ying Bing. From what he remembered, Ying Bing was, as her name suggested, a block of ice. Mending their relationship would be a long and arduous task, but the rewards were worth chasing. A red destiny talent. If he missed this chance, he'd never get another in 8 lifetimes. Steward Shu. Young master, how may I serve you? The steward hurried in. Li Mo lowered his voice. Does Ying Bing have any favorite foods? The steward blinked, thinking for a moment. Not particularly. Lady Bing has never shown much interest in delicacies. Any other likes, then? Well, I wouldn't know, young master. The steward grimaced. What mischief is the young master plotting now? In the past, Li Mo had ordered the servants to make life difficult for Ying Bing. Since when did he care about her preferences? Never mind. Sorry to trouble you. Li Mo cringed inwardly at the memories. As the steward turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Ah, young master, the master instructed that once we reach the city beneath Clear Abyss sect, we are to take Lady Bing for a medical examination. He provided 200 taels for the consultation. What should we? Go. And if the money isn't enough, take it from my personal funds. Li Mo waved dismissively. If spending money could yield such rewards, it was a bargain he'd take any day. We have an early start tomorrow. Get some rest. Understood. The steward scratched his head, nodding. What's gotten into the young master? Lately, he had been oddly polite, not just to him but even toward Ying Bing. Maybe traveling has broadened his horizons. Made him mature. The next morning, the first rays of dawn spilled into the room, glinting off the frost clinging to the walls. A girl sat curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, a snow spirit in slumber. Ying Bing was dreaming of her past life. When she first entered Clear Abyss sect, she had been diagnosed with blocked meridians. Only after a fortuitous encounter half a year later did they unseal. From then on, her monstrous talent left her peers in the dust. By 18, even the sect master was no match for her. She ventured beyond the eastern wasteland domain, witnessing a vaster world. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were boundless. Hidden sects, ancient prodigies, imperial dynasties, chosen, even reincarnated elders, geniuses sprouted like bamboo after rain. It was a dazzling era. And yet, she remained the brightest star amidst the storm. First on the hidden dragon ranking, the human ranking, the mystic ranking, the earth ranking, the heaven ranking. In the end, she stood among the 9 heavens, equal to the martial emperor of the Central Yu dynasty, crowned as the Phoenix Heaven. The 9 heavens, the 9 supreme beings of the realm. And yet, above even them, lay a fabled, transcendent state. Ying Bing's eyes fluttered open. Everything confirmed it. She had truly returned to the past, and encountered something that had never existed in her previous life. It's still here. Before her eyes hovered lines of mysterious text, invisible to others, as though it would remain until she made a choice. A system. Neither in her past nor present life had she encountered such a thing. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are vast. I am far from omniscient. Perhaps this is a power beyond even my knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, she willed her decision. Ding. Binding complete. Host. Ying Bing. This system is the Peerless Prodigy system, dedicated to guiding the host on the path of invincibility. Ying Bing's expression remained unreadable. The path of invincibility. She had already walked it once. Her rise had been unstoppable, outshining every star in the sky. In her past life, even the martial emperor could only match her through esoteric means. At her peak, she'd have had to scour history books to find a worthy rival. This life, she would only grow stronger. Clear all milestones, and you shall attain the opportunity to ascend to immortality. The system's next message made her breath hitch. Immortality, this was a term that existed only in legends. It was said that in every era, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would give birth to a singular, peerless, immortal. Transcending all living beings, a true existence beyond mortality, an eternal being, yet ever. Since the Yu dynasty unified the land, attaining immortality had faded into myth, as if the path itself had been severed, only adding to its mystique. This was also the greatest secret sought after by generations of powerhouses across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With the path to immortality barred, she, brimming with confidence, ultimately chose the most arduous road, one that only a handful had ever succeeded in throughout history, but in the end, she still fell just one step short. This so-called system actually held the key to immortality. Ying Bing steadied her emotions and asked, "What does challenge mean?" This system will encompass all talented martial artists of the same generation within a designated region and rank them once every month. After the rankings are announced, rewards will be distributed based on the host's position. Current ranking scope: Eastern Wasteland Domain. In an instant, countless memories flooded Ying Bing's mind. Not only the system's rules but also its many restrictions. For example, no external interference was permitted in the challenges. No disclosure of the system's existence to manipulate opponents into yielding. Rules like these effectively blocked any shortcuts, but still. A ranking of prodigies. In her past life, she had already been the very embodiment of genius and monstrosity across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And now, armed with the memories of her previous life, retreading the martial path would only make her stronger than before. If what the system claimed was true, this would drastically shorten the time needed for her to reclaim her peak, perhaps even propel her into that unfathomable realm. Even if it was an exaggeration, she had nothing to lose. Defeat punishment. In both her past and present life, she had never once known the taste of being overshadowed. The Central Divine Continent was renowned as a land of heroes, but after her arrival, the younger generation fell under her shadow, to the point of trembling at the mere mention of Bing. There were even ancient monsters who, to humble her pride, disguised themselves, suppressed their cultivation, and posed as rising talents to challenge her, only to be forced to reveal their true forms, and still lose. Prompt. Enable defeat punishment mechanism. Upon activation, rewards will be richer, but the host must carry out the defeat punishment on the top-ranked challenger after rankings are announced. Nothing would please me more. Ying Bing's choice was unequivocal. She would undoubtedly be the top-ranked. To her, this punishment was effectively non-existent. This wasn't arrogance. When she had already proven herself capable, why not maximize the rewards? Defeat punishment mechanism successfully activated. Ying Bing pushed the door open and stepped outside. Morning. Not far away, a young man happened to open his door as well. Their eyes met, and Li Mo grinned, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Compared to yesterday, the gloom on his face had vanished, replaced instead by a radiant handsomeness. Overnight, he had transformed into a bright, sunny young man. It was as if he had changed slightly from the distant memories she held of him. Early in the morning, the courier station was already bustling with activity. Many young men and women from other families were either practicing martial arts outside or devouring their breakfast with gusto. On the central table, an array of breakfast dishes was laid out. Li Mo casually picked up a meat bun, his peripheral gaze drifting toward the girl beside him. Before her sat only a bowl of plain rice porridge, as bland as her delicate features. "Eating just this for breakfast won't be enough," Li Mo remarked, pushing a plate of boiled eggs toward her. Ying Bing said nothing, merely lifting her eyes to meet his. She appeared somewhat frail, her lips devoid of color, yet this sickly pallor only accentuated her beauty, lending her an air of delicate vulnerability. But anyone locked in the gaze of those captivating eyes would likely feel an involuntary twinge of guilt. Ahem. Li Mo broke into a light sweat. The things he'd done in the past made him cringe just thinking about them. Apologizing was the least he could do. "I owe you an apology for what happened before. I don't expect a few words to erase the past grievances. If you're still upset, then, it's fine." Ying Bing peeled the eggshell, her tone so light it was almost dismissive. Li Mo blinked in surprise. There wasn't a trace of insincerity on her face. It wasn't so much forgiveness as it was indifference. Those past events seemed utterly insignificant to her, too trivial to even warrant resentment. If she had never cared, there was nothing to forgive. Well, fair enough. Li Mo smiled wryly. He must have read too many novels, letting his imagination run wild. Admittedly, Ying Bing's reaction aligned better with what the heavenly destiny eyes had once assessed. Those unshaken by praise or blame often walk the farthest. And history had proven it true. Ying Bing chewed quietly, offering Li Mo no further attention. She had witnessed countless grand spectacles, experienced brilliance beyond measure. Apart from family, the memories of her humble beginnings didn't even fill a single page of her life, long discarded into some forgotten corner. In those distant recollections, Li Mo had been an unremarkable talent, barely scraping his way into the clear abyss sect. After a year of stagnation in the outer sect, he had been expelled. Meanwhile, she had already risen as the most dazzling figure of their generation. Limo seemed different now, but it didn't matter. His name would likely never appear on the Eastern Wasteland domain's ranking boards. They might not even be passing figures in each other's lives. She never wasted her attention on the inconsequential. Opposite her, Limo paused mid-bite. Investment successful. Investment. 1 boiled egg, 1 bowl of plain porridge. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host. Reward. 1,000 taels of silver notes. 1,000 taels of silver notes issued by the flourishing Fortune Bank, universally accepted at major financial institutions. Limo sighed inwardly. If only she could eat more. 3 meals a day could turn him into a tycoon. Midnight snacks. He had to prepare midnight snacks tonight. 2 days later. In the distance loomed a magnificent city, sprawled like a colossal beast beneath the heavens. Purple Sun Prefecture was one of the 12 great prefectures of the Eastern Wasteland domain, governing 9 counties and 36 districts. Legend held that before the rise of the Great Yu dynasty, this land had once been the ancient capital of a fallen empire, a place of heroes and prosperity. Then came an unprecedented tide of calamity beasts, ravaging the Eastern Wasteland for centuries and reducing its glory to fading embers. It wasn't until the martial emperor ascended the throne, pacifying the 9 heavens and 10 earths, that order was restored. The founding patriarch of the Clear Abyss sect, having contributed to the empire's rise, was infected with Purple Sun after millennia of governance. The land had finally regained its vitality, its splendor reborn. Ziyang Prefecture City, rebuilt upon the ruins of the ancient capital below Qingyuan Mountain, was a sight to behold, its grandeur evident even at a glance. 50 miles beyond the city walls lay the famed Qingyuan mountain range. We're finally here. Is this the prefectural city? It's enormous, standing beneath the gates makes me feel like an ant. So lively. The heart of a prefecture truly brims with life. With the Clear Abyss sect's disciple recruitment imminent, of course it's crowded. Caravans streamed through the gates like floodwaters unleashed, the clamor of hooves and wheels unending. Gazing toward Qingyuan Mountain, many wore expressions of longing. The Great Yu dynasty had been forged by martial might, its rule intertwined with the great sects. In the skies above Purple Sun Prefecture, only one name reigned supreme, the Clear Abyss sect. The youths from counties and districts buzzed with excitement, their voices rising in exhilaration. Passers-by paid them no mind, long accustomed to such scenes. Truly extraordinary, Limo murmured in awe. Even having witnessed modern metropolises in his past life, he couldn't help feeling staggered. Compared to steel and concrete skyscrapers, this ancient city of carved beams and painted pillars was a marvel on another level. A modern city housing 5 million was one thing, an ancient one of the same scale was beyond comparison. Travel permits. The gate guards stood like iron towers, silver armor gleaming under the sun, weapons at the ready. The steward hastily produced an iron token and paid a string of coins for entry. Their carriage was admitted, as if stepping into another world. Limo gawked like a country bumpkin, enthralled by everything. His pockets had grown considerably heavier these past 2 days. Ying Bing's 3 daily meals had netted him over 10,000 taels in silver notes, even 1,000 taels of gold. Yet upon entering the prefectural city, where every inch of land cost its weight in gold, Limo suddenly felt far less wealthy. Young master, Ziyang Prefecture City isn't like our county, the steward warned softly as he drove the carriage. We won't be staying long anyway, Limo replied with a smile. That his father had sent the steward, who'd watched him grow up, along on this trip spoke volumes about his past recklessness. It was a precaution against his unruly nature stirring trouble. Of course, young master. The steward exhaled in relief. This troublemaker had indeed changed lately. At least now he could worry a little less. The carriage crossed a vermilion-painted bridge, passing over a dense flotilla of boats below. Not only was the city larger, but its residents carried themselves differently. More people dressed in fine silks, and luxurious carriages were a common sight. Like the one approaching now, pulled by 4 crimson-scaled foals. Its cabin was several times larger than Limo's, adorned with gold and jade, exuding an air of understated elegance. Cousin, a voice called out from behind. Wang Hu dismounted eagerly, rushing to the carriage. A tall young man stepped down, clad in white brocade. His arms were long, his stance steady, his movements imbued with the grace of a prowling tiger. At his waist hung a token inscribed with 2 bold characters, intersect, clear abyss sect, intersect. The way the crowd looked at Wang Hu instantly grew more cautious. Among their group, few would even make it into the outer sect, let alone the inner sect. That single word marked a world of difference. An inner sect disciple could command the respect of county magistrates. "Little Hu, I figured you'd arrive soon," the young man said with a smile, his gaze sweeping the crowd before lingering briefly on Li Mo. "You're new here, you probably don't know where to stay. I'm acquainted with an innkeeper. Why not settle there?" With that, Wang Hao returned to his carriage, leaving Wang Hu beaming with pride. "My cousin Wang Hao is already an inner sect disciple in his 30s. Stick with him, and you won't suffer any losses." Wang Hu raised his head, his face brimming with arrogance as if he were the one who had entered the inner sect. The crowd naturally showered him with flattery, being strangers in a new place, having a connection to an inner sect disciple of Fulong Valley would save them a lot of trouble. "What's he staring at?" Li Mo froze for a moment before realizing. The other man wasn't looking at him, but at the aloof young woman by his side. Of course, even in the prefectural city, Ying Bing's striking beauty hadn't diminished in the slightest. Her simple attire outshone the adorned women of the city, leaving them pale in comparison. After days of sharing meals, their relationship had, well, surely there was some progress. At the very least, they weren't strangers anymore. As his thoughts churned, a grand riverside tavern came into view ahead. 7 stories tall, its opulence was overwhelming, a testament to the pinnacle of this ancient city's grandeur. The sharp-eyed waiter spotted Wang Hao and immediately called for the innkeeper. The latter humbly served tea and began negotiating with Wang Hao, while the others fidgeted nervously. They'd already seen the prices. Even the most ordinary room cost 20 taels of silver, and the premium suites were even pricier. With the Clear Abyss sect's recruitment imminent, demand had driven prices even higher. 100 taels for a premium suite. Li Mo glanced at the board before stepping up to the counter. There was no point scrimping on such expenses. 2 premium suites, please. 1 for him, 1 for Ying Bing. The steward and their escorts had already left with the luggage, returning with the escort agency. "Apologies, sir. We're running low on rooms. Parties traveling together can only book 1. The clerk bowed apologetically. "Fine." Li Mo considered it briefly before nodding. "Plum Blossom Suite on the 2nd floor. Here's your key." Just as the clerk handed over the sandalwood room token, Wang Hu sneered from the side. "Some folks should just be grateful they've got a place to stay. 100 taels won't buy you prestige in Purple Sun Prefecture. Money doesn't always open doors here." Li Mo. "Ah, right. This guy was the son of the Liuhe gang leader back in their county. His own father was the county captain, overseeing local security. 1 generation rats, the other cats. Naturally, their offspring despised each other. Meanwhile, not far away, $2 Ang Hao returned to the group of nervous youths, feigning regret as he said, only 13 premium suites left. Since you're all fellow townsfolk of my cousin, you'll have to make do. No problem, we can squeeze in. Thank you, Brother Wang. You're so kind. The group was overjoyed, showering him with gratitude. Li Mo nearly laughed aloud. Who apologizes while standing with hands clasped behind their back and chin raised? A man's thoughts could be summed up in 3 things. 1. Scheming to show off. 2. Damn, she's gorgeous. 3. Damn, she's gorgeous, gotta find a way to show off in front of her. Sure enough, Wang Hao turned his gaze to Ying Bing and said, Miss, rooms are scarce, but I happen to have a private suite here. It's usually unoccupied, though kept quite clean. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay there. His tone dripped with confidence. This wasn't his first time using this trick. For girls from backwater towns, it worked every time. Hadn't he noticed the envy in the other country girls' eyes? Few could resist the goodwill of someone influential, someone who could shape their future. No rooms left. Ying Bing's gaze flicked toward the innkeeper. Ah, why yes, that's right. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, nodding frantically as he wiped his brow. Wang Hao smiled and opened his mouth to speak, only for his expression to freeze the next instant. The young woman took the sandalwood token from Li Mo's hand and headed straight upstairs to the Plum Blossom Suite. Click. The wooden door shut firmly behind her. TCH. Li Mo glanced at Wang Hao, whose face now cycled between green and white. Part of him found it amusing, but he couldn't bring himself to laugh, laughing at others. More like looking in a mirror. Shaking his head, he too ascended to the second floor. In the room, Limo finished packing his luggage, stretched lazily, and pushed open the window. A river breeze drifted in, carrying with it the view of Qingyuan Mountain shrouded in misty clouds. The faint outlines of its staggered buildings could be seen, standing like a silent giant overlooking the city below. The view up there must be even better. Limo murmured to himself. Having crossed into this world, how could he be content with being just an ordinary man? Yet, given his current circumstances, he likely wouldn't get as far as Wang Hu in the sect's initiation ceremony. With the physique of a tiger or leopard, Wang Hu boasted superior innate talent, the best among their peers. New disciples were sorted into outer, inner, or even core disciples based on their gifts, with a system of elimination for the weakest. Clearly, a higher starting point meant mingling with those destined for greatness, and the returns on such connections would be immense. If he ended up in the outer sect, for instance, he'd have no chance of even seeing Ying Bing. Speaking of which, Father mentioned there's a skilled physician in the city he knows. Limo turned and said softly, "Why don't we go see him today?" By the tea table, Ying Bing sipped from her cup and shook her head. "No need." Limo sighed. "At least let's try to ease your symptoms." Ying Bing remained silent, lifting her gaze from the tea. Even the steam couldn't obscure the sharp clarity in her eyes. She studied Limo as if searching for something hidden in his expression. "Father gave me silver for this. I'd like to report back to him properly. Three Sons Clinic isn't far, just 2 streets over." Limo deliberately furrowed his brows. Three Sons Clinic. Ying Bing took another slow sip, as if tasting the name itself. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded. "Fine." By evening, Purple Sun Prefecture was ablaze with lantern light. Along the riverbank, flower boats and floating lanterns drifted, while the broad streets bustled with nobles draped in fine silks and easily distinguishable outsiders. The once every 3 years disciple recruitment by the Clear Abyss sect had amplified the city's usual liveliness. The busiest of all was Golden Ring Street, where the wares, herbs, weapons, horses, were tailored for martial practitioners. "At Three Sons Clinic, please inform the master we've come." Limo produced a letter from his sleeve, penned by his father. The young apprentice glanced at the recipient's name and immediately straightened. "Please wait a moment. The master is out on a house call but should return shortly." "Thank you." Limo and Ying Bing settled into wait. Soon, footsteps echoed in the hall. A middle-aged man entered, travel-worn, his patched hemp robe speaking of long journeys. His face was lean, a long beard resting on his chest, but his eyes gleamed with unusual vitality. "Master." The apprentice handed over the unopened letter. The man skimmed through it, and a smile tugged at his lips. Da Long, that boy, still remembers this old man, after all. Ying Bing's brows twitched almost imperceptibly. Limo caught the odd phrasing. This man looked no older than his father, why the aged tone? The apprentice beside them declared proudly, "My master is 96 this year." 96. Limo's jaw dropped. They said medicine prolonged life, but this was reverse aging. Had he cultivated some art or mastered longevity techniques? This world truly defied common sense. A minor technique, nothing remarkable. "Your father mentioned the patient is this young lady. Come forward." The hemp-robed man beckoned. As Ying Bing sat opposite him, he flicked a golden thread that coiled around her pale, slender finger. Limo watched with fascination. Noticing his concern, the apprentice reassured, "Don't worry. There are very, very few ailments my master cannot treat." The man's lips curled slightly at the praise. But, the next moment, he let out a soft exclamation, his brows knitting tight. The thread trembled. A layer of frost spread from Ying Bing's fingertip, racing along the golden strand. Snap. The man recoiled as if shocked, severing the thread deliberately. He exhaled shakily. Such ferocity. "Well?" Limo asked, bracing himself. The man's frown deepened into creases. After a long pause, he shook his head. "Inconceivable. By all logic, you shouldn't even be alive today." 80 years of practice, and he'd never encountered such overwhelming yin-cold energy in a person. "Young lady, you've been diagnosed with meridian extinction before, haven't you?" Ying Bing nodded. The man stroked his beard thoughtfully. "This old man suspects it may not be meridian extinction, but a rare constitution." As for what exactly, I'd need to consult ancient texts. If it's not an illness, there's no cure. At best, I can prescribe something to alleviate the symptoms. Ying Bing's eyes flickered briefly before settling back into calm. For him to discern this much meant his skills ranked among Purple Sun Prefecture's finest. Even she hadn't learned the truth until later, in the hidden archives of an ancient sect in Central Divine Land. Lunar Phoenix Physique. The ancient records listed 10 legendary constitutions, dubbed the 10 Supreme Physiques by their chronicler. Of these, 9, including the Lunar Phoenix, had faded into myth, with only traces in speculation. The sole verifiable one was the great Immortal Emperor's Imperial Dragon Physique, said to bear the weight of a nation's destiny. This is my pure Yang elixir. It should help. 200 taels. The man produced a small porcelain vial. That's reasonable. Li Mo reached for his purse. The man leisurely raised a finger. Per pill. Li Mo. Must you pause for dramatic effect? The apprentice wiped his chin and interjected, it's a steal. Master only offered this price because his pride took a hit today, ahem. A glare silenced him. Not expensive at all. I'll take 100. Thanks. With a magician's flourish, Li Mo slapped a stack of banknotes onto the table, followed by several gold ingots. Apprentice. Master. Ying Bing's delicate brows shot up. The clinic fell dead silent. The heap of silver notes easily surpassed 10,000 taels. The gold, even more. Rare as it was in markets, its exchange rate far exceeded face value. All told, it amounted to 20,000 taels, enough to buy a lavish mansion in Purple Sun Prefecture's priciest districts. I've some savings, Li Mo said with an embarrassed smile. Should cover it. 100 pills. Are you stocking a pharmacy? Planning to eat them. 1 vial. 12 pills. The master pushed it forward, his eyelid twitching. Fine. Li Mo conceded with a resigned nod. After a courteous bow, he and Ying Bing departed. Watching their figures vanish into the night, the master rubbed his chin, perplexed. Weren't they said to be at odds? Why's the boy throwing money around like it's nothing? He picked up the frost-coated thread, lost in thought. If this truly is a special constitution. This child's innate talent might be beyond imagination. Master, there's a message from the sect. A medicine boy returned carrying a falcon, removed the bamboo tube from its beak, and fed it dried meat. The letter was clearly addressed. Open black lens bracket for Elder Shui Jing of the 6th Hall. Close black lens bracket. After reading it, he smacked his lips and glanced toward the backyard. Return to the sect. Bring the alchemy furnace. Yes. The rosy-cheeked medicine boy nodded, then dashed to the backyard and, with a grunt of effort, hoisted a towering dragon tiger bronze furnace onto his slender shoulders, spinning it deftly into place. Meanwhile, the bustling night market was winding down, the crowd thinning until only the flickering street lamps remained. As the smoky aroma of the market faded, the starry sky above finally shimmered into view. What a shame. I heard Purple Sun Prefecture's night market has amazing snacks. Next time, I'll come earlier. Holding 2 skewers of Purple Sun Prefecture's signature willow leaf grilled fish, Li Mo took a bite, tender, fragrant, utterly free of any fishy taste, even the bones crisply edible. Want some? Li Mo turned, offering a skewer. Ying Bing didn't even glance at it, her gaze fixed on the boy whose lips were still glistening with oil. A doubt rose in her heart. Having been reborn, she'd assumed everything would unfold as she'd foreseen, yet he seemed to be the exception. Why? It was the first time Ying Bing had initiated a question. Li Mo, in high spirits, grinned. Force didn't work, so I switched to kindness. Who knows? Maybe you're the type to soften when coaxed, and then, boom, fall right into my arms. The moment the words left his mouth, the air turned awkward. Ying Bing's expression remained unmoved, clearly dismissing his joke as idle chatter. Of course, an ice block like her wouldn't have a shred of humor. Relax, relax. You've put up with a lot from me before. Call this compensation, or an investment. It's just a couple thousand taels of silver anyway. Once I join Clear Abyss Sect, it'll be pocket change. Li Mo waved a hand, oozing confidence. Strength aside, one thing was certain, he'd never be poor again. Ying Bing's brows furrowed slightly. Where did this certainty come from? In her past life, Li Mo had barely scraped into the sect's outer division, his bone structure utterly mediocre. Yet here he was, blissfully ignorant, seemingly fantasizing about dazzling everyone in a few days. Whoosh, the night wind swept past, making the lamplight sway and the shadows dance across the boy's face, his ambition flickering between light and dark. Suddenly, Ying Bing froze. A long-buried memory surfaced, a distant, almost unfamiliar figure. Herself, years ago, kneeling before a clear abyss sect elder amidst a crowd of mocking onlookers, vowing to unlock her meridians within half a year. Back then, what had given her that confidence? This favor. I'll remember it. Her voice, crisp and clear, had barely faded when, open black lens bracket investment successful. Investment, 12 3-line pure sun pills. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Investment successful. Your words have altered the target's state of mind. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. This investment has successfully changed the course of the target's life. Feedback reward will be critically enhanced. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host. You have received a special feedback reward, close black lens bracket. Changed her state of mind. Li Mo was baffled. He hadn't said anything particularly profound. But then again, this was the child of destiny, even the slightest nudge could spark enlightenment. Special feedback, critical reward boost. This had all the signs of a jackpot. Want some grilled fish? It's delicious. No. Ah, here comes the flying fish tilde. Between childhood friends for the first time in their years of acquaintance, the young man and woman found themselves sharing a room. The bed's curtains were drawn shut by delicate hands, concealing the girl's figure. Frozen solid again, Li Mo withdrew his gaze and settled onto the divan, hugging a quilt. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't seem like someone who could be swayed by a few words. Oh well. Who knew what went on in her mind? Wait, an investment doesn't necessarily have to be an item, does it? Lost in thought, Li Mo glanced at the reward he had just received. Mystical womb, immortal physique, an immortal body tempered through the trials of the mortal world, bearing boundless mysteries, the origin of all beginnings. Claim reward. The description was brief, just 4 words, but the phrasing was so jarring that Li Mo's brow twitched. This completely clashed with the setting. Wasn't this supposed to be a martial world? Maybe it was just flowery language to make the system sound more impressive. Well, it didn't sound bad. With a thought, he claimed the reward. Instantly, a thunderclap, audible only to him, roared in his ears. His mind was plunged into chaos, as if torn open by lightning, leaving him unable to even perceive his own existence. Bzz, bzz. Within the chaos, it was as if a storm raged. Like the birth of heaven and earth, filled with countless colors and sounds. Li Mo could neither see nor hear clearly. For a fleeting moment, he felt both infinitesimally small, like a speck of dust, and unimaginably vast, beyond mortal comprehension. As if he had ceased to exist, yet existed everywhere at once. Time lost meaning. Then, darkness swallowed him. Not far away, on the bed, the silk curtains gradually frosted over, brittle as if they might shatter at a touch. The girl hugged her slender legs, her lips pale, her lashes dusted with snow. Even her breath carried an ancient, unyielding chill. She might as well have been locked in the depths of a frozen hell. But she was long accustomed to it. No pain, no fear, only stillness. Ying Bing knew this torment would end once she mastered the power of the lunar yin. But first, she had to unseal her meridians. Pure yang pill. Shui Jing is arguably the foremost alchemist in the Purple Sun Prefecture. She picked up the pill and swallowed it. A faint warmth rose from her dantian, slowly seeping into her meridians. There was no question, she would complete her meridian awakening before the initiation ceremony. Suddenly, she remembered something. Ying Bing pushed aside the frozen curtains and glanced toward the divan. There, the young man lay peacefully, even emitting soft snores. He was sleeping soundly. He, as unaffected. The next morning Li Mo opened his eyes on the divan, his gaze deep as if holding a sky full of stars. Clear and serene, yet profound like a mountain spring. Outwardly, he seemed unchanged. Yet even standing still, he gave off an aura of natural harmony, as if he were one with the world. Name: Li Mo. Age: 16. Physique: mystical womb, immortal physique. Realm: Nun. Destiny. Evaluation: bearing an immortal physique, his fate is shrouded in chaos, unknowable. Recent events: relations with his childhood friend have thawed, now slightly better than strangers. Li Mo had expected his destiny to shift to purple, or even gold. Instead, he was met with two bold question marks. There are definitely changes, he mused. But pinpointing exactly what's different is elusive. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought. At the very least, the system's investment returns, especially those from the ice block, Ying Bing, had never disappointed him. Since I haven't even started martial cultivation yet, I'll just have to explore this gradually. He reached for the teapot, only to find the water inside frozen solid, the source of this phenomenon. The ice block, on the bed. Yet despite the frigid air, he felt no cold at all. At the very least, he'd gained immunity to extreme temperatures. I won't have to worry about failing the sect's initiation. Getting into the inner sect should be a given, right? Feeling at ease, Limo decided to stroll through the town. Maybe luck would bring him another worthy investment target. 2 days later from the moment she took the pure yang pill, Ying Bing had remained secluded in the room. No food. No water. Limo wasn't worried. With her heaven-defying fortune, she wouldn't starve to death. It was likely just her unique constitution at work. Best not to interfere. Still, the room's furnishings were ruined by the relentless cold, costing Limo 500 taels in compensation. Over the past 2 days, he'd encountered numerous potential investments. Most were mundane, with only a rare few glowing blue. Their recent circumstances were eclectic. A struggling scholar hoping to find a wealthy patroness. A man drowning in wealth, yearning to experience poverty. Even a burly brute who longed to wear women's clothing. Limo could only sigh at these requests. Of course, there were plenty of normal folks too. Every little bit counted, and so, he reaped a variety of rewards, though few were useful for martial training. Most were oddities. Paintings, toys, ingredients, fine wines, even a maiden's undergarments. This scattergun approach yielded meager returns. Dawn of the third day, quality over quantity. Unless it's a special case, I'll skip the white and gray investments from now on. Limo pushed open the door. Inside, a graceful figure sat before a mirror, combing her long, silken hair. You're better now. Somewhat. Ying Bing's porcelain-like face held a faint flush of color. She had successfully unsealed her meridians. No longer a blocked meridian case, her suppressed talents were now free to emerge. And it was all thanks to that pure yang pill. Come, have breakfast, Limo said with a smile. Ying Bing picked up her bowl and murmured, thank you. Huh. Limo froze, eyes wide. Did the ice block just thank him? Unbelievable. I didn't catch that. What did you say? But Ying Bing said no more, quietly sipping her porridge. The Clear Abyss sect's initiation. By the time the carriage reached the main road, still miles from the sect, it could go no further. The crowd was overwhelming, packed shoulder to shoulder. Forced to proceed on foot, Limo felt a sense of déjà vu. Youths everywhere, like students gathering for morning exercises. After another half-hour's walk, ahead stood the grand gates of the Clear Abyss sect, flanked by disciples in varied robes. Before them, 7 overseers sat behind long tables. Bong, bong, bong. 3 solemn chimes rang out. A stout, ruddy-faced elder's voice boomed like thunder. Root bone is the first hurdle of martial arts. If yours is lacking, your path will be arduous. No effort can overcome such a flaw. Those with poor root bone may leave now. Do not waste your years. No one moved. Those who had come this far either knew their worth or refused to accept defeat. They had made it this close. There was no turning back. The short and stout elder waved his hand upon seeing this and said, then line up properly and come forward one by one for the bone assessment. As soon as his words fell, countless young boys and girls, under the supervision of Clear Abyss sect disciples, obediently formed a line for the examination. The stewards seemed to have trained in a special technique. With just a single pat on the examinee's shoulder, they could roughly discern the individual's bone structure. Wu Ping, lower grade C. Move along. He Haikuo, middle grade D. Qian Ningning, lower grade D. The Clear Abyss sect classified bone quality into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. As long as one reached grade C, they qualified for entry into the sect. Many factors determined innate talent, and bone structure was merely one of them. A grade C bone quality indicated that one had secured a ticket to the martial path. Even so, only 1 or 2 out of 10 examinees achieved grade C or higher. This first round alone was likely to eliminate 80% of the participants. As for those above grade A, They could only be categorized uniformly as top grade A. Not entirely accurate, but the vast majority of those with a Cyan destiny or higher have passed successfully. Limo stood in line, his heavenly eye of destiny continuously active. Young lady, step forward. The elderly woman ahead beckoned. Ying Bing emerged from the crowd and was immediately met with countless gazes, all because she was breathtakingly beautiful. Standing there with an aloof and serene demeanor, the very air around her seemed to fall silent, making her impossible to overlook. Limo stroked his chin. Based on his experience reading novels, if nothing unexpected happened, there were two possibilities: either she was an absolute prodigy, or an utter failure, but with such overwhelming presence, she was definitely not destined for mediocrity. Hiss. Sure enough. The old woman's brows instantly furrowed. Her expression grew solemn as she steadied her breath, her robes fluttering without wind. She was actually preparing to channel her inner energy to inspect the girl's bone structure. The commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby, even the other stewards, who watched with curiosity. Even the assessment of a top grade of bone quality shouldn't have warranted such a reaction. The next moment, the elderly steward's voice echoed across the grounds. Ying Bing, top grade A. Her tone was a mix of astonishment and excitement. The crowd erupted in an uproar. In the history of the Clear Abyss sect, those with top grade A talent could be counted on one hand. Murong Xiao, the so-called prodigy of Purple Sun Prefecture, had only managed lower grade A, and even that had earned him the title of the decade's greatest genius. Limo. So it was the former. Under the weight of countless stares, Ying Bing became the center of attention. Yet the young woman herself remained impassive. Because she knew this was nothing remarkable, her top grade A rating was only because that was the highest the Clear Abyss sect could assign. Unmoved by praise or blame, such composure is truly rare. This old man looks forward to your performance on the heavenly staircase. Even the short and stout elder couldn't help but praise her. The bone assessment was merely to weed out those unfit for martial training. The true test of one's full potential lay in the second trial, the heavenly staircase. Bone structure wasn't everything when it came to talent, but with a top grade A foundation, there was no way this girl would perform poorly in the second round. The entrance ceremony had only just begun. And yet, the top contender had likely already emerged. Ying Bing nodded and stepped aside to stand among the other successful candidates. The pride and self-satisfaction on the faces of those who had passed the first round vanished without a trace. While they were still pondering how to enter the inner sect, Ying Bing was at least guaranteed to become a true disciple, atop the high platform. Truly extraordinary, perhaps the most remarkable I've seen in my lifetime. Shui Jing, still clad in his patched robe, stroked his long beard with a flickering gaze. Ying Bing's heaven grade bone structure came as no surprise to him. So this is the promising seedling you mentioned encountering during your descent from the mountain. A languid voice sounded from nearby. A woman in palace robes, her cheeks flushed, reclined lazily in her chair. That's her. The question is how far she'll go on the stairway to heaven. Shui Jing glanced at the woman, his eyes betraying helplessness. I like this girl. The palace-robed woman took a bold swig of wine. The other elders. Are you sure it's not just because she's devastatingly beautiful? She's unsuited for your martial lineage. Shui Jing sighed. How is she unsuited? The woman's brows shot up. Don't force it. You've tempered yourself into a human furnace. This girl clearly shouldn't be apprenticed under you. A cold, rigid voice interjected. Han He, looking for a fight. The palace-robed woman cracked her knuckles, brimming with eagerness. Elder Han He instinctively retreated half a step, letting out a wary snort. Enough. The voice carried undeniable authority. At the sect master's command, the woman reluctantly picked up her gourd and took 2 more gulps. The elders exchanged glances. Could it be, the sect master has taken an interest in the girl? Unnoticed, another incense stick's worth of time passed. 500 aspirants had undergone bone assessment by now. Finally, it was Limo's turn. The old woman seized his shoulder, sensing a surge of energy rush in, poised to circulate through his meridians, but in an instant, that energy vanished. The old woman frowned for the second time. Internal energy could stimulate one's organs, meridians, and bone structure. The stronger the bones, the more intense the reaction. Yet, this boy's body showed no response whatsoever. That alone would be one thing, but her energy had dissipated like clay oxen plunging into the sea, gone without a trace. Were it not for the boy standing plainly before her, she'd have mistaken him for a slab of stone. After a moment's hesitation, she noted his name. Li Mo, 3rd grade. Move along. My thanks. Li Mo had expected this. He clasped his hands respectfully and strode past the mountain gate without a flicker of unease. Ah, 3rd grade. Father won't be pleased. You'll have to put in a good word for me, he listens to you. Li Mo grinned, nudging the girl beside him with his shoulder. Ying Bing was mildly surprised. 3rd grade aptitude matched her memories. Yet he seemed unbothered. Li Mo wore his indifference openly, still cheerful, 3 parts fate, 7 parts effort. Plenty don't even pass the gate. I'm already fortunate. What he didn't say aloud. No worries. I've got cheats. Seeing his genuine ease, Ying Bing relented. Fine, his vial of pure yang pills had helped her unlock her meridians half a year early. After all, such temperament deserved a slight lift. How far he'd go was up to him. Just then, a steward's announcement drew the crowd's attention. Wang Hu, tiger's arms, leopard's waist. High 2nd grade. The square erupted in murmurs. Apart from the 2 heaven-grade freaks, Wang Hu now held the highest innate talent. 1 in 10,000 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Basking in the flattery, Wang Hu smirked arrogantly, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. The hell you lookin' at? Li Mo fell into thought. At that moment, a figure landed before the gate. Tiger-leopard physique. A tower of a man clamped onto Wang Hu's shoulder. Wang Hu startled, until his cousin Wang Hao stepped from the disciple ranks, signaling him with a look. Fine form indeed. True tiger-leopard traits. The Iron Pillar man nodded approvingly. Master, this is my younger cousin. Wang Hao bowed respectfully. Good, good. He suits my tiger-leopard thunderclap fists better than you did. His laughter boomed like thunder, rattling eardrums. Fu Tu, wait until he enters the inner sect before taking disciples. A stocky elder reminded tersely. Fu Tu. Wang Hu's eyes widened, then gleamed with triumph. This was a formidable inner sect steward. Were it not for the fixed number of elder seats, he'd already command his own peak. Of course, rules are rules. Fu Tu gave a perfunctory salute. At his cousin's cue, Wang Hu hastily bowed. Greetings, master. Clear the stairway first. Fu Tu didn't correct the title. Once he'd left, Wang Hu's chin lifted higher, practically spelling cocky on his forehead. Striding past the gate, he marched straight over, clasping his fists with swagger. Miss Ying, we'll be fellow disciples henceforth. And earned pure indifference. Such talent barely passed muster in a backwater like Purple Sun Prefecture. To Ying Bing, Wang Hu's 2nd grade and Li Mo's 3rd grade held no real difference. Both were mere stones, why bother distinguishing which was slightly smoother? Wang Hu stood frozen, face flushing crimson. He rounded on Li Mo instead. Hey. We're from the same county. If I rise, how could I forget you? Wait, inner and outer sects are worlds apart. Coming down to visit won't be easy. Who knows? Soon enough, I might even be a core disciple. Seeing you'd be harder than seeing Miss Ying, right? His grin oozed malice. With an inner sect steward as his backer, the young, brash Wang Hu's ego ballooned skyward. Other youths from Ning'an County clenched their fists in silent fury. Wang Hu had been insufferable back home. Now he'd truly leapt beyond reach. Even those who disliked Li Mo now found him almost endearing by comparison. Yeah, whatever. Li Mo hadn't turned off his heavenly destiny eye. Since Wang Hu's bone assessment, the originally cyan destiny threads had begun darkening. Now, with his posturing, the black deepened further. His updated evaluation read, obstinate and conceited. Unwitting lab rat for inner sect steward Fu Tu. Future. Bleak. Li Mo couldn't be bothered with fools, let alone half-dead ones. More indifference. Wang Hu choked on his own rage, fury boiling in his chest. Yet the stocky elder's gaze had drifted their way. Withdrawing his scrutiny of Li Mo and Ying Bing, the elder smirked inwardly, plenty of time ahead. Outer sect and core disciples exist in separate worlds, they'll never cross paths. 3 suns hung high in the cloudless sky. The bone-touching assessment had concluded, but the crowd remained lively, with many who hadn't qualified lingering to watch the spectacle. Before the newly accepted disciples stretched 2 mountain paths leading to the summit of Qingyuan Mountain. One was the ordinary route used by sect members for daily travel. The other was overgrown with weeds, yet exuded an ancient and extraordinary aura. This was the famed stairway to heaven. Legend held that it was an incomplete treasure acquired by the founding patriarch of the Clear Abyss sect, a relic from an ancient sect of bygone eras, used to test disciples. Climb 10 steps, and you may enter as an outer disciple, declared the stout elder standing before the stairway. 50 steps grant entry to the inner sect. 80 steps, and you become a true disciple. What if one reaches the summit? Came a confident voice. Who else could it be but Wang Hu? The elder's lips curled slightly, as though he'd answered this question many times before. The founding patriarch decreed that whoever ascends to the peak shall be the personal disciple of the sect master. Yet in all our history, only 2 or 3 have ever achieved this, each a prodigy of heaven-grade aptitude. Do not overreach, lest you falter where others might climb higher. He paused, then added, $2 had advice was for the majority. This year, there was that exceptional girl, wasn't there? Elder, wouldn't those with strong physiques or prior martial training have an advantage? Another voice inquired. The elder replied patiently, worry not. The steps suppress physical strength. After this brief explanation, he waved his hand. You have 1 hour. Begin. As his words fell, a disciple lit a thick stick of incense in a bronze censer. The countdown had started, yet the disciples hesitated, none willing to be the first. Spineless cowards. I'll go. Wang Hu swaggered onto the steps with unrivaled arrogance. Instantly, the boiling energy in his body stilled, no longer granting him superhuman strength. Yet he strode forward undaunted. 10 steps, 20. By the 30th, his body swayed unsteadily. A faint tiger's roar echoed from within him, resisting the immense pressure, allowing him to push past the 50th step. Gasps rose from the onlookers. Inner sect. With the ice broken, others followed, mindful of the burning incense. Every second wasted could cost them a step. Some climbed swiftly, others slowly, but none wore an easy expression. The pressure intensified with each step, crushing breath from their lungs. That's Lin Zhang, isn't it? He's moving fast. Murong Xiao is faster. How are they so at ease? Most, however, focused solely on their ascent. Then Ying Bing stepped forward. All eyes turned to her. Everyone wondered, how far would this aloof girl, rated as a heaven-grade talent, go? A complete stairway would test one's will as well, Ying Bing mused, feeling only faint resistance. Moreover, this stairway was ancient. Soon, it might lose its power entirely. Her figure, cold as a frost lotus, rose higher. 10 steps, 20, 30. As if walking on level ground. She left the others far behind. The crowd was stunned. This wasn't about whether she'd reach the top. She was shattering records. Her talent might rank among the greatest in the sect's history. Ying Bing ascended. 54th step. Wang Hu noticed the sudden silence behind him. Turning, he froze. The girl's gaze was like snow beneath ice, a cold moon gazing down upon mortals from the heavens. For an instant, he couldn't meet her eyes and stepped aside. All eyes on her, Li Mo murmured. Some were cold outside, warm within. Others warm outside, cold within, but this ice block. Cold outside, domineering inside. A first for him. With that thought, he moved, holding back. No point. The higher he climbed, the greater his standing, and the easier to encounter those blessed by fate. He wasn't done plucking wool from this ice block yet. Besides, he wanted to see how far he could go, a third-grade aptitude in the bone-touching test. He still had no idea what his true potential was. How did an immortal physique fare in this martial world? The answer was urgent. 1 step forward. These are just normal stairs. Li Mo tilted his head, then took 3 steps at once. On the high platform, that girl Ying Bing's temperament suits me. The palace-robed woman's eyes gleamed as she watched the girl surge ahead like a snowstorm. Her movements made her already striking figure even more pronounced. Could these two end up together? Shui Jing stroked his beard, thoughtful. In his letter, Li Mo's father, his former disciple, had hinted at hopes for Ying Bing as a future daughter-in-law, but now, that prospect seemed shaky. A third-grade aptitude was unlikely to become a true disciple. Wait, Shui Jing's eyes landed on a figure sprinting up the steps. Sect master, let me take that girl. I'll train her well. The palace-robed woman thumped her chest, her words slurred with drink. The elders groaned. 12 hours a day, you spend 6 sleeping and 6 drunk. Junior sister Shang Wu, spare the poor girl. Don't ruin a genius. Over my dead body. I'll never agree. All harbored thoughts of taking her as a disciple, but on this, they stood united, anyone but the ninth peak's Shangwu. Then, a clear phoenix's cry split the heavens. Ying Bing stood at the stairway's peak. Crows, magpies, geese, eagles, countless birds swarmed from all directions, circling her in submission. The crowd stood dumbstruck. But the sect's elders saw more. Behind Ying Bing, they glimpsed a moon-white avian figure, its feathers resplendent, its presence majestic and mysterious. The sect master, who had remained silent until now, rose abruptly. This girl can manifest the forms of 100 birds, condense the aura of a phoenix, and summon the vision of the great moon. Shangguan Wenkang's eyes burned with intensity. Those still on the stairway couldn't see the vision, but they heard the cry that shook the skies and saw the birds. Reverence. Wang Hu's disbelief turned to greed as the celestial figure stood just 40 steps ahead. Just as he prepared to charge upward, tap. A footstep sounded behind him. Li Mo. How did he get up here? You must have used some trick to cheat the heavenly ascension steps. You still want to stand beside her. Get the hell down. Wang Hu's eyes were bloodshot, his face dark with fury. Barely enduring the pressure, he reached out to grab Li Mo's collar and throw him down. Li Mo. In his eyes, the other's movements were as slow as a turtle's crawl. Even now, they still wouldn't let it rest. Honestly, Li Mo had no interest in humiliating others. Ha. The rules never said we can't take action on the steps. Oh, what was that? I said, thwack. Young Li delivered a swift kick to the groin. Some pains are so severe that even bystanders wince. Every young man who witnessed the scene felt a sudden chill below the waist. Ah. Wang Hu's face instantly turned the color of liver. The searing agony made it impossible to stand, let alone on the heavenly ascension steps, where the pressure was already immense. Ah! His screams and the sound of his tumbling faded into the distance. Move aside. Someone shouted a warning, and fortunately, the crowd dodged in time, avoiding the human bowling ball that was Wang Hu. Peace at last. Li Mo shrugged and continued his ascent. Earlier, Butler Han had glanced at him but said nothing. Seemed Wang Hu was right. There really were no rules against interfering with others on the steps. But since this wasn't a competition, wasting energy to spite someone else was pure idiocy, a classic case of mutual destruction. No one had ever been shameless enough to try it before. That kid looks all sunshine and smiles, but damn, his strikes are vicious. Wait, that's not the point. Wasn't he ranked third-tier talent? Someone voiced the question, and the crowd froze. Right, that didn't add up. How had he climbed past the 50th step? No, he was already past the 80th. And he moved as casually as if he were strolling through a garden. If Ying Bing's performance had left them in awe, then Li Mo's was downright baffling. This is what you call third tier. Butler Han, are you sure you didn't misjudge this boy's bone structure? A short, rotund elder muttered, skeptical. The elderly woman who had assessed Li Mo earlier paled but could only admit, perhaps my old eyes deceived me. Her words left the elders deep in thought. That steward was famously sharp-eyed and experienced. How could she misread something as basic as bone structure? In the time it took for those few exchanges, at the summit, a lone figure was now joined by another. Ying Bing's eyes flickered with surprise, reaching the peak. To her, it was hardly difficult. Even on the complete heavenly ascension steps, she had met countless capable of the feat. But he had never been among them. A breeze stirred, making Li Mo's robes flutter as he grinned. What a coincidence, you're here too. Standing above the world, his chest swelled with exhilaration. A perfect moment, ruined when a crow, utterly lacking in tact, landed squarely on the young man's head. Did he also reach the summit? If I weren't struggling just to stand steady, I'd suspect something was wrong with the heavenly ascent steps. But if he made it to the top, why didn't anything extraordinary happen? Who cares? He climbed so effortlessly, his bone structure must be far above grade C. The crowd buzzed with murmurs and speculation. Earlier, Ying Bing had drawn a grand spectacle, 100 birds paying homage. Yet when Li Mo ascended, no such phenomenon occurred. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have cheated. Wang Hu, who had tumbled down dozens of steps and was still dizzy from the fall, nearly blacked out from rage upon seeing the shameless bastard who ambushed him reach the summit. His molars ground together so hard they might shatter, and he yearned to drag Li Mo down himself. Alas, he couldn't even stand. Cousin, that vile, cunning brat doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the Clear Abyss sect. Silence. The elders will decide his fate. Wang Hao, though equally embarrassed, swiftly cut off his cousin's reckless words. The boy's judgment was a matter for the higher-ups. They had no right to question the fairness of the initiation ceremony. Still, Wang Hao also believed Li Mo must have used some underhanded method. The sect's records were clear. The fifth-generation patriarch of the Clear Abyss sect had summoned a celestial river cascading 3,000 feet. The 16th-generation patriarch invoked 10,000 trees awakening to spring. Even the current sect master, Shangguan Wenkang, had drawn countless swords trembling in submission. Every summit reacher had manifested an extraordinary phenomenon. Unlike the aspirants still climbing the steps, the elders on the observation platform had fallen into silence. Each was at least at the observation divinity realm, capable of perceiving what ordinary eyes could not. Thus, to them, the crow-crowned youth did exhibit something remarkable. Behind him stood a figure, its back turned to the mortal world. The silhouette seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet it left an indelible impression. A fisherman casting nets on the river, a scholar reading by lamplight, a general stepping into the golden halls of power. In the blink of an eye, the figure seemed to shift. Yet when they looked again, it returned to its original form, a youth in elegant robes, Li Mo's own reflection. Had he projected himself upon the heavenly ascent steps? What sorcery was this? The elders exchanged glances, each seeing the same bafflement in the other's eyes. This was beyond anything they had anticipated, but one thing was undeniable: this boy was extraordinary. Since he has ascended the 100th step, he qualifies as a true disciple. What say you all? Shui Jing remarked calmly, discreetly flicking away the beard strand he'd accidentally plucked in his shock. Agreed. Indeed. He warrants further observation. Han He set down his teacup, hesitating. But the ancestral decree states that summit reachers are candidates for sect leadership, future successors of Qingyuan Mountain. How can a sect have two heirs? After all, never in a century had two aspirants reached the peak simultaneously. The elders turned to the sect master. After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Wenkang declared, "Ying Bing shall be my personal disciple. Li Mo will be a true disciple." The elders weren't surprised. One had manifested the reflection of an ordinary man. The other had conjured a noble, enigmatic phoenix, radiant as the moon. The latter clearly held greater promise. Dang! A resonant bell toll echoed across the mountains. The towering incense in the bronze brazier burned out. 1 hour had passed. Time's end brought relief to some climbers, calm acceptance to others, and bitter resentment to a few. But now, all was settled. Of the thousands who began, only 700 or 800 would advance to the next round. Elders from various peaks descended from the platform. With a single step forward, Shangguan Wenkang silenced the murmuring crowd. Outer disciples, proceed to the outer court affairs hall to receive your tokens and supplies. Inner disciples may choose a peak to join. Each specializes in different disciplines and martial arts. You have 3 days to decide. Whether inner or outer, do not grow complacent. Your futures remain unwritten. The sect master's voice carried an authority that stilled restless hearts. Li Mo's gaze drifted among the elders, then paused. Shui Jing winked at him. Ah. Now it made sense. Li Mo had always wondered how a back-alley physician could possess something as rare as a pure yang pill. Ying Bing shall be my direct disciple, Shangguan Wenkang announced. Though expected, the proclamation sent ripples through the crowd. To be taken under the wing of the Clear Abyss sect's master. To transcend mortality in a single step. Moments ago, they were all equals in the initiation. Now, an unbridgeable gap had formed. Such was the caprice of fate. Li Mo, Lin Zhong, and Murong Xiao also possess the makings of true disciples. Which elders will take them? True disciples were a limited resource, each elder could mentor no more than 5. A pity. My quota is full. Lin Zhong, with your mantis legs, snake spine, and magpie shoulders, my polearm arts would suit you. Will you join me? Tisk, this Murong Xiao lad is exceptional, blessed with auspicious beast blood. A fine seedling. Lin Zhong was swiftly claimed. Murong Xiao sparked a 3-elder bidding war before Han He secured him. Li Mo studied the two. Name: Lin Zhong. Age: 16th. Bone structure: mantis legs, snake spine, magpie shoulders. Realm: Chi blood. Realm: 4 meridians. Fate: blue. Evaluation: adept talent but impatient. Prone to breaking under pressure. Potential for growth if tempered. Recent circumstance: Newly ascended to true disciple status, desires a superior grade weapon. Name: Murong Xiao. Age: 16. Bone structure: Crying Drake. Physique: Realm: Chi. Blood realm: 5 meridians. Fate: Blue. Evaluation: half human, half transformed river drake. Kind-hearted but tormented by bloodthirst instincts. Could become either a scourge or a legend. Recent circumstance: struggles to suppress his predatory nature, seeks inner peace. Hiss. Li Mo inhaled sharply. Auspicious beast bloodline. His father was human, and his mother a drake. Murong Xiao's father must have been a legend, even Xu Xian would pour him tea in respect. He mentally noted their affiliations. Wait, what about me? Li Mo snapped back to reality, realizing the elders' gazes were tinged with hesitation. The boy's talent is undeniable, but how does one teach him? This unspoken question hung in the air. For a long moment, silence reigned. Then, a lazily drawling voice cut through. Hey, kid, wanna be my disciple? Li Mo turned. A woman in palace robes stood there, hands on hips, struggling, and failing, to appear dignified. Her features were noble and dignified, her loose palace robes unable to conceal her striking figure. Standing there, she resembled a peony in full, unrestrained bloom. Naturally, Li Mo hesitated only briefly before offering a respectful bow. This, nephew Shang Wu, she. Shui Jing faltered, about to speak up, $2 NLY to be met with Shang Wu's threatening sidelong glance and the tightening of her slender, fair fist. Ahem, becoming her disciple is an excellent choice. From now on, you'll be the sole seedling of the 9th peak. Shui Jing adapted swiftly, his expression shifting in an instant. Greetings, master. Li Mo stepped forward to formally acknowledge his new teacher, though inwardly puzzled. Why did the elders all seem to regard him with sympathy? Curious, he activated his heavenly destiny eye to observe her. Name: Shang Wu. Age: 27. Bone structure: Southern blazing lotus body. Cultivation: Inner scenery 7th heaven. Destiny: Purple. Evaluation: the youngest elder of the Clear Abyss sect. You may question her character, but never her strength. Her origins are anything but ordinary. Recent circumstances: broke and craving alcohol, currently scheming ways to extort silver from elders of other peaks. Holds a peculiar interest in the sect leader's true disciple, Ying Bing. Li Mo. No wonder the higher-ups were giving him odd looks. By all appearances, Shang Wu was far from an ideal master, and, so it wasn't his exceptional talent that got him accepted, it was her interest in Ying Bing. Those evaluations. Even Li Mo began doubting the prestige of a purple destiny. Well, it's my first time encountering one, he consoled himself. Even if I learn nothing, the investment returns should still pay off. With that thought, he relaxed. Hey, from now on, you're under my wing. Out there, just drop my name. Shang Wu clapped him on the shoulder, perhaps reassessing his bones, with a grip that made Li Mo suck in a sharp breath. Her strength is no joke. Not far away, $2 Ying Bing, already accepted as a disciple, observed the palace-robed woman and the resigned-looking youth. So he's joined Shang Wu's faction. Ying Bing gave an imperceptible nod. If Li Mo could learn even a fraction of Shang Wu's skills, he might carve out a place among his peers in Purple Sun Prefecture. Of course, by the standards of the Eastern Wasteland domain, he'd hardly qualify as a prodigy, unlikely to appear on the system's rankings. 4 true disciples in a single cohort. The Clear Abyss sect is truly rising. Come, follow this old man to complete your entry formalities. The short, rotund elder beamed at the group. The initiation ceremony concluded. The emergence of 2 geniuses who ascended the heavenly steps to the summit was undoubtedly an unprecedented event in the history of the Qingyuan sect. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the sect. Qingyuan Main Peak, Internal Affairs Hall. This year, we've gained 4 new core disciples. I heard the sect master hasn't taken a disciple in 50 years. Could it be that he's finally stirred from his seclusion, intending to groom a successor? You weren't there to see it, that girl is as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Ahem, that's beside the point. The main thing is, she reached the summit of the heavenly steps in mere moments. Truly monstrous talent. Wasn't there another who reached the top as well? Ah, yes. That one was taken in by Elder Shang Wu. Tisk. The inner disciples in the Internal Affairs Hall chatted animatedly over tea. When they heard that one of the ascendants had been assigned to the 9th peak, They all leaned back in unison, their expressions turning peculiar, their eyes faintly tinged with pity. That poor soul is doomed. Alas, had he not been in the same cohort as that girl, he might have been groomed as a future sect master candidate. Great talent, terrible luck. Someone sighed. The other inner disciples nodded in solemn agreement. Just then, they abruptly set down their teacups and straightened up, calling out respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Qian." A short, portly elder nodded. "I've brought the newly initiated core disciples to collect their supplies. Also, distribute their first month's stipend in advance, according to the standards set by their respective peaks." The elder, named Qian Bufan, was the Qingyuan sect's internal affairs elder. Within the sect, he ranked among the highest of the elders. After all, internal affairs included finances. This is a favor, likely because of Ying Bing. Li Mo understood the gesture but still bowed to Qian Bufan. "Many thanks, elder." "Ah, no need for thanks from you." Qian Bufan sidestepped, refusing to accept the gesture. Li Mo was puzzled, but he soon learned the reason. The initiation supplies were promptly handed out. 2 sets of finely crafted cloud-patterned robes and a bronze waist token, standard issue for all disciples. The stipends, however, were another matter entirely. Murong Shao, assigned to the Divine Arms Peak, 500 taels of silver monthly, 1 tempered forging hammer, 2 bottles of jade bone pills. Lin Yi, assigned to the Ruyi Peak, 300 taels of silver monthly, 2 bottles of serenity pills. The Internal Affairs Hall. Disciple presented 2 trays. Then, turning to Ying Bing, his demeanor grew markedly more deferential. Ying Bing, assigned to Qingyuan Main Peak, 1,000 taels of silver monthly, 1 superior grade frost iron sword, 2 bottles of pure yang pills, 10 stalks of meridian cleansing grass. The disciple rattled off a lengthy list. Other passing disciples overheard and couldn't help but envy her. The perks of being the sect master's personal disciple were enough to make anyone salivate. But there was more. The disciple added, "By the sect master's decree, you may select an additional private residence for your exclusive use. Take your time choosing." A private residence. This was a privilege reserved for stewards, and not just any stewards, but those who had made significant contributions to the sect. Beyond offering an exceptional training environment, it was a symbol of status. Autumn Water Pavilion. Ying Bing answered without hesitation. "Ah, yes, I'll record it at once." The internal affairs disciple paused briefly before nodding. "What about me?" Li Mo pointed at himself, wondering if he'd been forgotten. "Junior brother is assigned to Jade Cluster Peak." "Well, the resources prepared for core disciples there are." The disciple handed him a thick ledger. Could it be a martial arts manual? "Why is it so heavy?" Li Mo flipped it open, only to find it filled with entries like, "Second month, year 162 of Jingtai. Jade Cluster Peak advanced 3,000 taels of silver. Third month, year 162 of Jingtai. Jade Cluster Peak advanced 10 jars of apricot blossom wine. Ninth month, year 164 of Jingtai. Demolished rare beast peaks animal enclosures, resulting in the escape of 52 exotic creatures." Page after page was crammed with debts. Li Mo. A flurry of question marks popped up over the young man's head. "Is this the right book?" "It's correct." Elder Qian Bufan sighed. "Resources for core disciples are provided by their respective peaks, not the sect as a whole. Jade Cluster Peak does not supply its core disciples with any resources. Worse still, Elder Shangwu has borrowed extensively from the Internal Affairs Hall. When you have time, take this ledger to her and urge her to settle these outstanding debts. This entire book is just." "Yes." Li Mo's lips twitched. "So while everyone else gets benefits, I'm stuck with liabilities." Qian Bufan nodded sympathetically. "Also, there likely isn't any living quarters prepared for you on Jade Cluster Peak. You'd best start planning to build yourself a thatched hut. Materials can be requested from the Internal Affairs Hall." A thatched hut. Li Mo fell into deep contemplation. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that joining the Qingyuan sect as a core disciple would leave him homeless. Am I even a real core disciple? "You can stay with me." Suddenly, Ying Bing spoke, her voice cool. Li Mo stiffened, turning to stare at her, but her aloof expression betrayed nothing. Since when did this ice block become so accommodating? "Autumn Water Pavilion has excellent surroundings. You two would make a fine immortal couple there." Qian Bufan patted his belly, his face creasing into a knowing, almost gossipy smile. Turns out Elder Qian is a secret romance enthusiast. Ah, Elder Qian, you've misunderstood. Li Mo shook his head. Huh, you youngsters aren't a pair. The elder blinked. Rumors said they were childhood friends, had entered the sect together, and were both core disciples. Ying Bing had even explicitly invited Li Mo to live with her today, practically cohabitation. In this day and age, no ordinary relationship involved sharing living quarters. Well, before Li Mo could explain, Ying Bing's voice cut in. No. Her tone was casual, yet it carried a chill that made the air seem to freeze. It's a misunderstanding. Li Mo waved his hands hastily. Then, silence. The atmosphere in the hall grew awkward. Forgive this old man's nosiness. Qian Bufin chuckled, though he looked faintly disappointed. Li Mo smiled wryly, glancing at Ying Bing before looking away. Was the ice block beautiful? The phrase, city-toppling beauty, wouldn't do her justice. But, she was cold. In every sense of the word. At this thought, Li Mo sighed inwardly. His feelings toward this childhood friend leaned more toward pity than admiration. In his memories, she hadn't always been like this. A family tragedy had changed her. Put in her shoes, Li Mo doubted he could remain warm and optimistic either. Across from him, Ying Bing gave an imperceptible shake of her head. The heavens were unfeeling, the path of martial arts was long and arduous. In her past life, countless prodigies had pursued her. But had she not severed all mortal attachments and devoted herself wholly to the martial path, she would never have reached the pinnacle. This life, her resolve remained unshaken. Autumn Water Pavilion stood not far from Jade Cluster Peak. Nestled between mountain and water, its scenery was breathtaking. The three-story loft, accompanied by a separate courtyard with a clear stream running through it, stood out among the other buildings with its rustic elegance and natural beauty. At that moment, the gate of the Autumn Water Pavilion creaked open. Two figures walked in one after the other, the young man carrying bundles of luggage. This residence is quite well built, Li Mo remarked, pleased with his new living quarters, though a hint of nostalgia tinged his voice. Once, it had been Ying Bing staying at the Li estate, living under someone else's roof. Now, the tables had turned. He glanced back and noticed Ying Bing gazing absently at the courtyard. It seems no one has lived here for a long time. Let's clean it up first, Li Mo suggested, scanning the surroundings. He searched around but couldn't find any cleaning tools. Ying Bing suddenly spoke up, the broom is under the stone bench by the flower bed. Li Mo bent down and, sure enough, pulled out a broom. Go boil some water, Ying Bing said matter-of-factly, tying up her long black hair with a ribbon. She slipped effortlessly into the role of the Lady of Autumn Water Pavilion, as if she had lived there for years. It wasn't intentional. Yet, even the way she swept the floor carried an air of quiet authority, as if she were accustomed to command. Well, looks like I'm the dutiful little housemaid now. Li Mo pursed his lips and gave a mock salute. As you command, Your Highness. He knew the ice block had always been like this, but a tiny flicker of indignation still stirred in him. HMPH, perfectly normal for a prideful male creature like himself. Steaming hot water was soon ready, poured by Li Mo into a large redwood tub. Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested in a bucket of bathwater, aiding your investment target in cleansing herself. Investment reward received. 1 gold bar. The system's gold bars were always generously weighted. After a moment of silence, Li Mo called out to the courtyard. 1 bucket of bathwater might not be enough, I'll boil some more for you. Night fell. The next morning, Li Mo woke as usual and glanced at the frozen solid room next door before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. His recent wide net investments had yielded plenty of odd rewards, including a variety of ready-to-eat foods that only needed reheating. By the time the sun had fully risen, Li Mo emerged with soy milk and steamed buns to find the ice block already seated at the table. Her lips were still bloodless, her face pale as snow. Beautifully frozen, was the perfect way to describe her. Not long after breakfast, a booming voice echoed from outside. Disciple Ying Bing, are you here? The door opened. An elderly man sat atop a stately, antique carriage, its eaves carved with the 4 celestial beasts, exquisitely crafted yet unpretentious. I am the sect master's coachman, the old man said with a warm smile. By the sect master's order, I am to escort you up the mountain. From now on, I'll be the one fetching you. The Qingyuan main peak has many buildings, and we wouldn't want you getting lost. Wow, the sect master's personal carriage. No wonder it looks so imposing, Li Mo mused. Now this is what you call elite disciple treatment, he'd probably have to hike up on foot. Thank you, Ying Bing said with a nod. After boarding the carriage, she lifted the curtain and added, Li Mo, before heading to Jade Cluster Peak, you might want to prepare a few jugs of good wine. With those words, the carriage sped off, leaving a trail of dust behind, at the summit of Jade Cluster Peak. It seems Elder Qian never intended for my cheap master to repay her debts, just to remind her not to borrow anymore. Li Mo gazed at the sparse furnishings atop the peak, his lips twitching slightly. A crude wooden hut, with a few broken walls and scattered ruins. That was it. If he didn't know this was within the Qingyuan sect, he would have thought the place had just been ravaged by disaster beasts. Master! Master! Li Mo called out twice, but there was no response. He pushed open the wooden door. The room reeked of alcohol. On the bed, a woman lay sprawled under a blanket, her sleeping posture utterly unrestrained, a faint trail of drool glistening at the corner of her lips. Master! The woman grunted lazily like a sloth, rolled over, and continued sleeping. Li Mo had no choice but to lean in close to her ear and whisper, Elder Qian is here to collect debts. The effect was immediate. Shangwu shot upright, but upon seeing Li Mo standing before her, her drunken, wary eyes flickered with confusion. Who are you? I'm your disciple, Li Mo replied helplessly. Disciple? Oh, right, I remember now. Shangwu scratched her head, seemingly recalling, though her almond-shaped eyes remained dazed. What do you need? Awake, but not quite. Li Mo paused for a moment before speaking. Since I've joined your tutelage, shouldn't you teach me something? That does sound reasonable. Shangwu's delicate shoulders were exposed, completely oblivious to how indecent her current posture was. She stood up, her robes hanging loosely off one shoulder, revealing half of her collarbone. Surprisingly, she was even slightly taller than Li Mo. Yesterday, I did plan to teach you something. Without alcohol, my memory's just terrible. She frowned slightly, looking genuinely troubled. No sooner had she spoken than a soft pop echoed, the sound of a cork being pulled. Shangwu's nose twitched, and she immediately rattled off like an expert, green ant brew. Specially made by the 10 Mile Slope Winery, aged 5 years for the best amber hue. A 10-year vintage is even rarer, where'd you get this? She snatched the jar from her unfortunate disciple and took a deep swig, the liquor trickling down her chest, tracing a breathtaking curve. Your memory isn't that bad after all. Li Mo could barely stand to watch. Shangwu wiped her mouth and declared, now I remember. Yesterday, I made a bet with that old ghost Han He. He dared say I couldn't teach a disciple. Can I tolerate that? Li Mo. The man wasn't exactly wrong. No other master would hand their disciple an account book as a welcome gift. Just because he took in Murong Shao, he thinks he can strut around like a peacock. So, I made a wager with him. If a disciple from Jade Cluster Peak ranks higher in the next 9 Peaks tournament, he'll clear my debts with the Internal Affairs Hall. And if we lose, as my disciple, can't you have a little confidence? With that, Shangwu turned and rummaged through a chest, pulling out a manual. She declared with full confidence, this is my unique cultivation method. I'll have you mastering it by the end of the day. Li Mo took the manual and read its title, Flame Heart Lotus Method. It sounded impressive. Even the system had evaluated Shangwu as exceptionally powerful. Well, all these debts must have been racked up through sheer skill. The fact that she owed the Internal Affairs Hall so much, yet Elder Qian could only tactfully remind her not to borrow more, spoke volumes. Li Mo felt slightly reassured and flipped open the manual. After reading through it, he asked, Master, there's a part one didn't quite understand. Snore. Master. Li Mo looked up. His carefree, beautiful master had somehow fallen asleep again, the wine jar now completely empty beside her. She was thoroughly drunk, no amount of shaking would wake her. Sister, could you be a little more reliable? Just as Li Mo was drowning in exasperation, investment successful. Investment. 1 jar of 10-year green ant brew. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host. Reward. 10 years of martial insight. 10 years of martial insight can be applied to any martial technique, granting the host 10 years of mastery in it. 10 years of martial insight. The progression of a martial technique was divided into 6 stages: novice, familiar, minor mastery, major mastery, perfection, and transcendence. Even the most common martial arts in the world had few who could reach perfection, let alone transcendence. Take his father, Li Dalong, for example. His grasping wind palm technique had been practiced for nearly 20 years, yet he'd only reached major mastery. Of course, much of this depended on one's innate talent. I wouldn't call myself a genius, but I'm at least sharp-witted. Li Mo stepped outside and sat cross-legged on the ground. With that thought, he poured all 10 years of martial insight into the Flame Heart Lotus method. 10 years of martial insight successfully applied. Year 1. You meticulously studied every word of the Flame Heart Lotus method, conducted experiments, and successfully reached the novice stage. Year 3. You gained deeper insights, uncovering the method's secrets, advancing to the familiar stage. Year 9. Your mastery of the Flame Heart Lotus method grew, reaching minor mastery. Year 10. You brushed against a bottleneck but lacked the foundation to break through. Instantly, countless images flooded Li Mo's mind, as if he'd genuinely spent a decade refining the Flame Heart Lotus method, now standing at minor mastery. Phew. 10 years. Minor mastery. The sudden enlightenment felt like soaring above the clouds. Eagerly, he began his first true cultivation session. A warmth kindled in his dantian. And the surrounding grass and trees swayed without wind. For the first attempt, just opening a meridian would count as success. Li Mo steadied his mind. Inside the hut, the drunken Shangwu suddenly furrowed her brows. She mumbled, "Heaven man unity. Who's got such damn good luck?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qingyuan Main Peak, Training Hall. Several elders stood by, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The source of their astonishment was a young girl seated not far away, her posture perfectly aligned in meditation. At this moment, these elders, collectively over 500 years old, were questioning their entire lives, questioning whether their past decades had been wasted. A day to reach novice. Shui Jing murmured in disbelief. To be precise, a quarter of an hour, Qian Bufan corrected, sighing deeply. He then turned and asked, Han He, you also practice this frost-seeking origin method. How long did it take you back then? Han He's lips twitched. After a long pause, he replied, a month. Back then, Han He had been young, a fresh disciple of the Qingyuan sect. He still remembered how his master had praised him as a genius when he mastered the technique in a month and successfully opened his meridians, but compared to this girl before them. As the elders spoke, their exhaled breath instantly crystallized into frost. Each generation surpasses the last. The Qingyuan sect is destined for greatness. Shui Jing solemnly declared. His perception was razor-sharp. As Ying Bing practiced her cultivation, it seemed as though an endless surge of lunar yin energy flowed within her. Even as the master of this power, she could not avoid being harmed by it. Consuming yang-aligned herbs or elixirs could offset a fraction of the damage. It appeared that the vial of pure yang pills he had sold to Li Mo a few days prior had helped this young girl unblock her meridians. PFF'd, a faint sound. The cold wind seemed to swirl around Ying Bing, forming a vortex. She's opened a meridian. Han's eyes widened in shock. He could clearly sense that the first major meridian in Ying Bing's body had been completely unblocked. If this continues, won't she have all 12 meridians unblocked in just a few days? This statement was only half correct. Ying Bing could indeed unblock all 12 meridians within days. But what she sought to open was far more than just 12. The elders of the Qingyuan sect were ultimately limited by their narrow perspective. The human body was a treasure trove, and the number of major meridians far exceeded 12. Of course, ordinary martial artists in the Qi blood realm, even if aware of their existence, could never hope to unblock them. It required an exceptionally refined and precise control. But for her, this was no challenge. What Ying Bing aimed for was to unblock 24 meridians, forming a grand internal cycle within her body. Once she stepped into the inner breath realm, her strength would increase by more than tenfold. Such a monstrous talent makes our guidance utterly redundant. Shui Jing wore a bitter smile. The sect leader, burdened with duties, had specifically assigned the three of them to instruct Ying Bing, answering her questions and preventing errors that might arise from a single teacher's ingrained habits. Now, their efforts were unnecessary. Watching Ying Bing cultivate made them feel as though they themselves were riddled with mistakes. I'll leave this to you two. I'm heading to Jade Cluster Peak. Why go there? It's an ill-omened place. At the mere mention of it, Elder Han he snorted coldly. Do you truly trust Shangwu to teach disciples properly? Shui Jing tugged at his patched robe. Qian Bufan took a deep breath. Hurry, junior brother Shui. If you're late, I fear it'll be too late. A figure flickered through the mountain paths. Shui Jing couldn't help but shudder at the thought of his disciple's disciple currently undergoing meridian awakening under Shang Wu's guidance. If he arrived any later, it wouldn't just be a case of poor teaching, it might well turn into an emergency rescue mission. And that was no exaggeration. Shang Wu had once entertained the idea of taking on a disciple. Given her youth and her achievement of the inner scenery realm, everyone assumed that even if she was usually unreliable, teaching a disciple would be child's play for her. So they tacitly allowed it. Who could have predicted that on the very first day, the poor soul would suffer a qi deviation? Afterward, whether Shang Wu lost interest in discipleship or simply realized she wasn't cut out for teaching, she never brought it up again. It was a shame. Li Mo, that kid, had exceptional talent, so exceptional, in fact, that no one quite knew how to approach his training. The other elders were at a loss, and Shui Jing's quota for personal disciples was already full. Otherwise, with talent rivaling Ying Bing's, both having reached the pinnacle, how could he have ended up in such a dire situation? At this point, Shui Jing had long abandoned any hope that Li Mo could match Ying Bing's feat of unlocking all meridians in a single day. If the boy made it through unscathed, it would be nothing short of a miracle. With a sigh, Shui Jing's steps quickened, his body blending into the wind as he moved at an almost imperceptible speed. In mere moments, he arrived at Qunu Peak, a medicine kit strapped to his back. Yet before he could reach the summit, his expression shifted from worry to bewilderment. Something's off. Is someone drawing upon the primordial energy of heaven and earth to cultivate? Drawing upon the primordial energy, also known as the harmony of heaven and man, was a state every martial artist dreamed of achieving. Typically, cultivators relied on food, elixirs, and other supplements to replenish the energy needed to temper their qi and blood. But neither food nor elixirs could be consumed indefinitely. Yet, by sheer serendipity, a warrior might attain the harmony of heaven and man, a state somewhat akin to the outer scenery realm, where one's inner microcosm mirrors and cycles with the macrocosm of the world. The speed at which energy could be absorbed in this state was hundreds of times faster. Not only were there no side effects afterward, but there were also unexpected benefits. Shang Wu should be fast asleep at this hour. Why is she cultivating today? And in the harmony of heaven and man, no less. Shui Jing quickened his pace. At the summit, Li Mo sat in serene stillness before a wooden hut, his entire being seemingly fused with nature. Every pore on his body appeared to have opened, exchanging breath with the world around him. It was as though his body had become one with heaven and earth. To the cosmos, he was like a small depression, drawing the purest primordial energy from all directions, as if the universe sought to fill this hollow. Faintly perceptible was the lotus seed taking root within his dantian, voraciously absorbing energy as it prepared to sprout, grow, and eventually bloom. PFF'd, a soft sound escaped. Before Shui Jing could even process his shock, PFF'd, another followed. After awakening his meridians, he's already opened a primary meridian. Shui Jing's jaw dropped, his long whiskers fluttering in the wind as he stood frozen in disbelief. Not only had Li Mo successfully awakened his meridians, but in a single day, he had also broken through a primary meridian with unstoppable momentum. Not only had he mastered the Lotus Blossom Heartfire method, without guidance, but he had also entered the harmony of heaven and man. Shui Jing was questioning his own life, utterly speechless. Elder Shui, when did you get here? Li Mo's ears twitched as he opened his eyes. You don't speak and lose focus. The harmony of heaven and man is a rare opportunity. Shui Jing was so agitated his beard bristled. Huh, harmony of heaven and man. Li Mo blinked, confused. But I kinda need to use the bathroom. Old Shui nearly fainted. Now was not the time for bodily functions. At his level, the inner scenery realm, experiencing the harmony of heaven and man was like a preview of the outer scenery, an invaluable, once-in-a-lifetime chance. If this opportunity had been his, he might have gained the leverage to break through to the next realm. Yet this brat was treating it like nothing special, squandering a treasure beyond measure. Oh, alright. Li Mo didn't understand why old Shui seemed so distraught. Earlier, he had moved to the shade of a tree because the sun was too strong. And yet, his cultivation speed remained just as fast. Could it be? Other people didn't cultivate like this. Maybe it was a benefit of his mystic yin immortal body. The thought made him pause. The Lotus Blossom Heartfire method states that opening 12 meridians and planting 12 lotus seeds marks completion, a full mastery of the Qi blood realm. But why do I feel like that's not the limit? He could sense it. 12 primary meridians were far from his ceiling. His body felt like a bottomless pit. Opening the first and second meridians wasn't even the beginning. Ah well, one step at a time. Foundations are important. I should aim for perfection. Li Mo closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. Meanwhile, Shui Jing kicked open the wooden door nearby, finding Shang Wu still dead to the world. His temple throbbed. He pulled out a wakefulness incense from his medicine kit and waved it under her nose. Achoo! Shang Wu sneezed, her elegant face scrunching up. Having her sleep interrupted twice, she clenched her fists, only to relax when she saw it was Shui Jing, the sect's resident nice guy. Old Shui, this better be good. Your disciple is out there in the harmony of heaven and man, and you're still asleep. How can you sleep at a time like this? Shui Jing snapped. Are you drunk or am I drunk? Shang Wu tilted her head, thinking he was spinning fairy tales. See for yourself. Shui Jing didn't bother arguing further and stepped outside. Shang Wu rubbed her bleary eyes and peered out. One look, and Big Sis Wu stood at attention. Congratulations, host. Demonstrating the harmony of heaven and man has enlightened Shui Jing. Congratulations, host. Demonstrating the harmony of heaven and man has enlightened Shang Wu. Calculating rewards. Investment return, 3 gourds of ice-fire wine. Investment return, 20 years of martial insight. Ice-fire wine, upon consumption, the drinker undergoes a trial of ice and fire, tempering the body. A sacred treasure for physical refinement. People can invest just by watching me cultivate. These rewards might as well be free. Ice-fire wine. Li Mo decided against trying it out just yet. From what little he knew of his master, any alcohol in her vicinity would vanish instantly. Besides, he hadn't figured out how to refine his body yet. The wine would come in handy. After 2 hours of cultivation, he couldn't sit still any longer. The muscle soreness and fatigue described in the martial manuals were absent. But his bladder was another story. With that thought, Li Mo ceased drawing upon heaven and earth's energy, brushed off his robes, and stood up. The wondrous state dissipated instantly. The first thing he saw was Shui Jing reluctantly snapping out of his trance, his face filled with emotion. I owe you a debt, young man. At their age, bottlenecks were deeply entrenched, and breakthroughs were near impossible. Witnessing the harmony of heaven and man had given him invaluable insights. Elder Shui, you flatter me. My father often speaks highly of you at home. Li Mo clasped his hands politely in response. His father, Li Delong, had once been a disciple of Shui Jing. Back then, Shui Jing had not yet risen to the position of elder. Hey, it's good that he still remembers this old man. Shui Jing stroked his long beard and sighed. Delong was truly a pity. Had he not met with misfortune, he would have been an inner sect steward by now. Old Shui appeared to be around the same age as Li Mo's father. But Li Mo knew that even when his father first entered the sect, Shui Jing already bore this middle-aged appearance. His true age was likely no less than 96. Seizing the moment, Li Mo spoke up. Each man's fate is his own. My father said he owed his life entirely to Elder Shui's intervention. If he hadn't met my mother on his journey home after being injured, I wouldn't even exist. When one door closes, another opens, such is the way of things. Young Li had a knack for charming his elders. Delong was a fortunate man. Shui Jing's gaze at Li Mo grew even more approving. This boy wasn't nearly as unruly as Li Delong's letters had made him out to be. Perhaps fathers simply judged their sons more harshly. The atmosphere between the old and young was harmonious, until Li Mo suddenly caught a whiff of alcohol in the air. Then, his neck tightened, and he felt a brief suffocation. Shang Wu had looped an arm around her beloved disciple's neck, declaring her territorial rights with vigilance. Hey, this is my disciple. Don't you go getting any ideas, you old geezer. I'd consider it if I could, but my quota's long full, Shui Jing retorted irritably. Watching Shang Wu's boisterous antics, he felt a slight headache coming on. This grand disciple was promising material. Would Shang Wu end up leading him astray? Poor martial skills were one thing, but he'd hate to see a fine lad pick up bad habits. Xiao Mo, if you want to test your martial skills or spar with others, you might try the training hall at the mountain's foot, Shui Jing suggested. Shengwu narrowed her almond eyes for a moment before nodding. For learning basic techniques, the training hall should suffice. Li Mo. Sis, you're just too lazy to teach, aren't you? Still, now that he had the foundational techniques, he did intend to pick up some combat skills. A trip to the training hall would also let him scout for potential investment targets. Not a bad plan at all. The Martial Training Hall. Today's martial arts instruction session had already concluded. On the bluestone-paved floor, outer sect disciples trained diligently, their sweat pouring down as they practiced. Among them was Wang Hu. The results of the ascending stairway trial were not determined by the highest step one reached, but by the final step one stood upon. Despite enduring excruciating pain to climb further, he had still only been assigned to the outer sect, and it was all because of one person. He must have used some trick to deceive the ascending stairway. One day, I'll expose him for what he really is. Thud, thud, he pounded the sandbag as if it were the very person who filled him with resentment. This was the only way he could vent his anger. After all, Li Mo was now a true disciple. Even his cousin, Wang Hao, couldn't lay a hand on him. Junior brother Wang, your cousin has developed quite a grasp of the Six Harmonies fist. His meridians are open, and he no longer needs my guidance. A blue-robed outer sect steward remarked with a raised brow. Little Hu has always had some talent for fist techniques. He picked up a thing or two from my uncle's casual training, Wang Hao replied with a smile, though a cold glint flashed at the corner of his lips. Like Xiao Qin, he should have been an inner sect disciple. The steward shook his head, his gaze shifting to a young man in the crowd. The youth had an ordinary appearance, dressed in simple short robes, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He trained meticulously, his entire body drenched in sweat. Senior brother, you're mistaken. Whose talent is far beyond that waste's level. He entered the inner sect in the same batch as me, yet he's only grown weaker, his chi and blood have nearly regressed to the level of a freshly opened meridian. Wang Hao's tone dripped with mockery. As they spoke, a figure stepped into the sunlight streaming through the hall's entrance. A young man in cloud-patterned robes, his smile warm and easygoing. Wang Hao's brow twitched. Li Mo. Wang Hu's fist tore through the sandbag at the sight of that familiar face. The other disciples paused their training, confusion written across their faces. Wasn't he a true disciple? Why had he come to the outer sect's martial training hall? Junior brother Li, I am He Hongfeng. What brings you here? The blue-robed steward stood, his manners impeccable. Li Mo cleared his throat. Greetings, senior brother He. I've come to learn some basic martial arts. He Hongfeng. A true disciple, coming to the outer sect to learn basic martial arts. Are you joking? This matter, do the elders know? Well, my master is asleep, but Elder Shui sent me here. Li Mo nodded. Master. Elder Shang Wu. He Hongfeng's thoughts drifted to that fiery, palace-robed beauty of an elder, and suddenly, it all made sense. Ah. That explains it. The disciples in the hall reacted differently, some gleeful, some pitying, others resentful. A true disciple, reduced to learning martial arts in the outer sect, it meant he wasn't highly regarded. Which made sense. The elders all had their own true disciples, and with Ying Bing's recent rise in prominence, many whispered that she would be the next sect master of Qingyuan sect. Naturally, the elders flocked around her. Li Mo, meanwhile, was stuck with a master even dogs would avoid. Being neglected wasn't hard to understand. Among the crowd, the youth named Xiao Qin wiped his sweat, a sigh escaping his lips. His own situation wasn't much better. Are true disciples not allowed in the outer sect's martial training hall? The rules don't forbid it. However, today's basic fist techniques have already been taught. If you wish to learn, you'll need to ask the inner sect senior brother responsible for instruction. He Hongfeng's duty was to guide outer sect disciples in opening their meridians and refining their chi and blood. The inner sect senior brother teaching fist techniques. Li Mo followed his gaze and spotted Wang Hao sipping tea nearby. Wang Hao didn't even look up, his tone less than welcoming. The martial training hall has its rules. I only lead outer sect disciples for 1 hour each day. If you're late, no exceptions can be made. Then, as if just noticing, he feigned surprise. Junior brother Li, aren't you a true disciple? If you insist on breaking the rules, I suppose I'll have to make an exception for you. His words were deliberately provocative. If Li Mo pressed further, he'd be seen as demanding special treatment. What might have seemed like a minor request now felt unfair to the others. Cousin, True disciples think they're so special. Even in the outer sect, they should follow the rules. Wang Hu played along, acting as the perfect foil. Though he hadn't officially become a disciple yet, he was practically guaranteed to be taken under Steward Futu's wing. Status-wise, he had no reason to fear Li Mo, an unpopular true disciple. He Hongfeng stayed silent. As long as no trouble broke out in the hall, he had no intention of getting involved in personal conflicts. All right, you two sound like a comedy duo. Li Mo waved them off and turned back to He Hongfeng. Can I just watch others train? That doesn't break the rules, does it? Of course not. Good. Li Mo nodded and walked into the hall, scanning the area. He seems to be doing well. His eyes settled on Xiao Qin in the corner, and he approached. TCH, those two, together now. Wang Hao smirked, watching from the side. Wang Hu nearly laughed aloud. Did he think he could learn just by watching? Who did he think he was? And of all people, he'd chosen the outer sect's most infamous failure. Senior brother, would you mind if I observed your training? Li Mo first offered a respectful bow. Xiao Qin, watch if you want, but I can't guarantee you'll learn anything. Xiao Qin replied gruffly. Li Mo smiled warmly. Just focus on your training, senior brother Xiao. Pay me no mind. Xiao Qin's expression softened slightly. This young man, despite being a true disciple, didn't flaunt his status. Instead, he treated an outer sect disciple like him with courtesy. After enduring so much disdain, he rarely felt such respect from others. For a moment, he felt a strange kinship with Li Mo. Junior brother, this is the Six Harmonies fist. I'll start from the beginning, watch closely. Xiao Qin slowed his movements deliberately for Li Mo's sake. The Six Harmonies fist emphasizes channeling energy through all six harmonies, with intent reaching the 8 directions. Power rises from the earth. Once mastered, your eyes and hands move as one. Xiao Qin meticulously demonstrated the fist techniques while simultaneously explaining the martial principles, a masterclass in making the profound simple. As Li Mo observed, curiosity stirred within him. The senior brother's grasp of the Six Harmonies fist was impressive, far beyond the level of an outer disciple. Before long, Li Mo had roughly memorized the techniques, though his understanding remained superficial. Senior brother, what should I call you? Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin halted his movements. Xiao. The surname alone screamed, extraordinary, and Li Mo couldn't help but make the association. Activating his heaven's eye, he scrutinized the young man. Name, Xiao Qin. Age, 18. Root bone, none. Cultivation, newly entered the Qi blood realm. Fate, purple. Evaluation, though his root bone is ordinary, his comprehension is exceptional. Resilient by nature, he appears unremarkable on the surface but hides jade within. A late bloomer destined for greatness. Recent circumstance, possesses the rare treasure 7 stars ancient jade. This artifact, requiring vast amounts of Qi blood to activate, has caused Xiao Qin's cultivation to regress from the 10th meridian of the Qi blood realm. After reading, Li Mo froze for a moment. Xiao Qin actually had a purple fate. He hadn't expected it. After all, the young man was just an outer disciple, seemingly unremarkable. If not for his skilled fist techniques and that conspicuous surname, Li Mo might have overlooked him entirely. Well, maybe I should just hunt down people with certain surnames for investments. Round up all the Shaws. Yes, it also highlighted something. Even those with exceptional fate weren't guaranteed smooth sailing. They might face trials and tribulations. Overcoming them could strengthen their fate, while failure might diminish or erase it entirely. As Li Mo pondered, Xiao Qin suddenly frowned, glancing at Wang Hu in the distance. Junior brother Li Mo, if you have issues with Wang Hu, you should leave soon. Oh, why's that? Li Mo asked, puzzled. The martial hall has another rule. Disciples can challenge each other for sparring, and the challenged cannot refuse. Xiao Qin's expression darkened. What kind of rule is that? Aren't they worried about injuries? Li Mo raised an eyebrow. So, Wang Hu was planning to challenge him. With that supervising elder watching, nothing too serious will happen. At worst, minor injuries and some humiliation. Xiao Qin sighed, his tone suggesting he'd suffered such treatment before. Li Mo nodded thoughtfully. The rule made sense. The sect didn't want disciples who were all talk. Better they learn harsh lessons here than die outside. Combat was encouraged. As long as no one was crippled or killed, it was fair game. If you want to learn the fist techniques, come back tomorrow. For now, you should go. No need. What's there to fear? Li Mo smirked, utterly unfazed. Xiao Qin frowned. Was junior brother Li Mo relying on his status as a true disciple, assuming Wang Hu wouldn't dare act? Just then, you. Come here. Fight me. Wang Hu cracked his knuckles and shoved an outer disciple forward. The disciple clenched his teeth and engaged. But having only just begun learning the fist techniques, his form was shaky at best. His punches barely differed from wild flailing. Pathetic. Did you skip breakfast? Wang Hu sneered, effortlessly deflecting the strike before sweeping the disciple's legs out from under him. Thud, the disciple collapsed to his knees. On the platform, Hongfeng frowned. Sparring was one thing, but Wang Hu was clearly bullying a weaker opponent. Yet after a glance at Wang Hao, he held his tongue. You, what? Not satisfied? We can go again. And no, I yield, trash. Train harder next time. Get lost. Wang Hu rolled his neck, bones popping, before turning. Oh, almost forgot, we've got a precious true disciple here. Come on, let's see what makes you so special. He stomped forward, shoving aside anyone in his path. Li Mo, despite Wang Hu's aggressive approach, Li Mo felt no fear. After all, he could instantly pour years of martial insight into the Six Harmonies fist. How many should he add? 20. Would that be too much? Might he accidentally kill the guy? Then, swish, a frigid branch sliced through the air like a blade. Wang Hu's face paled as he desperately dodged. Too late. The branch grazed his neck, drawing blood instantly. The crowd gulped, feeling the phantom sting themselves. All eyes turned to the entrance. There stood Ying Bing, her expression frostier than winter. That branch had been her doing. A single, casual flick, yet it had nearly taken Wang Hu's head off. Li Mo. What is this absurd sense of security? She tried to kill me. Wang Hu trembled, voice shaking. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with desire as he stared at the stunning figure, mastering an advanced sword technique on the first day. Peerless talent, breathtaking beauty, and that ice-cold demeanor, perfect. But with Wang Hu wailing pitifully, Wang Hao put on a stern face. Junior sister Ying Bing, how could you attempt to kill a fellow disciple? You owe me an explanation. He was ignored. What brings you here? Li Mo asked, surprised. Passing by on my way to the scripture pavilion. Ying Bing's brows furrowed briefly before smoothing out. She seemed to understand why Li Mo was in the martial hall. Opened your meridians. Yeah, though unlike you, I haven't learned any sword arts yet. Li Mo was both curious and shocked. That strike hadn't been beginner level. Nor could a freshly opened meridian channel that power. Ying Bing had clearly unlocked another primary meridian. Damn. Red fate is terrifying. Almost as broken as my cheats. Return to Autumn Water Pavilion. Ying Bing's voice was cool, like jade striking stone. Without waiting for a response, she turned to leave. Right. Glancing at the still stunned Xiao Qin, Li Mo decided there was no rush. The guy wasn't going anywhere. He could invest tomorrow. Their casual exchange unfolded as if no one else existed. Nearby, Wang Hao's face darkened like storm clouds. Junior sister Ying Bing, you nearly killed my cousin. Even as a true disciple, you can't act so recklessly. Ying Bing paused. The flies buzzing had finally annoyed her. Without turning, her voice cut through the air. When I kill, I don't, nearly, do anything. With that, she walked out the door. None of the outer disciples along the way dared to meet her gaze. Li Mo. Yes, exactly, this was the feeling he remembered. Wang Hao was instantly left speechless, his gloomy expression shifting several times. Her unyielding tone actually made him feel a flicker of conviction. Senior brother are you just going to stand there and watch? Junior sister Ying hasn't broken any rules. Your cousin is howling with plenty of energy, hardly the sign of a life-threatening injury. Besides, he was the one who demanded a challenge against a true disciple. Well, here she is. Hongfeng chuckled. Did they think he was stupid? Even if junior sister Ying tore down the martial training hall, he'd still cover for her. Stop howling already, she's gone, Wang Hao snapped, his mood inexplicably foul as he kicked Wang Hu in the rear. Only then did Wang Hu realize, he just had a shallow cut on his neck. It looked terrifying, but it was nothing serious, but for a moment, he had truly felt the brush of death, as if his head had been severed from his body. Li Mo, you coward. Hiding behind a woman. If you dare show your face in the martial training hall again, I'll make you regret it. She can't protect you forever. Wang Hu roared furiously toward the exit. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Qin in the corner, shaking his head with a faint, mocking smile. You worthless trash, laughing at me. Weren't you the one teaching Li Mo how to fight earlier? Wang Hu's temper flared instantly. Since you're such a great teacher, come on, let me learn a thing or two from you. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes, bracing himself. He didn't have Li Mo's luck. He'd have to rely on himself. Inside the carriage, though this carriage appeared modest on the outside, it concealed extraordinary craftsmanship within. The beams alone were carved from golden fragrant wood, adorned with gluttonous motifs, sturdy, rot-resistant, and exuding an exotic aroma. It was essentially the martial world's equivalent of a luxury sedan, and riding in it, one couldn't even feel the slightest jolt. No wonder it's the sect leader's personal ride. Elder, how much does a carriage like this cost? Li Mo couldn't help but marvel, though he remained somewhat reserved. He was like a country boy stepping into a nobleman's estate, curious but too cautious to touch anything. This old man is merely a servant, surnamed Ba. Young master may call me Old Ba, the elderly coachman chuckled. If measured in gold, this carriage would cost tens of thousands of taels. It was a gift from the owner of Hesheng Trading Company. Li Mo, the young man, who had once considered himself modestly well off, suddenly felt the sting of poverty. Tens of thousands, and in gold, no less. Even if the entire thing were forged from solid gold, it wouldn't cost that much. Noticing his bewilderment, Old Ba grinned. This carriage is forged from frost iron. Even an expert in the observation divine realm couldn't damage it. No wonder I can't afford it, Li Mo sighed, patting his empty coin pouch. His dream of owning a similarly extravagant ride had just been dashed. At the tea table, Ying Bing sat with effortless grace, sipping her tea as if she were the carriage's rightful owner. No, Li Mo even had the fleeting thought that she was merely condescending to grace it with her presence. Wasn't this ice block just a punching bag back at the Li Manor? Li Mo couldn't help but marvel. This was the privilege of one born with the emperor's bone. Back at the Autumn Water Pavilion, Ying Bing picked up a withered branch and began practicing her swordplay, testing the limits of her current cultivation level. Meanwhile, Li Mo stood by the kitchen door and asked, anything you'd like to eat today? The Qingyuan sect naturally had a dining hall, but since every meal with the ice block yielded rewards, Li Mo was more than happy to cook. Anything is fine. I have no particular cravings, so don't waste effort on it, Ying Bing replied without turning. That's because you've never tasted real food. I'm not boasting, but if I put my mind to it, my cooking would be unmatched in this world. Li Mo brimmed with confidence. Among the white-tier rewards he'd received were rare seasonings unknown to this world. Even a pack of hot pot base he'd been itching to try. Ying Bing remained silent. Whether she heard him or not was unclear. She's way too focused, Li Mo sighed inwardly. Humans weren't machines. Neglecting one's basic needs for too long would only lead to trouble. Is senior sister Ying Bing here? A voice called from outside. Li Mo stepped out to find an outer sect steward delivering bundles of exotic beast meat, precious ingredients that nourished qi and blood, rarely seen outside the sect. Such were the privileges of a sect leader's direct disciple. The steward explained that these were raised on rare beast peak, ironbone ox, azure-scaled fish, and stonehorn sheep. Beef, lamb, and fish, perfect for hot pot, Li Mo mused, already salivating. Half an hour later, the courtyard was filled with the rich, spicy aroma of simmering broth. Li Mo sat by the stove, dipping paper-thin slices of ironbone ox into the bubbling pot. Divine. When this world's exotic meats met a hot pot base from Earth, the result was nothing short of heavenly. Try this. Li Mo fished out a piece of fish and placed it in Ying Bing's bowl. A layer of red oil glistened on the girl's lips, making them appear even more vivid. Good, right, passable. But the speed of her chopsticks had quickened ever so slightly, Li Mo noticed and grinned. Eat up. Beast meat's good for martial training too. Food and pleasure are human nature. You should indulge once in a while. Amid the rising steam, the girl's face blurred in the haze. Her cheeks moved faintly, whether she heard him or not was anyone's guess. Third floor, inside the room. Congratulations, host. Investment. Exotic beast hot pot. Reward obtained. 1 mystic crystal. Mystic crystal contains the purest natural energy of heaven and earth. used in alchemy, weapon forging, or as a power source for artifacts. Its applications are boundless. That hot pot was worth every bite. A milky white crystal materialized in Li Mo's palm, a prism shimmering with faint light. The energy within felt familiar. Wasn't this the same energy he absorbed during cultivation? But the amount condensed in this single crystal was staggering. It would take him ages to accumulate this much on his own. Not that he needed it much right now. Still, this thing was priceless, worth a fortune. Even the ascension steps relied on these to activate. Decision made. We're eating exotic beast meat every day. I'll keep that ice block well fed. Li Mo pocketed the crystal, his mind made up. Then another thought struck him. Didn't senior brother Shao Qin have that 7-star ancient jade? His cultivation had been deteriorating because the jade required energy to activate. Wouldn't this mystic crystal solve his problem? I don't need the crystal anyway. Might as well invest it in him. Li Mo had pieced together some patterns regarding investments. Fate rank determined the baseline reward. But the more beneficial the investment was to the recipient, the greater the reward would be beyond that baseline. Shao Qin had a purple tier fate. The return would undoubtedly surpass a single mystic crystal. No need to keep practicing 6 harmonies fist. 20 years of martial insight should be more than enough to master it. Learning from last time, Li Mo didn't expend all his insights at once. 5 years of martial insight successfully infused. After 1 year of practice, you've fully grasped the 6 harmonies fist, reaching the novice stage. By the 4th year, the fist art had integrated into your daily movements, no longer bound by rigid forms. In the 5th year, your 6 harmonies fist reached minor achievement. The familiar sensation washed over him, but minor achievement wasn't enough. Another 5 years of martial insight infused. In the 1st year, relentless training hinted at a higher realm of the fist art. By the 3rd year, a flash of inspiration pointed you toward the right path, which you tested and refined. In the 4th year, your 6 harmonies fist reached major achievement. The 5th year brought new insights, though they remained elusive. As the insights fully settled, Li Mo clenched his fists, itching to test them. Without delay, he assumed a stance in his room and began executing the fist techniques with fierce precision. Every motion flowed naturally, as if he'd honed them through years of practice. Crack, power surged from the ground, coalescing into a single devastating strike. 6 harmonies united. The force shredded his sleeve into tatters. And this is just with 1 meridian unlocked. Li Mo exhaled deeply and changed into fresh clothes. Right now, he couldn't even unleash the full potential of 6 harmonies fist. Time to cultivate. He sat cross-legged and quietly activated the Fire Heart Lotus technique. A single sword flicked by Ying Bing blossomed into 9 sword flowers. The flower-seeking sword technique. She had mastered it in her past life, yet today she still watched Elder Han He's meticulous demonstration with focus. After all, this was a secret sect technique. If she outright claimed she already knew it, she wouldn't be able to explain how. At her current level, she could already summon 9 flowers with a single stroke. In her prime, a casual swing of this sword art would conjure a sky full of falling petals, all transformed from sword energy. And if augmented by the power of the Supreme Yin, freezing an entire lake would be effortless. But her current realm was still far too weak. Ying Bing sheathed her sword and stood still, preparing to intensify her training. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrowed. The commotion next door, he's drawing upon the world's vital energy during his training. This shouldn't be a technique from Shangwu's repertoire. It feels more like a unique physique. Ying Bing was mildly surprised. She knew many methods to harness the world's energy to strengthen oneself. But without exception, all such techniques required at least the outer scenery realm. Without an inner world connected to the external one, a martial artist simply couldn't siphon energy directly from heaven and earth. That could only mean one thing. It was a trait of Li Mo's special physique. Source flow martial body, evergreen wood physique, boundless celestial body. Ying Bing fell into reminiscence, recalling the many prodigies she had encountered. Some among them had left a lasting impression with their brilliance. Which of these would Li Mo's physique resemble? Or perhaps, one she had never seen before. A moment later, she dismissed the thought. She was merely curious about the drastic changes in Li Mo. The exact nature of his physique didn't matter. If she didn't recognize it, it couldn't be that formidable, at least not enough to rank on the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion's 9 Heavens and 10 Earths leaderboard. And if it belonged to one of those past rivals she had defeated, what of it? In the end, none could compare to the 10 Extremities physique. After 2 hours of training, $2 chilling aura began seeping from her body once more. She had just settled onto her bed when, knock knock, the door creaked open slightly. Limo peeked in, carrying a bronze basin. Ying Bing, the exotic beast meat needs refrigeration. I'll leave it in your room. The ice block brand fridge, praised by all who used it. Ying Bing watched as he placed the covered basin in the corner and left, $2 then turning off the lamp for her on his way out. In the past, she would have hurled the basin out and fixed him with a frosty glare, warning him never to enter her room uninvited or leave things there again. But today, the lingering richness of the hot pot still danced on her tongue, unforgettable. If the meat spoiled, she wouldn't get to enjoy it, would she? Swish, she drew the bed curtains shut. The room grew quieter as the biting cold spread, and she gradually drifted into sleep. The sleeping girl's face tensed slightly, but not from the torment of extreme cold. She was dreaming of her past as the Phoenix Sovereign, ruling over the Cassia Palace. Palace Master, I know disciples of the Cassia Palace must never indulge in love, so I beg you, strike down my martial arts and strip me of all my power. Master, I've met someone during my travels, Palace Master, ha ha ha. Ying Bing, you don't even understand what love is. How pathetic. Fragmented scenes flashed chaotically, and her frown deepened. The next day, the sun rose high, casting bright light over the land. In the martial training hall, Xiao Qin limped inside, his face pale and his breath weak, clear signs of injury. Xiao Qin actually dared to come today. After getting beaten so badly yesterday, his wounds probably haven't even healed yet. Ah, if it were the old Xiao Qin, he could have crushed Wang Hu with one hand. Who knows what happened to him? If he stays like this for another 6 months, he'll probably be expelled from the Qingyuan sect, right? A few disciples whispered among themselves, their tones tinged with pity, but the moment Wang Hu and Wang Hao walked in, they immediately fell silent. You trash, you still have the guts to show up today. Good, very good. I love stubborn fools who refuse to admit defeat. Wang Hu grinned with amusement, cracking his knuckles. Thud, Xiao Qin ignored him, continuing to practice his punches despite his injuries. Li didn't come today. It seemed he had taken his advice. Sigh. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin had no choice but to be here. In 6 months, if nothing changed, he'd be kicked out of the Qingyuan sect. With his Qi blood realm declining again and again, his only hope now lay in mastering his fist techniques. Senior brother Xiao, you're injured. Hearing the voice, Xiao Qin turned around, and froze in surprise. Li Mo. The others were equally stunned. He actually came. Yesterday, Wang Hu had openly threatened to spar with Li Mo if he ever showed up again. Wang Hu had been training in martial arts since childhood. Li Mo might have exceptional talent as a core disciple, but he was still a newcomer to martial arts with no prior foundation. Was he really that concerned about losing face as a core disciple if he backed down from a mere outer disciple? But getting humiliated in a fight would be even worse. Good, good, good. So you think I wouldn't dare challenge a core disciple, huh? Wang Hu narrowed his eyes, shifting his focus to Li Mo. His aura turned dangerous. If he had merely toyed with Xiao Qin, his hatred for Li Mo ran bone deep. He glanced at his cousin. Don't break the rules, Wang Hao said indifferently. Of course not, Wang Hu smirked. Meaning, within the rules, anything goes. He Hongfeng frowned. Couldn't Wang Hu just stay quiet for once? Had these two forgotten how terrifying Elder Shangwu was? But since they weren't technically breaking any rules, there was nothing he could say. Stop standing around. Start training. The outer disciples resumed their fist practice, while Wang Hao began teaching the 6 harmonies fist to the newcomers. His movements were fluid and natural, showing years of mastery in the technique. Yet, the atmosphere in the training hall was tense. Something's about to go down. You shouldn't have come, Xiao Qin said gravely, his thick brows furrowed. You got beaten up yesterday, yet here you are, Li Mo replied with a carefree smile. Xiao Qin sighed. I have my reasons. So do I. Xiao Qin was taken aback, unsure how to respond. True, though they hadn't known each other long, Li Mo didn't strike him as the type to fight just for pride. Senior brother Xiao, take this. Consider it repayment for teaching me yesterday. Li Mo handed him a small jade box. The 6 harmonies fist isn't some divine technique, so there's no need to, huh? Before Xiao Qin could even open the box fully, his pupils shrank in shock. He recognized what was inside: mystic crystal. Keep it quiet. Just between us, Li Mo whispered, pressing a finger to his lips. Junior brother Li, I can't accept this. Besides, a treasure like this can enhance any martial art. You should use it yourself. Xiao Qin hurriedly closed the box, lowering his voice. My constitution is special. It's useless to me. Li Mo's smile carried sincerity. He had seen the flash of desire in Xiao Qin's eyes, yet the man had restrained himself, refusing the gift and even reminding Li Mo of its value. This guy's worth keeping around. Even so, it's too precious. Xiao Qin remained firm. If you feel indebted, consider it a loan. Pay me back someday. And as the first friend I've made here, refusing again would be an insult. Li Mo slapped the box into his hand. Friend. Xiao Qin clutched the box, stunned. Once, he'd had friends in the Qingyuan sect, back when his talent still shone. But after falling from the inner sect to the outer sect, those so-called friends vanished. None offered help, some even kicked him while he was down. And yet, Li Mo, who had only learned fist techniques from him for a day, was giving him a treasure that could change his fate. Just now, the jade pendant on his chest had reacted violently. Take it, senior brother. You need this, Li Mo urged again. After a brief struggle, Xiao Qin clenched his jaw. I will never forget this kindness. No grand speeches, no questions about why Li Mo believed he could repay this debt someday. Just a firm gaze and a solemn fist salute. Some things needed no words. Then I won't hold back when I need your help later. Li Mo patted his shoulder. Judging by the look in Xiao Qin's eyes, the man would probably throw himself into danger for him without hesitation. A purple destiny individual. His chief master also had a purple destiny, now the youngest elder in the Qingyuan sect. A single investment could secure the loyalty of a future powerhouse and earn system rewards. A triple win. He won twice. Talk about luck. They say more friends mean more paths. If I keep investing like this, once they grow stronger, won't I become the most well-connected man in the Great Yu? Li Mo's imagination ran wild. A classic scene played in his mind. A core disciple of the Qingyuan sect returns home to find his father living in a doghouse. With a single command, 10,000 experts descend from the skies. From now on, call me Li, the face fruit bearer, Mo. What a glorious future. Ah, right. The rewards. Xiao Qin offered to continue teaching him the 6 harmonies fist, but Li Mo declined with a smile, choosing to sit aside instead. Sipping tea, he checked his investment returns. Congratulations, host. Successful investment. Mystic Crystal X1. Investment reward. Extreme Arms Slaughter Body. Extreme Arms Slaughter Body. Peerless art. Harness the killing intent of weapons to temper the body, forging an indomitable physique. At its peak, all arms bow before you. Not only does it grant unmatched physical might, but it also amplifies the power of any weapon wielded. The complete martial art flooded his mind, instantly memorized. Li Mo closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge. This was a body-refining technique, one that also enhanced weapon mastery. This art requires tempering myself with the killing aura of weapons. Deep in thought, Li Mo pondered his next steps. Ultimate Soldier's Body Refinement. Just the name alone exudes a menacing aura. However, this is by no means a heretical practice. Instead, it is an extremely pure and highly sophisticated method of external body training. It is extremely perilous and incredibly difficult to master, but the rewards after mastering it far outweigh the hardships and perils. Li Mo made a decision to practice it. In the martial world, getting into trouble is inevitable. No matter how good the armor is, it can't compare to one's own strength. For his own safety, he must master this technique. Is there a place within the sect where the sharp killing aura of soldiers is strong? Before he knew it, $2 he instructor in the martial arts hall had finished teaching the boxing techniques. It was now free, practice time. $2 hitch also meant that free sparring was allowed. Li Mo, you don't have a woman to protect you today, do you? Wang Hu sneered, clenching his fists until they creaked. His eyes were blood red, and his gaze was filled with such hatred that it seemed he wanted to devour the young man in front of him alive. He Hongfeng sensed something was wrong. However, just as he was about to stand up and stop it, Wang Hao grabbed his hand. Junior brother Wang, if something really goes wrong, you and I can't bear the responsibility, he Hongfeng said in a solemn tone. Wang Hao squinted his eyes and sneered, "Don't worry. My cousin knows his limits. Besides, he's only at the Qi, blood realm. If there's any problem, you can stop it at any time. As long as it's within the rules, don't interfere." "All right then." Hongfeng hesitated for a moment and thought it made sense. He had already reached the great heavenly cycle realm of inner breath. As long as he paid attention, no one at the Qi, blood realm could cause any major trouble under his nose. Wang Hu. Xiao Qin took a step forward and actually stood up, walking straight towards Wang Hu. It seemed that he wanted to have a sparring session with Wang Hu first. Xiao Qin was always reliable, but someone was faster than him. Xiao Qin only heard a whistling sound of the wind passing by his ear. Wang Hu only saw a dark shadow rapidly expanding in his field of vision. It was a fist. Bang! Almost all the outer sect disciples present hadn't even reacted yet. When they finally came to their senses, they heard a dull thud. Wang Hu staggered backwards and finally plopped down on the ground. The look of shock on his face hadn't even had time to fade. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. The pain in his ribs made it hard for him to breathe. It seemed that a bone had cracked. "You're too weak. Sparring with you, I'm afraid I won't learn anything," Limo said indifferently, still wearing a faint smile on his face. Beside him, Xiao Qin's mouth was wide open in disbelief. The 6, Harmony Boxing. This couldn't be right. Limo had just learned the boxing yesterday. Moreover, he had just started his cultivation. Where did he get so much strength? The vast training hall fell into dead silence. The outer sect disciples witnessing this scene rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were still dreaming. Limo had only just learned this fist technique. Yet today, he defeated Wang Hu, the tyrant of the training hall, with a single punch, leaving him unable to even crawl back up. And they call this a beginner. Are all true disciples this monstrous? On the grand chair, Hongfeng's eyes flickered with shifting emotions. Having touched the threshold of the observation divine realm, he could clearly see that Li Mo had only opened one primary meridian. While his progress was undeniably fast, that wasn't what shocked him. Wang Hu was at the Qi blood realm with 3 meridians opened. For a 1-meridian fighter to crush a 3-meridian opponent, though Wang Hu had underestimated his foe, it proved Li Mo's mastery of fist techniques far surpassed Wang Hu's. He had seen it clearly. That punch was at least at the minor mastery level of the 6 Harmonies fist. Wang Hao shot up from his seat and rushed to Wang Hu's side, channeling his inner breath to stabilize the latter's qi and blood. His expression darkened to the extreme. If true disciple Li disdains sparring with outer sect disciples, then how about crossing hands with me? Wang Hao, this violates the rules. Hongfeng set down his teacup, inwardly cursing. An inner breath realm cultivator who'd been training for years, challenging a Qi blood realm novice. Have you no shame? The other outer sect disciples also couldn't hold back their outrage. When Wang Hu bullied us, you stayed silent, so he's only allowed to win, is that it? I won't use my inner breath. I'll suppress my cultivation to the early Qi blood realm. An inner sect disciple seeking guidance from a true disciple, even if this reaches my master, it's still within the rules. Wang Hao made no effort to spare Hongfeng's dignity. Hongfeng's face grew even uglier. Using Futu to pressure him. The gap between an inner sect deacon and an outer sect deacon was far greater than that between their disciples. A cold smirk suddenly twisted his lips as a thought struck him. Fine. As long as you don't regret it. What say you, junior brother Li? If you wish to decline, that's understandable. Wang Hao ignored him, his sharp gaze locking onto Li Mo. Li Mo narrowed his eyes. If they were at the same realm, it was worth a try. Moreover, during the earlier fight, an inexplicable surge of battle intent had risen in his chest. Instead of fading, it had only grown fiercer, like a wildfire. That was why, in his first real combat experience, he had executed his techniques without the slightest hesitation, unleashing everything he'd learned. Could this also be due to the Xuanpin immortal body? Then I'll ask for your guidance. Li Mo's soft voice sent ripples through the crowd. He actually accepted. He'd only been practicing fist techniques and martial arts for 2 days at most. If it were any other inner sect disciple, it might be fine, but Wang Hao, for all his amiable facade, was vicious at heart. Li Mo then turned his head. Senior brother Xiao, step back a bit, huh? Where was old Xiao? The space beside him was empty. Xiao Qin had vanished without a trace. Strange. Old Xiao didn't seem the type to flee at the first sign of trouble. Ha! You stand up for others, yet they abandon you. Wang Hao, eager to ensure his opponent didn't back out, clasped his hands behind his back, lips curling in mockery. To avoid accusations of bullying, I'll let you make the first. Whoosh! Before he could finish, a fist was already at his ribs. Limo had no patience for niceties with troublemakers. His spine arched like a drawn bow, his fist a cannonball aimed straight for the vulnerable spot below Wang Hao's ribs. Feeling the sharp gust of wind, Wang Hao raised a brow but remained unshaken. Boom! Their fists collided. Wang Hao's arm went numb from the impact, yet he stood firm, relying on his combat experience to counterattack immediately. But to his shock, Limo moved with the precision of a veteran. Ignoring the straight punch aimed at his chest, Limo instead surged forward, his arm descending like an iron whip toward Wang Hao's shoulder. His fist momentum flowed seamlessly, without pause, minor mastery of the Six Harmonies fist. Wang Hao's heart chilled, but his own punch was already beyond recall. Gritting his teeth, he poured every ounce of his Chi blood realm strength into the strike, executing it flawlessly. He, too, had minor mastery of the Six Harmonies fist. And moreover, HMPH. Wang Hao snorted, pulling his shoulder back slightly. Limo's devastating punch landed, but an invisible force seemed to cushion the blow, leaving it a hair's breadth from its target. Meanwhile, the punch to his chest sent Limo stumbling back several steps. Inner breath. Limo exhaled sharply, recognizing Wang Hao's feint. He had used inner breath after all. But instead of protesting, the fire in his eyes burned brighter. Again. Oh. Wang Hao was taken aback by the kid's tenacity, though his sneer deepened. In the end, you're just a novice with a few tricks. The longer this drags on, the more your inexperience shows. This move again. If it failed once, repeating it would only leave you open. His pupils abruptly constricted. That fist. Crack. Limo's fierce punch shattered the thin layer of inner breath, landing squarely on Wang Hao's shoulder. Wang Hao staggered back, his face alternating between green and white, vision swimming. Six harmonies interconnected. Major mastery. He Hongfeng's teacup slipped from his fingers, spilling premium Longjing tea all over his lap. But he didn't even notice, his face frozen in shock. The Six Harmonies fist was foundational, yes, but that didn't make it easy. On the contrary, the most basic techniques were often the hardest to refine, each step requiring relentless practice. Is this even human? Wang Hao, caught off guard, had suffered a heavy blow. Yet instead of conceding, his entire body trembled with barely suppressed fury. Wang Hao, what do you think you're doing? Before He Hongfeng could intervene, Wang Hao was already charging forward, his palm shimmering with a sinister gleam as he aimed straight for Limo's dantian. He Hongfeng moved to intercept, his cultivation far superior, but his help wasn't needed. Boom! Wang Hao flew backward like a cannonball. Under that terrifying force, his bones emitted a series of sickening cracks. He smashed through the wall, leaving a gaping hole in his wake. He Hongfeng's hair stood on end as he stiffly turned his head. Elder Shang. Master. Senior brother Xiao. Limo blinked, spotting two figures at the entrance. None other than Shang Wu and Xiao Qin. Except Xiao Qin, a burly grown man, was currently being dangled in the air by one hand, his face ashen. Master, why are you here? This kid said you were being bullied in the training hall, so I came. Shang Wu's eyes narrowed to slits. Gone was her usual lazy demeanor, now she resembled a tigress defending her territory. Understanding dawned on Limo, so that's why old Xiao disappeared earlier. Knowing Wang Hao's sore loser nature, he'd gone straight to Jade Cluster Peak to fetch reinforcements. Smart move, old Xiao. Ah, cough, you flatter me, junior brother Li. Xiao Qin, finally set down, swayed unsteadily, his stomach churning. Poor guy, a Chi blood realm cultivator hauled through the skies by an inner landscape realm expert. Master, you beat him up like this, is this really okay? Limo withdrew his sidelong glance. Not far away, Wang Hao had been smashed straight into the wall like a hanging painting, his bones shattered beyond count. Foam dribbled from his mouth, his breathing ragged, more exhales than inhales. Even if he survived, he'd likely be crippled. HMPH, of course it's not okay. Shang Wu crossed her arms, narrowing her almond-shaped eyes. Daring to lay a hand on someone under my protection. A mere inner disciple attacking a true disciple. Someone's definitely pulling the strings behind this. You there, what's your name again? This humble one is He Hongfeng. He Hongfeng wiped cold sweat from his brow, legs trembling. Damn that idiot Wang Hao. No amount of persuasion could stop him. New to the sect, and he had to pick a fight with her. Any seasoned disciple knew, in the Qingyuan sect, it was better to offend the sect master than provoke the ninth elder. Go to the Divine Arms Peak. Tell Futu to get his ass over here. If I don't see him within 15 minutes, I'll pay him a visit myself. Shangwu sprawled lazily across the grand chair. Me. Right away. He Hongfeng bolted out as if a ferocious beast were chasing him. Li Mo. He'd been worried about the classic, small fry beaten, big fry comes seeking revenge, scenario, that the matter would escalate and his master would face consequences, but Shangwu's attitude suggested she was ready to drag the big fry over for a beating too. Xiao Qin coughed lightly and whispered, rumor has it the Divine Arms Peak used to be quite tall, second only to the Qingyuan main peak. Li Mo paused, glancing out the window. Among the mountain peaks, the Divine Arms Peak was now the shortest, as if a massive chunk had been gouged out. Xiao Qin continued, back when Elder Han He and Elder Shangwu had a disagreement, she removed the summit. Li Mo, what? He stared at the jagged, beast-bite-like scar where the peak should have been. Turning back, his delicate, seemingly harmless master sat sipping tea, legs crossed, a faint smirk playing on her lips as if recalling a fond memory. Li Mo felt the absurdity and surrealism of it all. Come here, my precious disciple, or you hurt. Shangwu beckoned with a sweet smile. Li Mo approached, touched, until she added, when Futu gets here, we're squeezing him dry. Think you're up for it. Squeeze him dry. Li Mo broke into a cold sweat. No wonder his master had arrived so quickly. Divine Edge Peak. The forging hall was a place where scorching heat and icy cold coexisted, with the rhythmic clanging of hammers echoing incessantly. He Hongfeng rushed in frantically, blurting out, Elder Futu, you must go now. Elder Shangwu said if she doesn't see you within a quarter hour, she'll storm Divine Edge Peak herself. As his words fell, the burly, bare-chested men in the forging hall broke into a cold sweat, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. They all turned their heads toward the towering giant nearby. Futu's face twitched violently. His grip loosened, and the forging hammer clattered to the ground. What exactly happened? Elder Hanhei slammed the table and stood up, furious, summoning and dismissing our Divine Edge Peak's elder as she pleases, threatening to storm our peak. Does she think we have no one left? The group of muscular men lowered their heads, pretending to be busy. Futu, you should go first. Yes, Elder. Futu's expression shifted before he strode out of the forging hall. Only then did Elder Hanhei ask with a dark face, Elder He, what exactly is going on? Futu's disciple had a sparring match with the newly promoted true disciple. He Hongfeng recounted the events in detail. Elder Hanhei's anger flared to the heavens. A senior disciple picking a fight with a new recruit, how shameless. And to make it worse, he lost. Now, with that troublemaker Shangwu involved, who could twist even the flimsiest excuse into a justification, things were bound to escalate. By the way, you mentioned Li Mo forced Wang Hao to use his inner breath. Exactly. In truth, Wang Hao had been secretly using it earlier, but only a sliver. He only lost his temper after suffering a setback against Li Mo's perfected Six Harmonies fist. This isn't your fault. Elder Hanhei stroked his graying beard, his eyes flickering with thought. Perfected Six Harmonies fist. Opening his meridians in a single day. With just these 2 points, Li Mo was nearly on par with Ying Bing, if not equal. The ascending stone steps never erred. Perhaps this boy's physique was uniquely suited to martial arts, explaining his monstrous progress. Such a prodigy, yet he ended up under Shangwu's tutelage. If he only learned skills, it'd be fine, but if he picked up that madwoman's bad habits. Elder Hanhei's head ached just thinking about it. Martial Training Hall. The moment Futu stepped inside, he saw his disciple embedded in the wall, unconscious, while Shangwu sat imposingly in the seat of honor, sipping tea. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. Elder Shangwu, what is the meaning of injuring my disciple like this? Shangwu's brows shot up, her voice even louder. He struck first. She then lifted Li Mo's arm, pointing to the bruise on his palm. If I hadn't arrived in time, my exceptionally gifted disciple would have been strangled to death by yours. Li Mo coughed lightly, trying to pull his hand back. But it wouldn't budge. Wait, master, this bruise came from me hitting him. A little longer, and it would have faded on its own. Futu reached out with his chi, yanking Wang Hao from the wall. After feeding him a healing pill, he turned back with a cold expression. It was just a spar between fellow disciples. Elder Shangwu, you've gone too far. Wang Hao has the duty to guide newcomers, perhaps he was merely instructing him in fist techniques. Sparring. Using inner breath is also instruction. Shangwu slammed her teacup down, her voice laced with fury. Li Mo, recite the Qingyuan sect's rules. Those who harm fellow disciples may be executed on the spot. Li Mo chimed in appropriately. Useless. What good are you? Futu glared at the unconscious Wang Hao. Bullying a disciple who just joined yesterday, and resorting to inner breath. Now, with the charge of harming a fellow disciple hanging over them, they had no choice but to swallow the humiliation. Amid his anger, he couldn't help but glance at the youth beside Shangwu. He knew Wang Hao's limits, how could he fail to subdue the boy without inner breath? Then, thank you, Elder Shangwu, for disciplining my disciple. Farewell. Futu hoisted Wang Hao over his shoulder and turned to leave. But before he took 2 steps, a chilling aura locked onto him, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Your divine edge peak still owes me an explanation. Shangwu spat out a tea leaf in disgust. Bring me 10,000 jin of frost iron, 1,000 jin of crimson gold, and 10 jin of refined iron. If even a single tail is missing, you won't leave this hall alive. Everyone present gasped. This was equivalent to Divine Edge Peak's output for a decade. Even Elder Hanhei might not be able to produce so much. Veins bulged on Futu's forehead, such outrageous demands. Shangwu, don't push your luck. And what if I do? A scorching aura erupted, suffocating the air itself. For a fleeting moment, Li Mo thought he saw a lotus of fire blooming around his beautiful master, its flames eternal and unyielding. Futu's momentum faltered. With anyone else, he'd be certain they wouldn't dare attack within the sect. But Shangwu, when this madwoman lost her temper, even the sect master gave her space. Seizing the moment, Li Mo played mediator. Elder Futu is only a steward of Divine Edge Peak. Asking for so much is truly beyond his means. Moreover, I wasn't injured. Perhaps, we could reduce the compensation. Shangwu snorted. Fair enough. Disciple, what do you think would be acceptable? Li Mo cleared his throat. Bring me pen and paper. He swiftly wrote out a list. Futu glanced at it. Most of the items were fine wines Shangwu favored, along with various rare treasures. Though it would still cost him dearly, it was nowhere near as outrageous as before. Come to Divine Edge Peak to collect them. Watching the master-disciple duo's performance, Futu's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to swallow the loss. Ah, that's more like it. If only you'd been this reasonable earlier. Shangwu's oppressive aura vanished instantly. Only after Futu left with a cold snort did she beam with joy, suddenly pulling her precious disciple into a tight embrace, burying his face in her chest. If Li Mo had to describe Shangwu's figure at that moment, he'd call it suffocating. As expected of my disciple. You've already learned a third of my skills. Master, can I have a share? Li Mo asked shyly for his cut. Shangwu instantly grew wary, eyeing him like he was no longer her dear little disciple. 10%. The beautiful elder held up a finger. You're only taking that much, master. 1/10 is yours. 9/10 are mine. Li Mo sighed. Actually, I just wanted some exotic beast meat to grill. Grilled meat. Shangwu's eyes lit up. You can cook. Of course. In Purple Sun Prefecture, I'd rank first, no one would dare claim second. With modern seasonings, he had every reason to be confident. Before he finished speaking, he felt himself being lifted. The surroundings blurred, rushing past at breakneck speed. Just as Li Mo was about to vomit, his feet finally touched solid ground again. Where was this? Hearing the clanging of metal, the dazed young man looked around in confusion. Before his eyes lay a massive cavern, within which faint glimmers of cold light could be glimpsed. To the left and right of the cave, 2 rivers flowed, one scorching hot, the other piercingly cold, each channeled into the courtyard through separate aqueducts. A group of burly blacksmiths toiled away in this courtyard, heads bent over their work. What is this place? That's the Divine Edge Cave. It existed even before our Qingyuan sect was established. Shangwu was in high spirits and happy to explain a few things to her novice disciple. That place is full of scrap metal. Back when I killed an assassin from the Fine Rain Tower, I tossed his sword in there. Elder Hanhei said something about it being nourished by the sharp aura of weaponized slaughter. The sharp aura of weaponized slaughter. Li Mo's heart stirred. Wouldn't this divine edge cave be the perfect place to cultivate the extreme weapon slaughter body? HMPH, those are not mere scraps of metal, Shang Wu. Show some respect for the predecessors of our divine weapon peak. Elder Hanhei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression full of displeasure. Shang Wu wasted no time arguing. She simply stretched out her hand. Where are the goods? HMPH, Fu Tu. At his command, Fu Tu emerged, dragging a horse-drawn cart behind him. Li Mo guessed that this must be some steward named Fu Tu, who had prepared the items so quickly because they were requisitioned from the divine weapon peak. Everything had been requested by his master. It seemed this had been planned for a long time. Only things that could be easily obtained were chosen. Shang Wu narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, grinning like a fox that had successfully stolen its prey. Elder Hanhei, I'm surprised you're being so generous this time. Fine, consider the matter settled. Congratulations, host. Your investment has succeeded. Acting as Shang Wu's accomplice in extortion has yielded rewards. Investment feedback: 3 jars of Icefire wine. Investment feedback: 2 bottles of 6 Rune Clarity pills. Investment feedback: 10 pounds of iron essence. Clarity pill possesses a calming effect, capable of suppressing distracting thoughts to a certain degree. Each pill lasts for 2 hours, with a maximum of 1 pill per day. Excessive consumption may lead to emotional numbness and loss of humanity. Iron essence, a single ounce refined from 10,000 pounds of iron. Adding even a trace to an ordinary weapon can make it sharp enough to split a hair. A must-have material for forging divine weapons. Young Li was also delighted. Who would have thought that helping his master extort goods would count as an investment? This was a jackpot. It might not be the highest quality reward he had ever received, but it was certainly the most abundant. The value of these rewards far exceeded the sum of everything his master had painstakingly plundered. HMPH, do you think I would lose both face and advantage? I hope when you lose, Shang Wu, you won't go back on your word either. Elder Hanhei snorted coldly. He was referring to their bet, a competition between their disciples. The stakes of that wager were far more valuable than this mere cart of goods. No, they couldn't even be measured in gold or silver. Then I'll give you a chance to lose. Shang Wu grinned and gave a thumbs up, then flipped it downward. Li Mo. Master, where did this confidence come from? If he remembered correctly, Murong Xiao possessed the cry of the Flood Dragon physique and was hailed as a once-in-a-decade genius of Purple Sun Prefecture. If not for Ying Bing, Murong Xiao would undoubtedly be the top disciple of this generation. Elder Hanhei's confidence likely stemmed from that half-demon bloodline. The defining trait of half-demons was their exceptionally high starting point. HMPH, my disciple may not be particularly talented, but at the Chi Blood Realm's 5th meridian, he can already descend to the 2nd level of the Divine Edge Cave. Shameful, truly shameful, he's only slightly surpassed this old man's achievements from back in the day. Elder Hanhei took a leisurely sip of tea. Shang Wu was genuinely surprised. He's only at the 5th meridian of the Chi Blood Realm, and you're already having him train in the Divine Edge Cave. A mysterious smile played at the corners of Elder Hanhei's lips. This old man has his own plans. No need for you to worry. His disciple possessed a half-demon physique, with a bloodline leaning toward the Flood Dragon lineage, renowned for its formidable physical strength. Under his guidance, the boy had also cultivated body-refining techniques, fully capitalizing on his innate advantages. Now, relying solely on his physical body, he could lift boulders weighing 10,000 pounds. Li Mo might go far in the future, but so what? The Nine Peaks tournament was just around the corner. In the short term, there was no way he could surpass Murong Xiao. HMPH, so what if he can enter the Divine Edge Cave? Shang Wu pouted but ultimately refrained from saying, my disciple can do it too. The weapons inside the cave were all instruments of slaughter. Individually, they might not amount to much, but when gathered in a certain arrangement, they could harm from a distance. Moreover, some of these weapons had claimed countless lives, carrying with them a terrifying killing intent capable of shaking one's soul. Entering was a trial for both body and mind. Even she couldn't reach the deepest levels of the Divine Edge Cave. Elder Hanhei, may I ask if outsiders are permitted to enter the Divine Edge Cave? Oh. Elder Hanhei paused mid-sip. Shengwu also subtly signaled her disciple with her eyes. Foolish disciple, we don't have to compete in everything. Elder Hanhei's gaze swept over them. Entry is permitted, but I advise you to think twice. Apart from Murong Xiao, every disciple inside the cave was at least at the inner breath realm. The former could enter due to his innate physical resilience, while the latter could protect themselves using inner breath. I'll start at the periphery. If it's too much, I won't push myself. Li Mo's eyes burned with determination. His words were meant for both of them. Elder Hanhei inwardly shook his head. No wonder this boy had clashed with others so soon after entering the training hall. Having just made some progress in martial arts, he was already getting ahead of himself, constantly seeking to prove his superiority. Perhaps a little hardship would temper his arrogance. You may enter, but you assume all responsibility for your safety. If something happens, don't blame this old man. Thank you. Li Mo cupped his hands in respect, then glanced at his master. Shengwu narrowed her almond eyes in thought before pulling out a small bell from her sleeve. If you can't endure, shake this twice with force. This was a harmony bell. When one bell was shaken vigorously, the other would ring in response. As long as they weren't separated by 1,000 miles, it would work. Despite her carefree demeanor, Elder Shengwu didn't want her precious disciple to get seriously hurt. Thank you, Master. After pocketing the bell, Li Mo strode toward the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave. Before the Divine Edge Cave, peering into the cave entrance, one could see various weapons displayed within, some gleaming coldly, others rusted and worn. A palpable sense of blades pressing against the skin washed over visitors, making their bodies tense. Numerous martial artists came and went, all exuding formidable auras. Some were blacksmiths, while others were inner disciples from other peaks. What is your purpose for entering the Divine Edge Cave, and how long do you intend to stay? An inner sect steward sat at the entrance, recording the comings and goings. However, when he looked up, he froze slightly. The youth before him was far too young. Li Mo replied, to temper my body and cultivate. No more than 2 hours. The steward blinked, then waved impatiently. You've just entered the Qi blood realm. What business do you have here? Scram. With his observation divine realm insight, he could tell Li Mo had only recently broken through to the Qi blood realm. Elder Hanhei has already granted permission. Li Mo paid no mind to the man's attitude. The steward's gruffness wasn't malicious. Elder Hanhei. The steward's expression shifted to suspicion. Which peak do you belong to? He asked. Li Mo answered, Jade Cluster Peak. Jade Cluster Peak doesn't have any disciples. Halfway through his sentence, the steward suddenly remembered. This year, Elder Shengwu had indeed taken in a true disciple. And not just any disciple, one with exceptional talent. If he recalled correctly, this disciple had ascended the heavenly steps alongside Ying Bing, the sect leader's true heir. What was his name again? For the life of him, he couldn't recall. Hand over your waist token for registration. Li Mo removed his waist token. After recording the details, the steward nodded, his tone softening as he offered advice. If you're here to train, remember to know your limits. The first layer houses sharp weapons, many of which have never tasted blood. As for the second layer, those are genuine killing tools. Hey, I once slew a notorious bandit, and his blade now rests there. Since this was a true disciple, perhaps he had some hidden means. For instance, Elder Hanhei's new true disciple possessed an unimaginably sturdy physique and could already venture into the second layer. He didn't mind explaining a bit more. What about the third layer? Li Mo asked curiously. Young man, don't aim too high. The third layer stores named weapons, each with a spirit of its own. Unless you've reached the observation divine realm, you'd best stay away. The steward shook his head, emphasizing the warning. I understand. Li Mo retrieved his waist token, clasped his hands in salute, and stepped into the cave. Instantly, the sensation of blades prickling his back intensified. The first layer was crowded, and some recognized him. Li Mo. It really is that true disciple Li. What's he doing here? Training. Tisk. With skin that delicate, he doesn't seem like a body tempering expert. And since he hasn't reached the inner breath realm, why would he need to refine his energy with metallic qi? The crowd buzzed with confusion, but Li Mo ignored them, walking forward 50 paces without hesitation. Phew. Can't go any further. Li Mo exhaled deeply. At this point, his skin was already stinging. On his own, 50 paces into the first layer was his limit. pushing further would cause irreversible damage. 10 years of martial insights remain. Let's start by mastering the extreme arms tempering body. Limo steeled himself and focused inwardly. 10 years of martial insights successfully infused. Year 1, you studied the extreme arms tempering body, learning to harness the killing edge of weapons to refine your body. Year 3, through deeper practice, you discovered that with precise control, you could temper your internal organs as well. Year 5, your extreme arms tempering body reached initial proficiency. Year 10, your control became meticulous, allowing you to resonate with weapons on a profound level, even tempering your meridians. Insights complete. You have mastered the extreme arms tempering body to the great achievement stage. In an instant, enlightenment struck. Limo felt as if he'd stepped into a new world. If the pervasive killing edge was like water, then before, he'd been a drowning man. Now, with the extreme arms tempering body at great achievement, he was a skilled swimmer, unshaken unless by raging storms. Temper. Limo sat cross-legged. The surrounding killing edge was drawn into his body. Though dangerous, under his precise guidance, the sharp chi didn't harm him. Instead, it sculpted and refined his physique. Jade must be carved to become a treasure. He's actually cultivating. How long do you think he'll last? I bet he won't make it past an incense stick's time. An incense stick? He'll be lucky to last 100 breaths. Don't you all have your own training to do? Why fuss over others? I'm a blacksmith, thank you very much. As Limo sat motionless like a meditating monk, some couldn't resist gossiping. A few even started betting on how long the true disciple Li could endure. But before the wagers could be settled, Limo suddenly stood up. Damn, that wasn't even 30 breaths. He's really weak. Bets are final. Haha, thanks, true disciple Li, for the free silver. Wait a minute, he's not turning back. The shout snapped everyone out of their daze. Indeed, this Limo, the true disciple, showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he continued deeper into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he was about to descend to the second level. What the hell? Was he out of his mind? Hold on, he seems completely fine. Hiss, this is unnatural. Damn, he actually went down to the second level. The crowd was utterly baffled. The young man moved with light steps, passing through the portal at the end of the first level. His figure soon vanished into the depths of the stairway. This. When they placed their bets, no one had anticipated something like this. How were they supposed to settle this now? After all, even many at the Chi Blood realm could only endure staying on the first level. Yet here was Limo, strolling around as if it were his own backyard. This murderous, razor-sharp intent, it doesn't seem to come solely from the weapons stored in the Divine Edge Cave. Could there be something deeper in the lowest level of the Divine Edge Cave? Limo had picked up on something unusual. Others might not have noticed, but perhaps due to his profound immortal physique, he was exceptionally sensitive to such energies. If he ever took up blacksmithing, he'd undoubtedly excel. The thought only fueled his desire to venture further down. As soon as he stepped onto the second level, $2 number of weapons in sight dwindled, though the variety remained, 18 types, each accounted for. Many bore chips and cracks, clear signs of past battles. A sudden heaviness pressed against his mind, his thoughts growing muddled. It was as if a cold, invasive force had seeped into his core. Killing intent. Limo retrieved a clear heart pill, placing one beneath his tongue. Only then did the unsettling sensation fade. After a brief pause to steady himself, I can still go further. Limo pressed on. Another 100 steps forward, $2 ND abruptly, he spotted a figure. Another young man, clad in the white cloud-patterned robes of a true disciple, adorned with a violet gold crown. The skin around his neck bore faint, scale-like markings. His delicate features were twisted in struggle. Murong Shao. The name surfaced in Limo's mind. He activated his heavenly destiny eye to observe. Name: Murong Shao. Age: 16. Root bone: roaring flood dragon physique. Realm: Chi Blood realm, 5 meridians. Destiny: blue tinged with black. Evaluation: born of a human father and a shape-shifting flood dragon mother. Though inherently kind-hearted, he is tormented by his bloodline. If he harmonizes the strengths of both lineages, his future is boundless. If he succumbs to their flaws, he will bring calamity. Recent circumstance: afflicted by the weapon's killing intent, his draconic nature is awakening. If not withdrawn soon, his temperament may darken irreversibly. Killing intent possession. The last time Li Mo had observed Murong Xiao's destiny, it was blue tinged with violet. Now, it was blue tinged with black. This half-dragon true disciple was teetering on the edge of life and death. One thought could lead to salvation, another, to damnation. His name was Murong Xiao, raised since childhood by his grandfather. He wasn't always called a genius. From a young age, his body bore scale-like markings, making him a frequent target of bullying by other children. Every time he returned from school battered and bruised, his grandfather would scold him for being too soft-hearted and cowardly, unable to even fight back when beaten. But only he knew the truth. When fists and kicks rained down on him, what truly frightened him wasn't the fear of losing, it was the ravenous voice that echoed in his heart, hungry. That was why he never fought back. He feared that once he tasted blood, he would no longer be able to control the starving beast within. As the years passed, that primal hunger gradually faded, but he maintained a vegetarian diet all the same. Murong Xiao believed he had become no different from an ordinary person. Until today, he had reached the second level of the Divine Edge Cave. You are a flood dragon, a born great demon, how can you abstain from blood and flesh? Stop erasing your true self. Return to your nature, and you will never again be trampled by the weak. The instincts he had suppressed for years had never truly vanished. They were like a pile of dry tinder, accumulating silently. Once ignited, the flames would rage uncontrollably. Just as Murong Xiao's consciousness nearly faded, his face nearly covered in scales, the next moment, someone pried open his mouth and shoved something inside. Round and smooth. Before he could even taste it, it slid down his throat. Miraculously, his mind cleared almost instantly. Murong Xiao blinked dazedly and saw a youth standing before him, around his own age, handsome and smiling brightly. In his hand was a porcelain vial, the medicinal fragrance wafting from it invigorating to the senses. Murong Xiao recognized him, the same youth who had been accepted as a true disciple alongside him during the initiation ceremony. Glad you're all right. Li Mo exhaled in relief. Phew, that was close. There weren't many people on this second level to begin with, and he happened to be the closest to Murong Xiao. If Murong Xiao had lost himself to bloodlust, the first target of his rampage would have likely been him. Thank you. Murong Xiao murmured his gratitude. Even a fool could tell this youth had saved him. What he had swallowed earlier must have been an incredibly valuable pill, nothing else could have such an immediate effect. My thanks, Brother Li. I was careless and nearly lost myself to the killing intent. Though I suspect it's more than just that, isn't it? Murong Xiao's expression stiffened. He looked up, meeting the other's gaze. Those smiling eyes seemed to see right through him. I once read about it in an ancient text. Half-demons are often influenced by their bloodline. The higher the rank of the bloodline, the deeper the influence. Without control, the demonic nature awakens. Yours must be of the flood dragon lineage. I saw horns sprouting from your head earlier. Before Li Mo could finish, Murong Xiao's expression shifted several times. Finally, his face darkened, as if he had made a decision. Step by step, he slowly approached. Li Mo instinctively took 2 steps back, wary. Was Murong Xiao about to silence him to keep his secret? The moment the thought crossed his mind, thud. Murong Xiao dropped to his knees, so forcefully that cracks spider-webbed across the stone tiles beneath him. Please, don't tell anyone. Li Mo. The heavenly eye's judgment of his nature is kind-hearted, really wasn't wrong. He almost wondered, if he leaned in right now and whispered, you wouldn't want anyone to know about your half-demon blood, would you? Murong Xiao might agree to anything he demanded. But doesn't Elder Hanhei already know about your half-demon heritage? Suppressing his mischievous thoughts, Li Mo voiced his confusion. Murong Xiao smiled bitterly. You know how the Purple Sun Prefecture calls me the child of the Qilin. That was a lie my grandfather spread. Through Murong Xiao's explanation, Li Mo finally understood the full story. The howling flood dragon was a beast of calamity. Wherever it appeared, bloodshed and chaos followed. Years ago, Murong Xiao's father had brought home a woman, his mother. The two married soon after. Yet it wasn't until she was pregnant that the old family head realized his son was even bolder than the legendary Xu Xian. Many things happened afterward. But in the end, Murong Xiao was born safely. Knowing the half-demon blood couldn't be hidden, the old family head didn't bother concealing it. Instead, he spread rumors throughout the city. Over time, everyone in the Purple Sun Prefecture came to believe Murong Xiao carried a trace of the Water Qilin's bloodline. The Qilin was an auspicious beast. Thus, Murong Xiao became known as the child of the Qilin. Li Mo was utterly stunned. Your whole family is full of absolute legends. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. But even if I don't say anything, you'll be exposed eventually. Ah. Murong Xiao fell silent for a long moment before releasing a heavy sigh. How could he not know? Even if he survived today, what about tomorrow? As a warrior, he couldn't spend his entire life playing the pacifist. At this moment, Murong Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Brother Li, what kind of pill did you give me earlier? Here, it's called the Tranquil Heart Pill. Li Mo handed him the bottle. Tranquil Heart Pill. I've taken it before, but it never had such an effect. Murong Xiao poured out one pill and examined it closely, his expression dimming again. This was indeed a Tranquil Heart Pill, no mistake about it, but it was a 6-marked one. A 6-marked pill, even the simplest healing pill, was something one could only hope to encounter by chance, its value far exceeding the pill itself. No wonder the effect was so potent. Even with the Murong family's considerable influence in the Purple Sun Prefecture, such a treasure was beyond easy reach, because even if alchemists succeeded in refining them, they rarely traded them openly. All right, I'll take my leave now. I still have to train. With that, Li Mo waved his hand dismissively. Brother Li, your pill. Keep it for now. A man's pride is worth more than gold. Consider this a fair exchange for your grand gesture earlier. Huh. As for the bloodline issue, I'll look through that ancient text again. There might be a solution. Wait, what? Murong Xiao knelt there, clutching the porcelain bottle in a daze, borne with a silver spoon in his mouth. This was the first time he felt truly humbled by his own lack of imagination. Seriously, brother. A 6-marked pill. And not just one, an entire bottle. He couldn't even begin to estimate its worth. In the hands of someone who needed it, this was nothing short of priceless. A pang of regret suddenly struck Murong Xiao's heart. If he'd already knelt, he might as well have kowtowed a couple more times. He wanted to chase after Li Mo, at least to express his gratitude properly, but after taking a few steps, he stopped. He realized the place Li Mo was heading to was somewhere he couldn't follow. Brother Li. Li Mo. That's the 3rd level. Murong Xiao's voice echoed through the cavern. Even with his own physical resilience, he could only make it halfway through the 2nd level of the Divine Edge Cave, the Qi Blood Realm, venturing into the 3rd level. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. No way. Brother Li just saved me, I can't let him come to harm. If I can't reach the 3rd level, then I'll have to ask my master for help. Murong Xiao scrambled to his feet. He sprinted toward the cave's exit. Meanwhile, the young man in question remained blissfully unaware. As he walked, Li Mo noticed a notification from his system. You have unclaimed investment returns. Would you like to claim them? Not now. Stepping into the 3rd level, Li Mo focused intently. Before him, weapons of all kinds were embedded sporadically into the stone walls. These were blades once wielded by inner realm experts. Gazing at them felt like glimpsing fragments of their former owners' legacies. Moments when they pierced flesh, clenched in their master's hands during life or death battles. And with that legacy came an aura of killing intent and razor-sharp energy, magnified many times over. There might have been others on this level, $2 none within Li Mo's line of sight. This should be far enough. Any deeper, and even with my extreme blade forging body, it'd be too dangerous. Li Mo settled onto a flat boulder. He pulled out a gourd and took several deep gulps. Ice-fire wine. Cool and refreshing like a mountain spring upon the first sip. Yet the moment it reached his stomach, it ignited like wildfire, searing through every inch of his meridians, sinews, and even bones. Let's begin. Exhaling the wine's aroma, Li Mo chewed and swallowed a Tranquil Heart Pill. Then, he began circulating his energy. As the extreme blade forging body activated, the weapon-borne killing intent surged through him like a torrent. Pain. Beads of sweat formed on Li Mo's forehead as he gritted his teeth. His muscles felt like unyielding stone, gradually polished to reveal jade-like resilience beneath, growing tougher by the moment. The ice-fire wine's potency acted as a lubricant, enhancing the tempering process while accelerating muscle regeneration. His robes clung to him, drenched in sweat, and steam rose from his head. For the first time, Li Mo truly understood just how agonizing body refinement could be. But since he'd already committed, after a brief test, he extended the tempering to his meridians. Just as Li Mo immersed himself in cultivation, $2 he weapons embedded in the walls trembled violently, as if resonating with his energy. At the same time, within the Divine Edge Peak courtyard. What kind of body-refining martial arts did you teach Li Mo? Han He casually probed for information. Even though he believed Murong Xiao couldn't possibly lose, knowing one's enemy was the key to victory. However, Shang Wu's next words nearly made Han He spit out his tea. Body-refining martial arts. I didn't teach him any. You didn't. He only opened his meridians yesterday. Where would he find the time to learn body-refining techniques? Shang Wu propped her chin on her hand, yawning lazily. Han He's aged face twitched. You don't even know what your own disciple is practicing, yet you let him enter the Divine Edge Cave. He had assumed Shang Wu had prepared some hidden trump card to win their bet. And Li Mo, could he really have picked up some low-tier martial art like Iron Shirt and started training like a fool? Just then, Master, something terrible has happened. Murong Xiao rushed into the courtyard, his back drenched in sweat, not from exhaustion but panic. Weren't you training? What's wrong? Han He frowned at his disciple. He had always believed his disciple possessed a calm temperament, which was why he'd allowed him to descend to the second level of the Divine Edge Cave. Why was he so frantic now? The Divine Edge Cave was right under his nose. What major incident could possibly occur? Brother Li has entered the third level of the Divine Edge Cave. Master, you must go save him. Murong Xiao urged. His desperate demeanor made it seem as though his own father had fallen into a river. Brother Li. Which Brother Li? Han He was momentarily confused. Shang Wu's true disciple, Li Mo. Han He. Shang Wu. Li Mo had gone to the third level. The third level housed named weapons. Whether it was the lingering killing intent of past weapon masters or the innate sharp energy of the Divine Edge Cave, neither was something a Chi Blood Realm cultivator could withstand. The blacksmiths in the courtyard collectively gasped. Even they, who worked with weapons daily, dared not linger too long on the third level. For someone in the Chi Blood Realm, it was certain death. That doesn't make sense. How did he even get down there? Han He stood abruptly, his expression shifting between shock and suspicion. To reach the third level, one had to pass through the second. A novice who had just entered the Chi Blood Realm, with no body-refining experience, shouldn't even make it past the second level. Yet Murong Xiao's expression left no room for doubt. I don't know either. Murong Xiao shook his head. Perhaps he possesses a rare treasure that shields him from the sharp energy. Han He pondered for a moment before arriving at this possibility. He should be fine, right? Shang Wu's drunkenness instantly evaporated as she hesitantly pulled out a resonance bell from her robes. The bell hadn't rung. Han He said gravely, on the third level, your disciple likely lost his mind to the killing intent the moment he stepped in. With a treasure, he might last a short while. Before he could finish, a crimson figure shot out like a meteor, leaving only a crater where she had stood. What just flew past? The intersect steward at the entrance rubbed his eyes. Who are you? Register. Do you even know who I am? Oh, it's you. Han He followed swiftly. If a true disciple died in the cave, even he, as an elder, would bear responsibility. Shang Wu, don't collapse my Divine Edge Cave. He shouted after her. This reaction was understandable. Once, an inner breath realm disciple had accidentally entered the third level and lost his mind. The speed of an observation divine realm expert surpassed even the flicker of flame. Truly, faster than fire. Shang Wu made no effort to conceal her aura, her scorching heat overwhelming even the sharp energy of the weapons. As a result, the first and second levels of the Divine Edge Cave were left with many trembling martial artists. In mere moments, Shang Wu arrived at the third level. But then, she suddenly halted. Her tense expression gradually relaxed, replaced by bewilderment. Shang Wu, my disciple has saved yours this time. How do you plan to repay this debt? Elder Han He descended with his hands clasped behind his back. But his words caught in his throat. The elder who had overseen Divine Edge Peak for 20 years froze on the spot at the sight before him. He had thought this would finally force Shang Wu, that madwoman, to owe him a favor. Perhaps she'd stop freeloading off his peak. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to witness such an unforgettable scene. A young man sat atop a bluestone, surrounded by dozens of weapons, each radiating a docile, submissive aura. Without exception, they were all named weapons. Every inner sect disciple had the right to enter the Divine Edge Cave and choose a weapon. With luck, one might earn the recognition of a named weapon. Of course, most could only pick from the first or second levels. For an ordinary disciple, gaining the acknowledgement of a single named weapon was already a stroke of immense fortune. To know, even most elders of the various peaks wield nothing more than named weapons. Dozens of named weapons recognizing a master at once. Han He would rather believe his old eyes, those of a master in the internal scenery realm, were failing him. Gulp. Han He swallowed hard. I told you, this kid doesn't seem like a fool. He's doing just fine with his training. Shangwu snorted, her lazy demeanor returning. Han He was speechless. Who is it that nearly crashed into someone several times just moments ago? At this point, he had no time to argue with Shangwu. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the youth surrounded by named weapons, scrutinizing him again and again. Even after weathering countless storms, he couldn't help but question reality. This kid really is cultivating. And he's drawn dozens of named weapons. The killing intent and sharpness in this entire area now revolve around him. Even someone in the observation divine realm would have to think twice before confronting him. Yet he remains completely unharmed. Han He himself was a master craftsman, exceptionally sensitive to weapons, but the more he understood, the more he realized how impossible this feat was for someone in the Chi blood realm. By the way, old man Han He, doesn't your Divine Edge Cave have a rule? If someone gains the recognition of a named weapon, they can take it away, right? Shangwu wiped the corner of her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming. She didn't even have a named weapon herself. Well, that was because she had something better, but this was dozens of them. If she took her precious disciple for a few more strolls around the third level, there might be even more. Han He, are you here to stock up on goods? You're mistaken. Each disciple can only take one weapon from the Divine Edge Cave. That wasn't the case before. That was then, this is now. The effects of the Tranquil Heart Pill are wearing off. Li Mo stopped circulating his cultivation technique. Opening his eyes, he gazed into the distant, cold glow. When he had pushed the extreme soldier slaughtering body to its limit earlier, he had faintly sensed something. That trace of connection was weak, but it undeniably existed. Deep within the Divine Edge Cave, something was calling to him. Ahem, Li Mo, you may choose one of these named weapons to take with you. The voice of Elder Han He came from behind. Only then did Li Mo snap out of his thoughts and notice the two figures behind him. Elder Han He looked resigned. His master, however, was practically drooling over the weapons surrounding him. Why were they here? Thank you, Elder Han He, but I don't plan to choose a weapon just yet. Li Mo cupped his hands respectfully. His father's greatest hobby was collecting all kinds of weapons, often saying he dreamed of owning a named weapon. Naturally, Li Mo knew how precious they were, but the problem was, he hadn't trained in any weapon techniques yet. It wouldn't make sense to just pick a named weapon at random and then search for a matching martial skill. Exactly, disciple, no rush. Shangwu chimed in, then turned back with a smirk and added, once you can descend to the 4th level of the Divine Edge Cave, we'll take our time picking one. Right, Elder Han He. Han He's eyelid twitched violently. The 4th level, those were the treasures the Divine Edge Peak guarded as its very lifeblood. Let's see if he can even get down there first. Sooner or later. Shangwu, delighted to see the annoying old man flustered, patted her disciple's shoulder triumphantly. But the moment she did, she noticed something odd. Huh, Li Mo, why do you feel harder? Guess why I came to the Divine Edge Cave in the first place. Li Mo had a retort on the tip of his tongue but held back. Well, the extreme soldier slaughtering body technique was indeed remarkably effective. At the very least, he no longer felt pain when his master slapped him. By rough estimate, his physical toughness had increased by at least 30%, and this was just the first day of training. It would only get stronger from here. Once my body toughens up further, I'll go deeper. Whatever's calling to me, it's not on the 4th level. It's even further down. Li Mo withdrew his gaze. At the cave entrance, that Li Mo, the true disciple, entered the 3rd layer of the Divine Edge Cave. Damn, how did he even get in there? He's done for. A few years ago, an inner disciple who had just reached the inner breath realm accidentally wandered into the 3rd layer. By the time they rescued him, his body was riddled with wounds, and his mind was broken. Even after treatment, he was left drooling. Yikes. He won't die on our peak, will he? That's Shang Wu's disciple. Oh, I just remembered I left my laundry hanging at home. Gotta go. The cave entrance was bustling, with many disciples abandoning their blacksmithing work to gossip. If a true disciple were to meet misfortune in the Divine Edge Cave, it would be a major scandal for the Qingyuan sect. Murong Xiao paced back and forth, as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Brother Li is such a good guy. Please don't let anything happen to him. As he muttered to himself, his spirits suddenly lifted. What are you all gathered here for? Get back to your duties. Han He strode forward, scolding the nosy inner disciples. Shangwu and Li Mo emerged from behind him. Li Mo still wore his usual faint smile. Brother Li, are you all right? Do you recognize me? How many fingers am I holding up? Murong Xiao bounded over to Li Mo, waving his fingers in front of him. 5. Wait, don't you only have 5 fingers? Li Mo thought this was some kind of riddle. What's 5 plus 5? 10. After a brief intelligence test, you're not an idiot. That's good. Murong Xiao exhaled in relief, looking genuinely pleased. Li Mo. Thanks. Before they could exchange more words, Li Mo was promptly hauled onto a carriage by Shang Wu. Let's go, old man. Shang Wu cheerfully flicked the horse's rear with her whip. As the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, take care, brother Li. Murong Xiao waved after him. Han He watched, puzzled. Since when did his disciple know Li Mo so well? No matter. The Nine Peaks tournament had nothing to do with personal relationships. When the time came, they would still have to compete. No matter how prodigious Li Mo was, he had only just stepped into the Blood Qi realm. The gap between him and Murong Xiao was still vast, but in the future, that might change. Xiao. In 10 days, all new disciples will participate in the sect trials. From now on, you will train with me every afternoon to refine your martial techniques. Yes, master. Night fell. The vast Qingyu mountain range was enveloped in silence. In the outer disciples' residence, a single room still glowed with lamplight. Xiaoqin clutched an Empyrean crystal, his cultivation now fully restored to the 9th meridian of the Blood Qi realm. The crystal had already turned mostly gray. This wasn't solely his doing. 10th meridian. I've returned to the 10th meridian of the Blood Qi realm. Xiaoqin opened his eyes, his usually stern face breaking into a rare smile. But then, he frowned at the now completely gray crystal in his palm. It's completely drained. I shouldn't have been able to absorb this much. Of course you couldn't. That was my doing. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Who are you? My name. Well, that's a long story. 10 minutes later, Xiaoqin sat in stunned silence, torn between shock and disbelief. His cultivation had plummeted because of the jade pendant hanging from his chest, or rather, the old man inside it, who called himself the Thousand Forms Martial Venerable. If the old man was to be believed, he had once been far stronger than even the Qingyuan sect's patriarch. And now, he offered to teach Xiaoqin, on one condition: once Xiaoqin grew powerful enough, he would help the old man regain his physical form. It seems the 7 stars ancient pendant chose well. You endured hardship without abandoning the martial path, which is why I awakened. The aged voice carried approval. He was quite satisfied with Xiaoqin's perseverance and talent. Since that's the case, I'll give you a gift, a token of our master-disciple bond. As he spoke, the pendant glowed faintly, as if opening a tiny portal. From within, a brocade pouch floated out. This pouch contains a feather from a flame sparrow. Though it only carries a trace of the true phoenix's bloodline, after my refinement, it's still a rare treasure. Wear it, and evil shall retreat. It will also temper your body, its uses are boundless. Xiaoqin held the pouch, warmth spreading through his limbs, but he remained honest. If not for Li Mo, who gave me an Empyrean crystal, I wouldn't have lasted long enough to awaken you, master. Empyrean crystal. The old voice paused, then noticed the drained stone in Xiaoqin's hand. Such crystals are exceedingly rare in the Eastern Wasteland domain. And he just gave it to you. Yes. Junior brother Li is a man of noble character. Master, I'd like to repay his kindness by giving him this phoenix feather pouch. Xiaoqin's eyes burned with determination. With the old man guiding him, he wouldn't face much danger. But this was a gift from his master, he couldn't just hand it over without permission. Your gratitude is commendable. Once you achieve greatness, you can always support him in the future. The Thousand Forms Marshal Venerable didn't object. He preferred Xiao Qin to be loyal, it boded well for his own revival. Besides, anyone who could casually gift an Empyrean crystal must have some backing in the Eastern Wasteland domain. Support junior brother Li. Xiao Qin laughed bitterly. He's a true disciple. I'm just an outer disciple. He had personally witnessed Li Mo's monstrous talent, mastering the 6 harmonies fist in a single day. True disciples, at best, become elders. The Qingyuan sect is just a minor sect in a single prefecture of the Eastern Wasteland domain. The old man's voice grew solemn. Soon, you'll leave this place and shine on a far grander stage. As my disciple, never belittle yourself. I will remember your teachings, master. Xiao Qin nodded, though hesitantly. You lack confidence in yourself, and in me. Fine. Tomorrow, I'll see this Li Mo for myself. Let's see just how extraordinary he is. Reading Xiao Qin's thoughts, the Thousand Forms Marshal Venerable couldn't help but feel curious, but he quickly steered the conversation back. Your current cultivation technique isn't suited for you. Listen closely. I will teach you the Transforming Nether Heart Sutra. Thank you, master. Xiao Qin focused intently. Soon after, the old man fell silent, likely returning to slumber within the pendant. Tucking the pouch into his robes, Xiao Qin began practicing the new technique with fervor. Autumn Water Pavilion. The aroma of cumin and sizzling fat permeated the small courtyard. Grilled meat skewers, 5 taels of silver each. Pretty ladies eat for free. Here, you're a beauty, have one on the house tilde. Li Mo had dug out a charcoal brazier from winter supplies to use as a grill, skewering meat from the rare beast peak and roasting it until it crackled with juices. As he grilled, he called out in a playful tone. Good disciple, were you a chef in your past life? Shang Wu took a bite, her almond-shaped eyes glazing over in delight. She'd eaten grilled meat before, but why was her disciple's version so unbelievably delicious? That unique fragrance, paired with the charred aroma of the meat, was simply divine. Li Mo chuckled and picked up a few more skewers. Wow, another beauty. This black-horned lamb nourishes yin and replenishes blood, it's yours. It is quite good. Ying Bing took a small, delicate bite, chewing slowly. For the usually icy girl to offer a 4-word evaluation meant the flavor truly impressed. Phew. Shang Wu, who loved spicy food, kept fanning her mouth. Even Ying Bing, who typically favored light meals, indulged freely this time. Between the grilling and eating, she lost count of how many skewers she'd had. Little Binger, you respect your elders best, so this grilled fish skewer should be mine. But you're not my master. You've eaten so much already. Girls who overeat get chubby. I'm still growing. Come on, you live with Li Mo every day, just ask him to make more next time. Shang Wu crossed her arms, pouting. Despite her wheedling, she couldn't pry a single skewer from the girl. How infuriating. Ying Bing nibbled her fish, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, not bothering to hide her faint smile. Memories surfaced. In the hazy recollections of her time in the Eastern Wasteland domain, only a few important figures stood out vividly. Shang Wu was one of them. When the Qingyuan sect fell, had it not been for Shang Wu, she might never have escaped Purple Sun Prefecture alive. But still. She shook her head, dispelling the dark thoughts. In this life, those tragedies would not repeat. Fine meat deserves fine wine. Li Mo finally joined them at the table, carrying a jade-white porcelain flask. When he uncorked it, a sharp yet refreshing aroma filled the air. As he poured, the liquid separated distinctly into red and blue hues in the cup. What wine is this? It smells amazing. Shang Wu's delicate nose twitched as she inhaled, her almond eyes widening. Frostfire wine. Li Mo smiled, sliding a cup toward her. He poured another for the ice block. Ying Bing. Her crescent brows lifted slightly as she examined it, her mirror-like eyes reflecting the dual-toned liquor beautifully. This wine came from Jade Spring Isle in the North Sea. There, a mystical hot and cold spring existed, renowned for tempering the body. A famed brewing family on the island used its waters exclusively, creating this very wine, hence its name. That family, though mere vintners, dwarfed even the Qingyuan sect in influence. Every year, they sent hundreds of varieties as tribute to the Moon Palace, Frostfire wine among them. Back then, she'd long outgrown its benefits, often gifting it to promising disciples. So how did Li Mo acquire it? Sweet disciple, where did you get this? Shang Wu, cheeks flushed from the wine, spoke softer than ever, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Limo leaned back slightly. It was hard to reconcile this delicate, tipsy woman with the one who could pulverize mountains bare-handed. Found it in a hidden realm. Only managed to grab a few jars. He spun the tale effortlessly. Oh, no wonder you emerged unscathed from the Divine Edge Cave's third layer. Shangwu found nothing suspicious in his claim. Ying Bing took a sip, understanding dawning. She had a theory now. Limo must have stumbled upon some legacy. Its treasures likely reshaped his physique, and this wine was left behind to further temper the inheritor's body. Perhaps, during those days in Purple Sun Prefecture when she was unlocking her meridians. No matter. At least this way, he stood a chance to inherit Shangwu's teachings and rise as a Qingyuan sect elder. For him, that alone was a monumental shift in fate. Fine then. Shangwu drained her cup with a pout. There are a few jars left. Master, why not take one? No need. This wine tempers the body, but I've outgrown its use. Then next time I descend the mountain, I'll bring you better. Limo, surprised, absent-mindedly took a sip from a nearby cup. Then froze. He hadn't poured for himself. That was Ying Bing's cup. Little Bing, you okay? Shangwu tilted her head, noticing the girl's sudden stillness. Fine. Ying Bing frowned slightly, shaking her head. Then drink up. This wine's great for Qi blood realm cultivation. Shangwu punctuated this by chugging from her own gourd. Limo coughed, handing Ying Bing a fresh cup before refilling it. Ying Bing sipped quietly. Just then, her usually placid heart had rippled faintly. That was unusual. In her past, suitors had included geniuses of unparalleled talent, scions of terrifying influence, even one of the 9 heavens, the Azure Heaven himself, who'd confessed admiration before her ascension. Yet she'd never spared them a thought, let alone reciprocated. In time, the world deemed the Moon Palace's Empress as icy in heart as in demeanor, devoid of mortal desires. Truthfully, she'd simply prioritized the martial path above all. Worldly attachments eroded greatness, love was but an obstacle, but that fleeting sensation earlier, she hadn't disliked it. Perhaps the wine's effect. She finished the Frostfire wine without savoring it. My current realm can't suppress intoxication. Focusing inward, she guided the liquor's energy through her meridians. I should train seriously these coming days. Oh, and the sect's holding trials for new disciples soon. Don't embarrass me. Shangwu yawned after delivering this reminder. Trials. Limo blinked. Shangwu licked a stray drop of wine from her lip. They'll send you into the Qingyuan mountain range to gather herbs or hunt beasts. Challenging for Qi blood realm disciples, some 9th grade monsters are tricky. You and Ying Bing can watch each other's backs. Limo nodded. A classic trope. Master, Ying Bing's the sect leader's disciple. She gets way better resources, why would she need my help? Rumor has it that when the master first took him in, it seemed to be out of interest in Ying Bing. They had barely met, yet he was already calling her, Little Binger, affectionately. Ying Bing didn't seem to mind either, as if the two had known each other for ages. Who said I don't care about you? Shangwu sniffed lightly and pulled out a small manual. Take this and practice. It's a mid-tier martial art, perfectly suited for your current level, far better than the 6 Harmonies fist, at any rate. Written on the manual was, Blazing Prairie Swordplay. Though it was only a mid-tier martial art, $2 and the outside world, it would already be considered a treasured heirloom by many sects. Countless minor sects still treated low-tier or even unranked martial arts as priceless treasures. Thank you, Master. HMPH, and here you were complaining about me earlier. With that, Shangwu waved her hand, picked up her little gourd, and left the autumn water pavilion. At the table, Ying Bing set down her wine cup, her mind settling back into calm. For the sect's trial, what she had to do was something no one could help her with. She was going to claim an inheritance. Though she didn't know whose legacy Limo had obtained, $2 compared to the one she was about to acquire, it would be as different as clouds and mud. After all, no true powerhouse would leave their inheritance in the barren eastern wasteland domain. The legacy she was going to awaken was different. It wasn't left behind by a human. In the room, Limo soaked his feet while checking the day's investment rewards. Congratulations, host. Successful investment. 1 portion of Icefire wine and 1 portion of roasted exotic beast meat. Investment reward. 1 jar of 100 Blossoms Dew Balm. Investment reward. 1 luminous pearl. 100 Blossoms Dew Balm, a premium healing ointment, crafted from the first dewdrops of 100 rare flowers and herbs. Contains exceptional vitality and has miraculous effects on external injuries. Luminous pearl, harvested from the North Sea, it shines eternally without dimming, a must-have for the abodes of esteemed masters. These rewards should belong to master. A round, fist-sized pearl appeared in Li Mo's palm, radiating a soft glow. He had seen something like this before. At the auction stage of the prosperous trade house in Ziyang Prefecture City, a luminous pearl had been displayed. But judging by its luster and color, that one was inferior to the one in his hand. In any case, it was quite valuable. As for practical use, it couldn't compare to the 100 Blossoms Dew Balm. Li Mo applied a small amount of the balm to himself. A cool sensation spread, and the minor injuries from tempering his physique in the Divine Edge Cave during the day began healing almost instantly. Congratulations, host. Successful investment. 1 portion of ice fire wine and 1 portion of roasted exotic beast meat. Investment reward, 20 years of martial insights. Investment reward, 1 profound crystal. Still, the ice block is more rewarding. Li Mo couldn't help but sigh. Just treating her to some wine earned him 20 years of martial insights. This was something one could never have enough of. Clearly, even with the same investment, the rewards from Ying Bing, who clearly favored wine and meat, were far superior to those from master. This was simply the terrifying advantage of a red destined fate. Well, for the sake of rewards, he had to cling tightly to that jade-like leg. Was it just a leg? No, it was a gleaming money tree. Host has 1 unclaimed reward. Would you like to claim it? Li Mo remembered. He had saved Merong Xiao during the day. That should count as a significant alteration of fate, right? What kind of treasure would drop this time? Little Li couldn't help but feel a bit excited. With a thought, he commanded, claim. Congratulations, host. Investment. 1 tranquil heart pill, successfully rescuing Merong Xiao and preventing his descent into demonic corruption. Investment reward. 1 indestructible heavenly scripture seal. Indestructible heavenly scripture seal, stamp this on any martial technique to initiate deduction and refinement, elevating its grade. Can upgrade techniques up to high grade. Refine martial techniques. Li Mo froze, nearly dropping the luminous pearl. The next moment, a small seal, about the size of a thumb, materialized in his left hand. The seal bore a coppery hue, yet it differed from any brass or bronze Li Mo had seen before. Its 4 sides were engraved with tadpole-like script, exuding an ancient charm. If there's a stone heavenly scripture seal, does that mean there are also copper, silver, and gold ones? Li Mo pondered. The highest grade technique he currently practiced was Extreme Arms Tempering Body, classified as a peerless art, while Fire Heart Lotus Method was a high-grade martial technique. Beyond peerless arts lay divine techniques. If he obtained silver or gold heavenly scripture seals in the future, he could upgrade the techniques he had already mastered. Upgrading existing techniques would always be more convenient than switching to entirely new ones. I'll think about it when the time comes. Li Mo pulled out the blazing prairie sword art his master had just given him. Aside from this mid-grade sword technique, there wasn't anything else he could upgrade right now. He gently pressed the heavenly scripture seal onto the manual. Immediately, the tadpole script faintly glowed, all of them, burrowing into the pages, swimming between the characters. Some characters were rearranged by the tadpoles, while others were swallowed and replaced with new ones. Li Mo watched in fascination. After about 5 minutes, the tadpole script completely dimmed and vanished, and the sword technique recorded in the manual had transformed into Fire Crane Thousand Feathers Sword. Just gained 20 years of martial insights. If I poured all of it into the other 2 techniques, it might not be enough to break through from mastery to perfection. Let's learn the sword art first. Little Li rubbed his hands together, reasoning with himself. Alright, fine, he just wanted to learn swordplay. Who wouldn't want to be a dashing, moon-seeking swordsman? Strength aside, looking cool was a lifelong pursuit. Filled with anticipation, Li Mo channeled all 20 years of martial insights into the Fire Crane Thousand Feathers Sword. 20 years of martial insights successfully infused. The first year, brimming with enthusiasm, you diligently study the Fire Crane Thousand Feathers Sword, and successfully grasp its basics. The 5th year, your passion for swordplay remains undiminished. Training progresses smoothly, and you finally reach initial proficiency. The 8th year, you hit a bottleneck. For a long time, not a shred of progress is made. Doubt creeps in. The 20th year, after prolonged meditation, you finally break through sheer perseverance, barely reaching minor mastery. Limo opened his eyes. Instantly, 20 years of relentless practice, through cold and heat, day and night, flooded his memory, vivid and clear. His gaze fell upon a tree branch outside the window. No, this was clearly a peerless divine sword. Snapping off the branch, he couldn't resist swinging it. The branch in his hand faintly hummed with a crisp, wind-like resonance. The blazing prairie sword art emphasized explosive power. The refined fire craned thousand feathers inherited this strength and elevated it further. Each strike left behind hidden force within the enemy's body, manifesting as crimson marks resembling burning crane feathers. Once the accumulated force reached its peak, it could be detonated in a single burst. At minor mastery, the maximum stacking was 9 layers. Once I reach the internal breath realm, I can replace the force with internal breath. Tossing aside the cracked branch, little Lee was quite satisfied. But upon calming down, another thought arose. 20 years, and only minor mastery. Was it because martial skills were harder to refine than cultivation methods or body tempering? Or did he simply lack talent in swordsmanship? If I get other martial skills later, I can test it by infusing more insights. Limo shelved the thought. Sitting cross-legged, he began his cultivation practice. The speed of opening meridians needs to accelerate. This mystic yin immortal body of mine seems to have more primary meridians. The path in the blood chi realm is longer than most. After a strange resonance with heaven and earth, Limo once again entered the state of heavenly human unity. The purest essence of the world flowed into his body like water. His consciousness gradually sank inward, entering his own body. Internal vision. This wasn't something he had to deliberately train for. After reaching mastery in the Fire Heart Lotus method, it came naturally. Of course, for others, mastering internal vision usually required reaching the internal breath realm. An ordinary blood chi realm cultivator could only rely on diet, training, and relentless tempering of their blood chi before blindly channeling it to impact their meridians. But with internal vision, Limo could not only refine his blood chi with essence but also guide it precisely into his meridians. To put it simply, the former was like dumping a bucket of water haphazardly. The latter was like using a hose, precise and efficient. Thus, Limo's meridian opening process could only be described as effortless. There was no such thing as a bottleneck, let alone the risk of injury. What seemed simple was actually the result of multiple factors working in perfect harmony. The Xuanpin Immortal physique, a mastered supreme cultivation technique, and the enhanced meridians from the extreme soldier's forged body, all were indispensable. TCH, this is a bit slow. At this rate, it'll probably take until midnight to fully unblock the Yang Link meridian. Limo sighed inwardly. These words could only remain in his thoughts. If spoken aloud and overheard, he'd likely get beaten up. Even the outer disciples of the sect were elites selected from across an entire prefecture, cycling through generations, all striving to enter the inner sect. The condition. Within 3 years, unblock all 12 primary meridians and reach the internal breath realm. Yet, in the end, only 1 in 10 succeeded. And here he was, complaining about speed. Unconsciously, night deepened. A moon more than 10 times larger than blue stars hung high, casting the Qingyuan mountain range in a silvery glow. Inside the room, the fluctuations of heaven and earth's qi gradually settled. The Yang Link is open. Limo glanced outside. The moon had just reached its zenith. Roughly, 3 hours. If others found out, they'd think they'd seen a ghost. But within Limo's body, the newly unblocked meridian pulsed with vast amounts of qi and blood, undeniable in its presence. Of course, this was within his expectations. What truly surprised him was the number of meridians he possessed. I should have 36 primary meridians. Limo was both shocked and exhilarated. For martial artists, primary meridians were akin to engines. This meant the qi and blood he could wield in the future would be triple that of an ordinary qi blood realm cultivator. The gap in combat power would be even more staggering. The sect's trial is in just over 10 days. No idea if something unexpected will happen. After all, Ying Bing's evaluation of him had plainly stated, fate fraught with turmoil. So, if nothing went wrong, something was bound to go wrong with her. And if she ran into trouble, Limo, sharing the same roof, would inevitably get dragged into it. A faint sense of urgency rose in his heart. he craved power. The chi I've accumulated should be enough to unblock one more meridian. Li Mo muttered to himself. After a quick trip to the bathroom and a sip of water, he sat back down. The fluctuations of heaven and earth's chi stirred once more. Strangely enough, as long as he cultivated, he never seemed to feel fatigue or exhaustion. If not for the limitations of chi to blood conversion speed, he could probably grind 12 hours a day without issue. Next door, Ying Bing's room was frozen over, many items ruined by the cold. She never lit candles. When she trained, candles weren't even permitted to burn. Back in the Moon Palace, the entire hall was illuminated by jade crystal lamps fueled by mermaid fat. 2 meridians. Still not fast enough. Ying Bing lowered her gaze. Calculating silently. The legacy site she aimed to enter required at least 8 unblocked meridians in the chi blood realm. In other words, she had to unblock 6 more in these 10-odd days. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. The sect trial for this year hadn't been peaceful. Back then, she hadn't yet unblocked her meridians and wasn't a participant, but she'd heard whispers. Rumors that a small number of disciples had vanished during the trial. Not died, vanished. No bodies, no traces. What exactly happened remained a mystery. Every bit of strength increases my chances. I must obtain one of the 9 colored phoenix's soul fragments. Ying Bing's jade-green eyes flickered like snow under moonlight. In her past life, she'd stumbled into a secret realm born from one of the 9 colored phoenix's 9 soul fragments, the Aurora fragment. It was this that revealed her talent and altered her destiny. Throughout her life, this legacy remained inseparable from her. Later, through serendipity and schemes, she gathered all 9 fragments, which became a cornerstone of her invincible path. Among her life's greatest opportunities, the 9-colored phoenix ranked in the top 3. Her self-created divine art, the 9-colored mystic phoenix scripture, could only be cultivated with all 9 fragments. Is Li Mo still cultivating next door? He's got some perseverance. Oddly, the mere thought of Li Mo nearby sent ripples across the frozen lake of her heart. She didn't dislike the feeling, but she disliked how it affected her. What annoyed her more was that she couldn't trace the origin of this emotion. Could it be because I still owe him a favor? After a moment's thought, Ying Bing made a decision. She'd take Li Mo to the legacy site. Any minor opportunity there could alter an ordinary person's fate. Perhaps it might even allow him to step beyond Purple Sun Prefecture in his lifetime. Maybe even the Eastern Wasteland domain. If he could glimpse even a fraction of the true wonders of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, his life wouldn't have been in vain. The next morning, Li Mo woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. He had only slept for 4 hours, yet his energy and spirit were brimming, his body filled with strength. The night before, he had practiced his cultivation late into the night. The result? His 3rd meridian was just a hair's breadth away from being fully unblocked. If nothing else, his physical strength alone had increased significantly compared to before, a conclusion he reached after accidentally snapping a pair of chopsticks while preparing breakfast. Is the ice block still training? She's really grinding, no wonder she's the chosen one. Li Mo placed breakfast in the steamer. All she had to do was light a fire to heat it up. Another small but thoughtful gesture. Joking aside, was this just breakfast for Ying Bing? No, this was a solid investment of hard-earned silver. And given Ying Bing's level as the chosen one, she might just surprise him with some incredible returns. Details determine success or failure. I'm practically an investment genius. Young Li couldn't help but praise himself. Now, forget about silver. His system space was stocked with 5,000 taels of gold, along with all sorts of rare and exotic treasures. Who knows? They might all come in handy someday. A truly successful investor knows that even the smallest gains add up. This morning, I'll head to the Divine Edge Cave to train the Extreme Arms Slaughter body. Li Mo made his plans. In his view, a powerful physique was just as important as cultivation realms. Sure, Young Li aspired to be a swordsman, but who said a sword saint couldn't also build tank stats? Besides, the Extreme Arms Slaughter body enhanced the connection between a cultivator and their weapon. Once he got his hands on a top-tier sword, his sword techniques would unleash even greater might. Li Mo had just stepped outside when he ran into a familiar figure not far from his doorstep. Xiao Qin. Though he still wore the gray robes of an outer disciple, his demeanor had improved dramatically, standing tall, as if the shadows over him had finally lifted. Intersect. Moreover, Xiao Qin's aura was far stronger than before. Junior brother Li. Xiao Qin had clearly been waiting outside the autumn water pavilion for a while. When the door opened and he saw Li Mo emerge, he greeted him with a hearty laugh. Thanks to you, I've returned to the 10 meridians of the Blood Qi realm. Congratulations, senior brother Xiao. Li Mo wasn't surprised, but he was genuinely pleased. Old Xiao was a decent guy, and it was good to see him avoid wasting more time in stagnation, finally stepping back into the light. I owe it all to you, junior brother. Xiao Qin shook his head, sincerity in his voice. If not for that mystic crystal you gave me, I might have remained stuck for who knows how long. This is a debt of rebirth. Glad you've recovered. At this rate, you'll return to the inner sect in no time. Li Mo offered his praise without hesitation. Old Xiao must have already activated the 7 stars ancient pendant. The question was, did it contain an inheritance, a fallen expert's legacy, or perhaps, the expert themselves? Whatever the case, Xiao Qin's future achievements would be anything but ordinary. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Mo suddenly sensed something. Someone was observing him. A realization struck him. Could it be Xiao Qin's old grandpa? Junior brother, your kindness in my darkest hour is something I don't know how to repay. Recently, I had a stroke of fortune. An elder bestowed upon me a protective talisman. Xiao Qin pulled out a golden brocade pouch from his sleeve. Its design clearly didn't belong to this era, and the material wasn't ordinary gold thread. Even from a distance, one could feel a soothing, gentle warmth radiating from it. The only flaw. It was strung on a rough hemp cord. Inside is a feather left behind by a divine beast of immense bloodline power. It wards off evil and nourishes the body. Such a treasure, wouldn't you need it more, brother Xiao? Li Mo had a good idea who this elder was. So, it really was a case of meeting an old grandpa. No wonder he could produce such a rare protective treasure. It's not as useful to me anymore. Please, junior brother, don't refuse. Seeing Li Mo hesitate, Xiao Qin pressed urgently. Understanding, Li Mo accepted the pouch with a smile, not letting his thoughts show. Then I'll gratefully accept. Thank you, senior brother Xiao. Defensive treasures. One could never have too many. Right now, he was training the extreme arms slaughter body, so his physical defense would be formidable. In short, his armor stats were stacked, but against magic damage. Not so much. This pouch perfectly covered that weakness, ensuring he wouldn't fall victim to underhanded tricks. One investment, double the returns. Absolute win. As long as it's useful to you, junior brother. Xiao Qin exhaled in relief, as if a weight had lifted. He'd been worried Li Mo would stubbornly decline. Junior brother, I'll take my leave now. There are still some matters I need to attend to. Xiao Qin waved. His master was still weak, urgently needing spirit-nourishing herbs and treasures. He had to figure out where to find them. Even if they'd cost a fortune, at least he could start by gathering intel. Take care, senior brother. Li Mo nodded. Once he fastened the pouch, a faint warmth immediately spread through him. Clatter, a sound came from behind. Ying Bing had opened a window for ventilation. The ice coating the windowsill shattered as it hit the ground. On the mountain path, Xiao Qin's steps were noticeably lighter, but before he'd gone far, the voice of Thousand Forms Martial Venerable echoed in his mind. Such talent, it's unparalleled in all of history. The tone was thick with astonishment, even a trace of awe. This expert, who once dismissed the Purple Sun Prefecture's lord as an ant, was clearly shaken. Master. Xiao Qin paused mid-step, momentarily stunned. Master, are you saying junior brother Li's aptitude is extraordinary? No, not him, that girl. The old man's voice still couldn't seem to calm down. The girl. Xiao Qin thought for a moment, then nodded. Ah, you mean junior sister Ying Bing. I heard she and Li Mo grew up together as childhood friends, both now true disciples. They'll probably advance side by side, might even become a legendary pair someday. A faint, knowing smile crept onto Xiao Qin's face, mixed with a hint of envy. Side by side, Thousand Forms Martial Venerable sighed deeply. Disciple, you have no idea what she carries within her. Beings like her are born by the will of fate itself. Your junior brother Li's innate foundation is solid. For a small place like Purple Sun Prefecture, he stands out. But that's where it ends. That little girl, however, in the future, her brilliance may illuminate all 9 heavens and 10 lands. To think that after my death, I'd witness the humble beginnings of such an existence. Xiao Qin was utterly lost. Just yesterday, his master had carried the air of an untouchable expert. This shift in attitude was abrupt. Like, really abrupt. But master, yesterday you told me not to underestimate myself. If you reach the realm I once stood in, you might be fortunate enough to witness her soar through the heavens. Thousand Forms Marshal Venerable spoke with solemn reverence. It seemed that even just being a witness to such events was an immense honor. The firebird feather he had given to Xiao Qin, which Xiao Qin then passed on to Li Mo, had come from one of his close female companions. Had he not been familiar with it, he might not have sensed its significance so clearly. Xiao Qin was utterly bewildered. He had never even left Purple Sun Prefecture, let alone ventured into the Eastern Wasteland domain or the vast 9 heavens and 10 lands beyond. He had no idea what any of those concepts truly meant. Thousand Forms Marshal Venerable continued, to Purple Sun Prefecture, the Qingyuan sect may seem like an insurmountable giant, but in the Eastern Wasteland domain, it's nothing extraordinary. The most I can do for you is grant you the opportunity to witness the vastness of this world. That girl Ying Bing may one day carve her name into the legends of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The gap between you and her will become clear to you in time. The old man's voice paused briefly before adding, when one attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Since Li Mo shares a childhood bond with Ying Bing, his future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary, at the very least, no less than yours. Maintain your ties with him. Unconsciously, $2 House and Forms Marshal Venerable's attitude had shifted, from offering guidance to simply advising closer association, and this change was all because of Ying Bing. Li Mo and I share a mutual understanding. He's my first true friend. Xiao Qin's smile was filled with unreserved ease. If they were friends, why overthink it? Your mindset is commendable. I hope you can hold on to that sincerity. Ha ha ha. The old man couldn't help but be infected by his laughter. But then, perhaps from speaking too much, his voice grew faint and indistinct. I hope we can find some soul-nourishing treasures today. Xiao Qin quickened his pace as he descended the mountain, on the road from the Autumn Water Pavilion to the Divine Armament Mountain. After walking for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, $2 He Mountain Gate came into view ahead. At that moment, a long line had formed in front of the gate. An outer sect steward sat there, receiving and sending off disciples, with a stack of identity tokens piled in front of her. Elder Disciple Li. The elderly woman greeted Li Mo with a respectful bow upon seeing him. Though an elder disciple held no real authority within the sect, their status was undoubtedly higher than that of an outer sect steward. Li Mo found the old woman somewhat familiar. She had once assessed his bone structure, assigning him a grade C talent. The surrounding outer sect disciples, upon seeing the white cloud-patterned robe he wore, all gazed at him with admiration and longing. Yet none hesitated. One by one, they handed their tokens to the steward, shouldered their bags, and walked out of the mountain gate. What's going on with them? Li Mo couldn't help but ask curiously. At this time, it shouldn't yet be the period for dismissing outer sect disciples. Why were so many people lining up to surrender their tokens, as if preparing to leave the Qingyuan sect? The sect trials are approaching. Since they're called trials, there's bound to be some danger involved. The old woman stretched out her left hand, revealing only 3 fingers where there should have been 5. Ah, I see. After a brief thought, Li Mo understood her meaning. Not everyone had the confidence to compete for a place in the inner sect. Those who stayed would have to participate in the trials. If they ended up disabled yet failed to enter the inner sect, being expelled later would make even daily survival difficult. Dying during the trials wasn't out of the question either. Many disciples joined the sect without ever intending to enter the inner sect. The old woman shook her head, casually stacking the newly collected tokens. Learning some skills in the outer sect, then returning home to open a martial arts school or become a constable, that was already considered a fine future in the eyes of many. Li Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The path of martial arts was like swimming against the current. Most weren't even fish fighting upstream, just grains of sand swept along by the river. If not for the advantage he held, his own future wouldn't have been much better. He'd likely have returned to his hometown and, under his father's arrangements, secured a position as a town guard captain. Just as he was about to leave, $2 Omething compelled him to use his ever-active divine eye of fate to examine the crowd before him. Instantly, $2 about numerous individuals appeared before his eyes. Name: Wu Bing. Age: 19th. Bone structure: none. Realm: Qi blood realm, 3 meridians. Fate: white. Evaluation: Wu Bing's martial achievements are rather unimpressive. Recent events: recently received a letter, the third husband of widow Wang in his village has died. Preparing to return home to pursue love. Looking around, $2 Ost of the outer sect disciples voluntarily leaving the Qingyuan sect had white or gray fates. None held much investment value. Take Wu Bing, for example. Helping him pursue widow Wang, what reward could that possibly yield? At best, a few strings of copper coins, at worst, some peculiar item like widow Wang's undergarments. Of course, exceptions existed. Name: Lu Wei. Age: 19th. Bone structure: none. Realm: Qi blood realm, 3 meridians. Fate: black. Evaluation: a perennial unlucky fool. Recent events: on his way home, fell for a honey trap. Failed to play the hero, got stabbed in the back by the woman, and was thrown into the river to feed the fish. After reading this, Li Mo let out a soft sigh. A life was still a life, he couldn't bring himself to remain indifferent to all things. Even if they were strangers, as long as no deep hatred existed, he couldn't bear to see them die for no reason. Lu Wei. Ah, me. Elder disciple Li. Lu Wei pointed at himself, stunned that the famously fortunate Li Mo had called his name. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out any connection between them. May I ask what instructions Elder disciple Li has for me? On your way home, do you pass by Qing County? Li Mo stepped forward and asked. No, I don't. Lu Wei was utterly confused. Qing County. That wasn't just out of the way, it was in the opposite direction entirely. He could have taken a boat downstream straight home, but going to Qing County meant traveling by land. Then something even more bewildering happened. Li Mo pulled out a small gold bar, about the thickness of a thumb, from his sleeve. How about now? Yes. Absolutely on the way. Lu Wei wasn't stupid. He quickly realized elder disciple Li wanted him to make a detour to Qing County. That gold bar looked to weigh 4 or 5 taels, enough to buy a house back home. Good, since it's on the way. Deliver a message to County Captain Li Delong in Qing County for me. Of course, elder disciple. Please speak. Moments later, Lu Wei happily walked off with the gold bar. Above his head, his black fate had turned white. His recent events now read. Took a detour home, met the head of Yangwei escort agency along the way, and became an escort. Meanwhile, a crisp voice rang in Li Mo's ears. Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight. Though Lu Wei was no chosen one, just an ordinary face in the crowd, $2 each still provided Li Mo with 2 years of martial insight. An unexpected windfall. Li Mo's lips curled slightly. He hadn't expected much. Martial insight was always welcome, no amount was too much, and even a little was worth having. Every drop filled the bucket, and so, $2 Mo repeated the process, 5 minutes later. Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight. 10 minutes later. Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight. Half an hour later. Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight. Honestly, $2 he world wasn't peaceful. Natural disasters and human calamities abounded. Many encountered misfortunes on their journeys home. One man, upon encountering a tiger, thought his newly learned 6 harmonies fist could handle it. He attempted a slide tackle, and became the tiger's lunch. Another stumbled into a black market and ended up as filling for human meat buns. All this made Li Mo understand why his father had spent a fortune hiring escorts when he traveled to Ziyang Prefecture City. These unlucky souls also brought Li Mo substantial gains, 8 years of martial insight in total. With another 20 or 30 years worth, he might even master one of his martial arts techniques. People will keep leaving the sect until the trials begin. I can come back daily to farm these investments. Li Mo was in high spirits. 13 days remained until the trials. Even if fewer disciples left later, accumulating 70 or 80 years of martial insight was still possible. Enough to elevate his core martial skills to the next level. He scanned the crowd once more. No more young men with black fates. Satisfied, he strode toward the divine armament peak. No matter, he'd return tomorrow. He had just asked earlier, and disciples returning home after leaving the sect would always come to the mountain gate in the morning. In any case, he planned to visit the divine armament peak every day recently, so he would pass by this place daily. Time passed swiftly. 10 days later, the young man stepped into the divine edge cave. The cold glint of the cave reflected in his eyes, a sharpness flashing for just a moment, yet the harmless smile on his face made it seem as though that fleeting edge had been nothing but an illusion. "Ah, Li Mo's here again. Junior brother Morong was asking about you this morning. Tisk tisk, training your body every single day. Li Mo, you must have a special constitution like junior brother Morong, don't you?" Over these days, the disciples of the Divine Edge Peak had grown quite familiar with Li Mo. After all, this true disciple carried no airs, treating everyone with the same warm and approachable demeanor. The last time someone got injured, if not for Li Mo swiftly producing healing medicine, that inner disciple's hand might have been ruined. Thus, in just 10 short days, $2 an outsider might have mistaken Li Mo for the true disciple of the Divine Edge Peak. After exchanging greetings with everyone, $2 Mo passed through the corridor and entered the second level of the Divine Edge Cave. He didn't activate his extreme blade slaughter body, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Name: Li Mo. Age: 16. Root bone, mystic womb, immortal body. Realm: 8 meridians of Chi blood realm. Destiny: evaluation. Possessing an immortal physique, his fate is shrouded in chaos, unknowable. Recent events: within the Divine Edge Cave, he has tempered his body to the peak of mortal weapons. One step further, and he will reach the level of a sharp weapon. If my body can become as tough as a sharp weapon, I can venture down to the 4th level. If not, I'll just use my martial insights to push the extreme blade slaughter body to perfection. In 10 days, he had accumulated 76 years worth of martial insights. Not just perfection, if he poured them all into the extreme blade slaughter body, he might even push it to the realm of transformation. But for now, there was no need. Body tempering emphasized the word, temper. To make progress, one had to grind themselves day after day. Otherwise, no matter how strong the theory, it remained just that, theory. Unlike sword techniques, where every bit of refinement brought tangible power. Stepping into the 3rd level, $2 Mo walked to the very end, swallowed a clear heart pill, and then sat down cross-legged. At the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave. Name: not even lifting his head, the inner sect steward spoke as he sensed someone approaching. Yin Huacheng. The newcomer coldly stated his name. The steward's heart jolted, and he hurriedly stood up. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, lean, almost as if the cloud-patterned white robes hung too loosely on his frame. His features were handsome, yet his pallor was sickly, and the black mole between his brows lent him an air of gloom. Of course, what made the steward react this way wasn't just Yin Huacheng's status as a true disciple. The current master of Rare Beast Peak also bore the surname Yin. "Ah, true disciple Yin. It's been a while. How is Peak Master Yin?" "HMPH. No need for your concern." Yin Huacheng's tone was indifferent, not even bothering to spare the steward an extra glance. Still, after taking the identity token, the steward quickly recorded the details. "Might I ask, true disciple Yin, what brings you to the Divine Edge Cave?" "Body tempering. Weapon retrieval." Yin Huacheng, true disciple of Rare Beast Peak. Entering the Divine Edge Cave for body tempering and weapon retrieval. Once the record was complete, $2 and Huacheng retrieved his token and stepped into the Divine Edge Cave. True disciple Yin. He hasn't been here in ages. Must have just emerged from seclusion. Do you think he's already condensed his inner breath into form, stepping into the observation divine realm? Tisk. Hard to say. If true disciple Yin is here for body tempering, he'll probably head to the 3rd level. Haha, then he'll run into true disciple Li, won't he? The disciples in the 1st level of the Divine Edge Cave couldn't help but murmur among themselves. But before they could say much more, the chatter died. Because not far away, Yin Huacheng had turned around, his gaze sweeping over the Divine Edge Peak disciples present. For some reason, $2 Ang looked at by him made them feel as though they were being sized up by a predator. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Huacheng asked, "Since when did the sect have a true disciple Li?" "Ah, He just joined our Qingyuan sect at the recent initiation ceremony. Someone answered. The next moment, a chill ran down his spine. Yin Huacheng's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing right in front of him in an instant. And those eyes staring at him, had they turned into vertical slits. A newly initiated disciple, entering the third level of the Divine Edge Cave. Are you mocking me? No. I wouldn't dare. The inner disciple gulped. Everyone knows true disciple Li comes here every day. On his first visit, Elder Hanhei was so alarmed he went down to check on him, but he was completely fine. The surrounding disciples nodded vigorously. Yin Huacheng remained half convinced, a flicker of anger in his eyes. After standing still for a few seconds, he snorted coldly and strode off. Only then did the oppressive weight in their chests lift, and everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Once his figure had completely disappeared, someone spat quietly. That true disciple Yin, spending too much time with those beasts on Rare Beast Peak has messed with his head, hasn't it? Don't say that. If he's reached the observation divine realm, he might hear you. True disciple Li's better. At least he treats us to drinks. HMPH, damn right. Walking through the second level of the Divine Edge Cave, $2 in Huacheng was indeed in a foul mood. For the sake of this physique, he had paid a price beyond ordinary imagination. Only then had he gained the ability to temper his body in the third level. And now, someone claimed a newly initiated disciple could do the same. Did that mean all his sacrifices were a joke? If Murong Xiao has half demon blood, fine. But where did this, true disciple Li, come from? Does he also carry some kind of demon blood? Step. Yin Huacheng entered the third level. The flesh beneath his skin suddenly began twisting unnaturally, his lean frame inflating as though pumped full of air. Fine, dense fur sprouted across his skin, and his arms elongated in an instant. He had grown stronger. Yet his entire body now bore faint bestial traits, making him appear grotesque. My 100 Beasts blood training is just a few forms away from completion. When it's done, it'll be a true peerless technique, ha. Sensing the boundless strength within him, Yin Huacheng let out a low chuckle and strode forward. The razor-sharp intent of the cave struck his body, but the iron-like feathers covering him deflected it all. 10 minutes later, suddenly, he froze. Up ahead, a young man sat cross-legged. Dozens, no, hundreds, of weapons of all kinds orbited around him, every single one a famed armament. This was likely half of the famed weapons in the entire third level of the Divine Edge Cave. Yin Huacheng's eyes instantly reddened, his vertical pupils dilating. Feeling the ground tremble, $2 Imo opened his eyes and looked back. Well, turning around was a mistake. What in the world was that thing? Surely not human, right? Nobody mentioned there were monsters in the Divine Edge Cave. Ah well, my body's already as tough as a sharp weapon, might as well try the fourth level. After hesitating for exactly 3 1/3 seconds, Limo stood up. Before the creature could react, $2 dusted off his pants, didn't even glance at the famed weapons surrounding him, and stepped into the fourth level. And as he left, $2 he renowned weapons all returned to their original positions, clearly demarcated. Crack. Something seemed to shatter within Yin Huacheng's heart. It was his fragile Dao heart. He had schemed tirelessly to obtain even a single famed weapon, yet the other couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. He had undergone hundreds, even thousands of trials to temper his body, even at the cost of becoming a monster, yet to this day, he still dared not approach the fourth layer of the Divine Edge Cave. Meanwhile, the other had just joined the sect, and his starting point was already the unattainable peak Yin Huacheng had longed for. The son of a peak master, Yin Huacheng, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, felt his composure crumble in an instant. Why wasn't I chosen? What right does he have? The flesh on his body began to writhe once more, showing faint signs of losing control. Yin Huacheng rampaged wildly, venting his resentment. But everything here was a renowned weapon. The saying, a famed weapon has a spirit, was no mere jest. Was that really a monster just now? Limo pondered, then felt something was off. The Divine Edge Cave was located within the Qingyuan sect, and its entrance was guarded by an inner sect steward. How could a monster possibly get in? Perhaps it was just a senior brother with an unfortunate appearance. Limo dismissed the thought. Thud, his footstep landed firmly on the ground of the fourth level. A wave of razor-sharp killing intent assaulted him. Despite his early achievements in body refinement, he instantly felt an almost crushing pressure. His physique, comparable to the peak of mortal-grade weapons, registered faint stinging sensations. Just the residual aura alone is terrifying. It's at least 10 times stronger than the third level. Li Mo took a shallow breath, and even his internal organs tingled slightly. Fortunately, he had trained his organs and meridians as well, otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted a moment here. What kind of weapons are being nurtured on this level? Li Mo raised his gaze. The vast fourth level was split in half. One side frozen in frost, the other distorted by scorching heat. This was inside a mountain cave, no less. The sight was nothing short of unbelievable. The number of remaining weapons had dwindled significantly. Only 9 stone platforms stood, each embedded with a single weapon. The first held a translucent crimson longsword. As Li Mo approached, he noticed inscriptions carved before the platform. Zhu Zichong, the first master of the Divine Edge Peak, was inspired by the vision of twin suns in the sky. He forged this weapon in imitation of the Blazing Void sword, ranked 5th on the Divine Arms ranking of the 9 provinces. Upon completion, it attained the rank of Mystic Armament and was named Crimson Sky. This was the first line on the platform, a Mystic Armament. Weapons were categorized as mortal, fine, sharp, and named. Beyond named weapons lay the 5 tiers of Mystic Armaments. As for what lay above Mystic Armaments, Li Mo had no idea. He hadn't even heard of such things. But judging by the inscription, if this mystic armament was merely an imitation, its original counterpart, the Blazing Void sword, must be even more formidable. The Divine Arms ranking of the 9 provinces. The first master of the Divine Edge Peak. Li Mo was awestruck. To his knowledge, the current Divine Edge Peak struggled to produce even named weapons after long periods. Yet in the past, they could forge mystic armaments. That would mean this sword was crafted shortly after the Great Yu dynasty unified the realm. More words followed, so Li Mo continued reading. Qin Xiaomeng, the 4th master of Jade Cluster Peak, claimed this sword today. Lu Rulong, the 6th master of Jade Cluster Peak, humbly requests the Crimson Sky sword. Yu Hong, the 13th master of Sunset Glow Peak, having mastered the Blazing Sun sword art to perfection, seeks the Crimson Sky sword. The intervals between later claimants grew longer. Li Mo's thoughts churned. This suggested fewer and fewer in the Qingyuan sect were qualified to wield this mystic armament. Moreover, the sword seemed to have been lost for a time. Shang Wu, the 33rd master of Jade Cluster Peak, slew a heaven-ranked assassin of the Drizzle Pavilion and recovered the Crimson Sky sword. Li Mo scanned the 9 platforms. Though their timelines varied, their contents were similar to the first. 3 were empty, whether lost or in the hands of sect elders, he couldn't tell. He now understood. These were all mystic armaments forged by past masters of the Divine Edge Peak. To claim one had to earn its recognition. Once the wielder could no longer control it, the weapon had to be returned. How does one become a weapons master? Li Mo couldn't deny his envy. A mystic armament. He'd dreamed of owning a majestic sword like this. Among the 9 platforms, only 2 were swords, one named Frost Sky, the other this Crimson Sky. Suddenly, the sword's resonance echoed. As if sensing Li Mo's approach, the Crimson Sky sword trembled in its platform. The next moment, Li Mo's vision blurred. A swordsman materialized in the distance, standing with his back to him, a blade strapped behind him. The figure's face was indistinct, clad in simple short robes, yet exuding an undeniable sharpness. Though the swordsman didn't speak, Li Mo grasped his intent. Draw your sword. Draw. Li Mo retrieved a tempered steel sword from his system space. This was his first real sword fight, and his excitement was palpable. With my newly mastered superior sword art, why should I fear you? 10 minutes later, Li Mo clutched his chest instinctively, snapping his eyes open. In that dazed moment, he'd felt an illusory blade pierce through him. Though unharmed, the phantom burn lingered. His mastered sword art hadn't lasted 5 exchanges. The Crimson Sky sword fell silent once more. Seems one must master a superior martial art to perfection to become a weapons master. Reading the inscriptions again, Li Mo steadied himself. After a hesitant pause, he shook his head and sat down to temper his body. Martial arts grew exponentially harder at higher levels. 76 years of combat insights weren't enough to push the fire crane 1,000 feathers to perfection. A century's worth might suffice. With that thought, he turned his gaze to a nearby stone wall. Since entering the Divine Edge Cave, I've felt something calling to me. But there's no path forward here. Do I have to break through this wall? At the cave's entrance, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Yin Huacheng, who had earlier carried himself with lofty pride, now emerged in disarray. His robes, once adorned with cloud patterns, hung in tatters, his body crisscrossed with bloody gashes. The wounds weren't severe, after all. The named weapons had acted without wielders, leaving mere surface injuries against his toughened physique. But what baffled him was their outright rejection of him, contrasted with their eagerness for a mere new disciple. It was like watching a woman he'd pursued for years throw herself at a stranger she'd just met. Infuriating. I'm still not strong enough. Clenching his fists, Yin Huacheng strode to the Divine Edge Peak's rear mountain. A figure waited in the distance, tall and burly. Fu Tu. What happened to you? Fu Tu's brow arched at his disheveled state. Where's the new vessel I asked for? Yin Huacheng ignored the question, hands clasped behind his back. Wang Hu, tiger-armed, panther-waisted. The beast seed's already in him. Fu Tu smirked. He even thanked me. Good. Yin Huacheng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Knowing his inability to swallow defeat, Fu Tu added, patience, brother. Stick to the plan, wait for the sect trials to make your move. I know what I'm doing. Yin Huacheng brushed him off. After a pause, he continued, a batch of outer disciples will soon leave the sect to return home. You'd target even them. Fu Tu studied him carefully. Yin Huacheng scoffed. They've enjoyed the Qingyuan sect's benefits. Did they think they could just leave in glory? If those trash can be of some final use, it's the greatest honor of their wretched lives. The 100 beasts' blood refinement, no wonder it was forbidden. Practicing it too much rots the mind. Fu Tu sneered inwardly but feigned hesitation on his face. Don't forget who vouched for you to enter the Qingyuan sect. Yin Huacheng's voice carried a faint threat. Fu Tu had no intention of refusing in the first place. After putting on a show of reluctant agreement, he nodded. Fine, I'll see what I can do. Fu Tu turned to leave, but before he could take more than 2 steps, Yin Huacheng's voice called after him. That newly promoted true disciple, the one surnamed Li, what's his background? He's the sole disciple of Jade Cluster Peak, Fu Tu replied, narrowing his eyes with a smirk. You'd better not set your sights on him. If you provoke Shang Wu, not even Peak Master Yin can save you. Jade Cluster Peak, Li Mo. Yin Huacheng muttered the name to himself, as if committing it to memory, the 4th level of the Divine Edge Cave. Only the elders of the various peaks or those at the observing divinity realm with perfected body refinement could enter and face the profound arms directly. That kid must have a rare treasure on him. Yes, it had to be because of a treasure. The anger in Yin Huacheng's heart faded, replaced by a burning greed. Little Li remained completely unaware that someone had set their sights on him. Divine Edge Cave, 4th level. The sharp, murderous aura of weapons swirled in the air, howling winds roaring through the cavern like ghostly wails. Anyone whose flesh had not been tempered, or who lacked special techniques, would likely have their bones dissolved and flesh scattered by the razor-sharp winds in an instant. Yet the young man's body stood unshaken. Through the tattered remains of his clothing, glimpses of skin faintly shimmered with a treasure-like glow. Exhale. Inhale. Li Mo's body was in the midst of a breakthrough, akin to a weapon being honed. Under the relentless grinding of the sharp energy, the rust was gradually stripped away, revealing its true edge. Most disciples of the Qingyuan sect wielded ordinary weapons. Only a select few inner disciples possessed a sharp weapon, some acquired from the Divine Edge Cave, others purchased elsewhere. And now, Li Mo's flesh was approaching the level of a sharp weapon. Suddenly, the scattered aura abruptly intensified, growing even more frigid. The radiance on Li Mo's body grew increasingly dazzling, finally reaching its critical point. His eyes snapped open, a fierce sharpness flashing within them. With a soft exhale, PFF'd, a small crater exploded into the opposite cave wall. A single breath, sharp as an arrow. If it struck someone at the initial stage of qi and blood cultivation, it could leave them either dead or severely wounded. Li Mo rose to his feet, indifferent to his tattered clothes. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. Picking up a piece of bluestone, he applied a slight pressure. Silently, the stone crumbled into dust. Slipping through his fingers, a body comparable to a sharp weapon. Even a 9th grade mystical beast would struggle to break my defense, let alone an 8th grade one. Brushing the stone dust from his palm, Li Mo examined his hand under the dim light. satisfaction swelling in his heart. His skin tone hadn't changed, if anything, it seemed fairer now. Like it had been polished smooth. Thank you. Bowing solemnly, Limo paid his respects to the 6 mystical weapons before him, including the Scarlet Sky Sword. A faint resonance emanated from the weapons, as if acknowledging him. Then, Limo strode to the deepest part of the Divine Edge Cave's 4th level. Holding a luminous pearl in his left hand, he tapped the stone wall with his right index finger, the sound crisp, not dull. Hollow. Limo raised an eyebrow. Under the glow of the pearl, he noticed that this section of the wall had a slightly different hue from the surrounding rock, as if it had been artificially constructed later. After a brief pause, boom! Limo's fist shot forth like a dragon, unleashing the power of his 8 opened meridians and his weapon-grade physique. The sheer force blasted the wall apart, sending rubble flying. There really is a path. Limo's eyes lit up. But before he could celebrate, a gale roared toward him, as if countless arrows were firing at his face. The overwhelming, weaponized sharpness seemed to solidify into tangible form. Limo. Alarmed, he immediately activated the extreme weapon slaughter body technique at full power. Forcing his eyes open, he saw a narrow passage, barely wide enough for one person, with faint red and blue light emanating from the other end. Inside a cavern the size of a basketball court, 2 pools lay side by side. One seethed like molten lava, the other radiated bone-chilling frost, their waters flowing outward. At the point where the 2 pools converged, a pitch-black hammer stood inverted, silently diverting the mingling fire and ice. Boom! Though it was just a hammer trembling, the impact felt earth-shattering, shaking the entire divine weapon peak. A single glance made Limo's mind explode with visions. In a daze, he saw a burly, bearded man wielding the hammer, striking a sword blank on an anvil, sparks flying in all directions. The Scarlet Sky Sword. The Frost Sky Sword. Had both these mystical weapons been forged by this hammer? The thought had barely formed when the scene shifted again. Now the hammer, still in the bearded man's grip, smashed into the skull of a dragon-like beast the size of a small mountain, its head exploding, leaving only the horns intact. Then, in the hands of other mighty warriors, the hammer crushed countless foes. A single strike could reduce an entire mountain to dust. Rumble, not good, this is an actual earthquake. Snapping back to reality, Limo realized, the tremors weren't an illusion. The divine weapon peak was truly shaking. He sprinted for the exit. As he ran, an inexplicable voice echoed in his mind. Not human speech, yet he understood its meaning. I'll be waiting. Was that the hammer? Divine weapon peak, forging hall. Hiss, white steam billowed as Han-He removed his shirt. Despite his aged face, his upper body was a terrifying mass of sinewy muscle. He retrieved the newly quenched weapon, a 3-pronged blade with a beast mouth design, gleaming coldly. Master, you've forged another named weapon. Murong Xiao relaxed his stance, admiration shining in his eyes. Lately, he had been practicing the cyclone hammer technique under Han-He's guidance. Ah, a named weapon. In the past, the master forgers of our divine weapon peak produced many true grand masters, ones capable of crafting mystical weapons. Han-He sipped his tea, gently stroking the newly forged trident. You'll reach that level one day, master. I'm too old. This lifetime, it's unlikely. Han-He shook his head, then turned an expectant gaze to Murong Xiao. With your half-demon physique, train hard. Perhaps one day, you'll be worthy of wielding the Rampart Calamity Starfall hammer. Before he could finish, boom, the earth quaked, panicked shouts erupting everywhere. Han-He shot to his feet, brows furrowed deeply. As if struck by realization, he vanished in a blur, appearing at the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave in an instant. Earthquake. Run. Get out now. Those still inside fled for their lives, as if regretting not being born with extra legs. Limo emerged among them, clothes in tatters, looking like a wild man. Murong Xiao rushed over, eyeing his ragged state with concern. Brother Li, what happened to you? Ah, just tore my clothes while training. Limo replied casually, though his heart pounded uneasily. There was no doubt, today's commotion was his doing. The elders are gathering. What's going on? Murong Xiao suddenly remarked. Following his gaze, Limo saw 9 figures now standing at the cave entrance. Even my master is here. Limo grasped the severity of the situation. The disturbance in the Divine Edge Cave must have been caused by that hammer. Just what tier of weapon was it? Brother Li, want to come change clothes with me? Yeah, good idea. After the two left, at the Divine Edge Cave entrance, Han He, could it be? Qian Bufin ventured cautiously. Han He nodded grimly. Indeed. The Rampart Calamity Starfall Hammer. You don't look like you've become a Grandmaster. What triggered it? A middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Yin Huacheng spoke up. Yin Huashuan, master of the rare beast peak. Sheng Wu, eyes half-lidded, chuckled. Old relics have tempers too, don't they? The other 8 immediately glared at her. Han He snorted coldly. Sheng Wu, do not disrespect our divine weapon peak's ancestral treasure. The reason why the Divine Edge Peak bears such a name is, naturally, because it possesses a true divine weapon. The Pengu's Starfall Hammer. Even before the Qingyuan sect was established, it had already existed within the Divine Edge Cave. Later, only when successive generations of Divine Edge Peak elders reached the level of Grand Artificers and sought to forge profound artifacts would they invite it out. They merely used it, never truly wielded it. This matter was known only to the sect master and the respective peak elders. Enough talk. Why don't we go down and take a look? Shui Jing stroked his long beard as he spoke. The elders exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The journey passed in silence. Before long, they arrived at the 4th level of the Divine Edge Cave, the place where profound artifacts were stored. When they saw the gaping hole, their pupils constricted in shock. This hole seems to have been blasted open by sheer brute force. There are no traces of internal energy or martial intent. Who did this? The elders looked at one another, confusion evident in their eyes. Clearly, none of them had been the one to open this passage. Just as they were puzzling over it, they noticed Han He's expression had turned strange. Following his gaze, they too looked toward the deepest part of the Divine Edge Cave, where ice and fire converged. Sheng Wu raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, Han He, it seems that Ancient Hammer has acknowledged a master. Everyone. The realization struck them like a thunderbolt, and they couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. A divine weapon. Han He's face twitched uncontrollably as he stood frozen in place, as if his soul had left his body. Acknowledged a master. Who? Qian Bufin struggled to steady his voice. No one answered. How intriguing. To have the divine weapon acknowledge a master, yet leave it behind here. Yin Huashuan's eyes gleamed with speculation. Surely it couldn't be because they couldn't lift it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A divine weapon would never acknowledge someone who couldn't even wield it as their master. Han He trembled uncontrollably, his voice hoarse. For a moment, silence fell over the group. After a long pause, Han He was the first to speak again. I will investigate this matter. If I uncover any leads, I will report to the sect master and convene a discussion with the elders of all peaks. Should we seal this hole? After the sect trials, newly promoted true disciples and inner disciples will come to the Divine Edge Cave to select their weapons. I don't think it's necessary. True. New disciples likely won't make it this far anyway. After a brief discussion, the elders of the various peaks began filing out of the Divine Edge Cave. Only Han He remained, standing motionless as the interplay of ice and fire cast his shadow against the wall. After a long while, his expression turned desolate, and he let out a melancholic sigh. So, you were unwilling to remain just a forging hammer, were you? Autumn Water Pavilion. Nightfall brought a slight chill. Only 3 simple dishes were laid out on the table today, none prepared by Li Mo, but fetched from the dining hall instead. Ying Bing held her bowl, chewing slowly. After barely finishing half a bowl, she set down her chopsticks. The meal today was utterly bland. Ying Bing had never been one to fuss over food. As long as it was clean and filling, that was enough. For her, eating was merely a necessity for sustaining her current body, nothing more. Her appetite, like all her other desires, was faint. Well, that had been the case before she tasted hot pot and grilled meat. I could have endured the darkness, had I never seen the light. The same principle applied to food. Now, looking at these plain dishes, Ying Bing felt a faint emptiness in her heart. Her gaze flickered subtly toward the opposite side of the table. The young man there was mechanically shoveling food into his mouth, his face etched with existential doubt. Young Li Mo's mood was, indeed, exceedingly complicated. Pangu's Cataclysm Star Hammer, a divine weapon. When Murong Xiao had whispered to him that the disturbance might be linked to the divine weapon beneath the Divine Edge Cave, Li Mo's expression had been priceless. After reaching minor mastery in swordsmanship, the Scarlet Sky Sword barely acknowledges me. Yet, despite never practicing hammer techniques, this divine hammer seems inexplicably drawn to me. That hammer could practically be called the Scarlet Sky Sword's father. Did this mean he wasn't cut out for the sword at all, but for the hammer instead? His mind conjured an image of himself smirking devilishly, swinging the hammer to crush an enemy's skull. Tisk. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Limo slapped his chopsticks down, dispelling the mental image. His appetite gone, he stubbornly picked up his sword and strode into the courtyard. Grasping the steel-green sword, he began practicing his forms for the first time in earnest. The blade's gleam flowed smoothly, the movements vigorous and sharp. For someone his age to achieve minor mastery in an advanced sword art, any elder who saw him would praise him as a prodigy of the sword path. 10 days to minor mastery. Not entirely without talent. Even Ying Bing found it somewhat passable. Of course, he was still far from a true sword prodigy. Even without her past life's experience and insight, it would have taken her no more than half an hour to reach minor mastery in the same sword art. Yet, in the realm of swordsmanship, there existed even more monstrous geniuses, those born with a sword heart and sword bones, capable of refining any sword technique with a single glance, creating peerless sword arts by age 10, and mastering divine-level sword skills to perfection by 20. Such individuals truly existed, and one of them had left a deep impression on Ying Bing as a former rival. Then there was the great Yu's young princess, a natural-born sword embryo, destined for the blade, her talent unrivaled in the current era. Far more terrifying. Had Limo known her thoughts, he might have laughed bitterly. He knew his own limits. The years he'd spent practicing the sword exceeded his actual age. And this was all he had to show for it. His true aptitude was likely utter garbage. I don't feel any improvement at all. Not even a glimpse of the threshold to greater mastery. As he practiced, Limo had to admit one thing. This wasn't sword training, it was just waving a sword around. There was no progress after a full session. He didn't even know where to direct his efforts. The worst wasn't a lack of effort, but not knowing where to channel it. Could it be that he truly wasn't meant for the sword? This sword art of yours emphasizes restraint over release. A familiar, clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Before Limo could react, a slender, pale hand had already taken the steel-green sword from his grip. The longer you accumulate power, the greater the final burst of force. Swoosh. Thus, each stroke must be as precise as embroidery, controlling every ounce of strength. Swish. The finer your control, the more power you can store. Under the moonlight, the beauty's swordplay was ethereal. Her movements were focused, seamless, and transcendent, like an ice lotus blooming in a secluded mountain pond through the seasons. Limo stared, mesmerized, but soon, doubt crept in. Had the ice block ever practiced flaming crane thousand feathers before? Was her advice even accurate? 20 years of martial insights successfully infused. Young Limo decided to cheat, just a little. After all, with the sect trials approaching, improving his swordsmanship would undoubtedly come in handy. Year 1. Thanks to Ying Bing's guidance, you found the correct path to practice flaming crane thousand feathers. Year 5. Through relentless training, you learned to retain 17 feather strokes without releasing them. Year 7. Progress grew harder with each step. Even the slightest improvement demanded immense effort. After 2 years, you saw no advancement. Year 13. Through grinding perseverance, you ingrained the technique into muscle memory, retaining 24 feather strokes. Year 20. For the first time, you successfully imprinted 30 feather strokes on a wooden dummy. Flaming crane thousand feathers sword art, greater mastery achieved. Limo. A flood of swordsmanship insights poured into his mind. Yet, he felt no joy. The ice block's advice had been correct. One thing was certain, she had never practiced this sword art. She'd simply watched him perform it once, and then, she could instruct him. Though he loathed the phrase, Limo had no choice but to admit the only words echoing in his mind were, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Thud, 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 a series of muffled cracks. The young woman sheathed her sword and turned away. Behind her, the bamboo stalks suddenly split open, dozens of feather-like marks exploding into dazzling ice blossoms. She didn't even glance back, merely asking softly, "Did you learn?" Limo. Yes. It was clear Ying Bing wasn't mocking him. She genuinely wanted him to learn. and genuinely believed he could improve after just one demonstration. Limo was reminded of his past life, when he'd asked a top student for help with a math problem. Without looking up, they'd scribbled 4 solutions, all beyond the syllabus, then earnestly asked, "Got it? Now you try." The sword was tossed back to him, with mixed emotions. Limo took it and began his forms. Ying Bing's lowered eyes reflected the young man's slightly awkward movements. A trace of approval flickered in her gaze. Not bad. If he could be taught, he wasn't hopeless. At least he had the makings of a swordsman. Did I get it right? Limo turned, only to find empty air behind him. The second-floor window had already shut, a thin layer of frost rapidly spreading across the panes. She must have returned to her cultivation. How many meridians has the ice block unlocked now? Limo pondered. He'd initially thought his progress in the blood-chi realm was impressive. Even a red destined prodigy might struggle to catch up. But tonight's events had thoroughly humbled him. Young Limo shelved his pride. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed. The warm ember of the firebird feather pouch against his chest radiated steady comfort. Heartflame Lotus technique, activate. Tonight, he would attempt to unlock the 9th meridian. Unnoticed, the moon climbed to its zenith. Next door. The 9th meridian, success. Ying Bing opened her eyes, the frost crystals on her lashes glimmering faintly. From the moment she began opening her meridians until now, barely half a month had passed, yet she had already condensed 9. In her previous life, it had taken her a full 3 months. Her progress in cultivation was now several times faster, but her combat prowess had improved by more than tenfold. At present, she could wield sword techniques at their perfected level with her current physique. Her battle experience was unrivaled, not just in Purple Sun Prefecture, but across all the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Moreover, she bore the power of the lunar yin within her. Though she couldn't yet control it fully, even the faintest wisp of its aura was enough to serve as a lethal trump card. The sect trials, I should be able to handle any unforeseen variables now. If I can obtain one of the 9 souls of the 9-colored primordial phoenix, I'll have achieved perfection in the chi blood realm. And then there's that mysterious system. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ying Bing's eyes. Without a doubt, she would claim the top spot in the system rankings. Once she did, the rewards would make her even stronger. In the chi blood realm alone, across all the 9 heavens and 10 earths, past or present, she dared declare herself peerless. Time flowed on. The sun rose, the moon set. The diligent young Limo was already up, bustling about in the kitchen early in the morning. Since she gave me pointers yesterday, I'll make today's breakfast a bit more lavish. Speaking of which, breaking through to the 9th meridian with the Heart Fire Lotus technique has improved my control over the cooking fire too. Limo stirred the dishes as he mused. Indeed, last night, he had opened his 9th meridian. They said the later meridians were harder to unlock, yet he had never encountered anything resembling a bottleneck. Every breakthrough had come as naturally as water flowing downhill. After preparing breakfast, he ate lightly and headed to the sect gates as usual, ready to harvest another wave of martial insights. True disciple Li, here again today. The same elderly woman was still handling the withdrawal procedures for departing disciples. Limo's daily visits had left the old lady uneasy. Surely he wasn't planning to withdraw from the sect like those outer disciples. Just passing by, Limo replied with a smile, only for his expression to freeze the next instant. He had just activated his heavenly destiny eye. Name: Zhongyu. Age: 19th. Bone structure: none. Realm: Chi blood realm, 4 meridians. Destiny: black. Evaluation: a face in the crowd, utterly unremarkable. Recent fate: while returning home from the mountain, encountered a summoning demon cultist, was implanted with a beast seed, and died from having his essence blood devoured. Name: Duan. Age: 18th. Bone structure: none. Realm: Chi blood realm, 2 meridians. Destiny: black. Evaluation: a face in the crowd, utterly unremarkable. Recent fate: while returning home from the mountain, encountered a summoning demon cultist, was implanted with a beast seed, and died from having his essence blood devoured. These 2 were no exceptions. Limo swept his gaze across the crowd, a sea of black. Every departing disciple's destiny was pitch dark. Every single one of them would die, and their deaths would follow the same script. The summoning demon cult. Limo's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's thought, he suddenly stepped in front of the group. Senior brothers, a moment please. I've deposited 10,000 taels of silver at the splendid tower. But since joining Qingyuan sect, I've resolved to focus solely on martial arts and likely won't need it. Since you're all heading home, why not enjoy yourselves there for a few days? Spend my silver for me, help me sever this worldly attachment. 10 minutes later, Limo had gained a mountain of pending investment returns. 110 years worth of martial insights, plus assorted miscellaneous items. Well, he'd successfully talked all those homebound disciples into heading to the splendid tower. The splendid tower was the liveliest pleasure house in Purple Sun Prefecture's capital, frequented by nobles and officials. A single night there cost at least 30 taels. Naturally, it was also a safe place. The moment they heard they could eat, drink, and revel for free, the group was overjoyed. Such generosity. They were practically ready to call Limo their sworn father on the spot. Judging by their enthusiasm, they wouldn't be leaving until they'd thoroughly indulged. The summoning demon cult doesn't seem to be one of Purple Sun Prefecture's 3 major sects. Doesn't sound like a proper orthodox faction. Limo withdrew his gaze and headed for the Divine Edge Cave. This world wasn't governed by laws. Overthinking was pointless, only true strength mattered. 3 days passed in a blink. Autumn Water Pavilion. Looks like 10 meridians is the limit for now. Limo rose, rubbing his numb thighs after a night of motionless meditation, and opened a bundle nearby. Inside were 2 garments, one dark as night, the other indigo blue, both made of fine Songjiang brocade. Young Li recognized them instantly, his mother's handiwork. A letter lay nestled within. My son, may these words find you well. You and little Binger have both become true disciples of Qingyuan sect. Wonderful. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The handwriting was slightly erratic. Clearly, his father had been too excited to hold the brush steady. Limo chuckled wryly and read on. Now that you're a true disciple and training in martial arts, it's time to mature. Rein in that reckless streak of yours, no more of your old mischief. A real man should settle down before pursuing greatness. It's time you considered marriage. And treat Binger especially well. You've known each other since childhood, and now you're both true disciples in the same sect. Such fortune is heaven sent. Strike while the iron is hot. Open your eyes and seize this opportunity. His father's urgency was palpable. The last strokes nearly tore through the paper. The man was practically demanding a grandchild by next year. Limo. Can anyone relate? Harassed about grandchildren at 26 in my past life. Now 16 in this one, and still not spared the marriage pressure. Well, in Great U, men marrying at 16 wasn't uncommon. Is this really my fault? Limo rubbed his temples. He couldn't begin to imagine the ice block that was Ying Bing as a doting wife. Just picturing the 2 of them sharing a bedroll made him shiver. Guess I'll have to disappoint the old man. Shaking his head, Limo changed clothes. In just half a month, the boy in the mirror had grown more defined features, his sunny handsomeness even more striking. His once lanky frame now boasted lean muscle, the very picture of slender clothed, sculpted unclothed. Dressed in his mother's tailored martial attire, he cut the image of a dashing young hero. If one ignored the embroidered lovebirds on the fabric. Ying Bing, my mother made you new clothes. Limo knocked on the neighboring door, arms full. The humid rainy season had left the door frozen stiff, his knocks rang out like hammer strikes. Leave them outside. A voice colder than ice chimed from within. Limo nodded and went to warm breakfast. Soon after, footsteps descended the stairs. Limo turned instinctively, the bun in his mouth slipping out unnoticed. Her jade-like features glowed in the dawn light, a high ponytail swaying behind her. The fitted garments accentuated her graceful figure. Her legs weren't just long, they were practically longer than fate itself, and the sheer black gauze traced their contours with unmistakable clarity. Black stockings. Limo quickly realized it was likely a material called dark cloud gauze, lightweight yet durable, resistant to both extreme cold and scorching heat, not to mention exorbitantly expensive. Such protective gear cost far more than weapons. Whoever invented this thing was an absolute genius. I'll wait for you at Moonview Cliff for 1 hour. Try to make it. Ying Bing's words came out of nowhere. Moonview Cliff. Why? Limo had no idea why she'd suddenly dropped that line. The ice block of a girl clearly had no intention of explaining. Curious, Limo activated his Heaven's Mandate Divine Eye. Name: Ying Bing. Age: 16. Constitution: Lunar Phoenix body of Supreme Yin cultivation realm. 10 meridians of the blood chi stage fate. Crimson bears Emperor's bone, with profound ice as her destiny and autumn waters as her spirit. Possesses the bearing of a celestial phoenix evaluation. A life fraught with tribulations, yet she always emerges unscathed. Though her wings are still tender, when the winds of change arrive, she will soar above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a phoenix reigning over all realms. Recent circumstance: participating in a sect trial, intending to visit the legacy grounds of the 9-colored primordial phoenix to obtain one of its 9 spirits, the Aurora soul. To repay a favor, she plans to bring along a certain burden. From the carriage, one could already see Rare Beast Peak in the distance. Rare Beast Peak was the final summit of the Qingyuan mountain range and the closest to the wilderness. Ahead, a vast crowd gathered, with inner and outer sect disciples clearly separated. Without exception, they were all new disciples who had yet to participate in the sect's trial. The moment the sect master's carriage came to a stop, it instantly became the center of attention. Is that the sect master's true disciple, Ying Bing? Tisk, this junior sister's looks are downright unfair. Keep it down. I heard from Qian Bufin's true disciple that she's already opened 8 meridians in the Qi blood realm. She was even rewarded with a set of black cloud silk inner armor for it. How long has she been here? 8 meridians already. What a monster. Don't tell me someone could win the sect trial in their first year. That would be too terrifyingly talented. Who's that next to her? True disciple Li Mo. They entered the sect together. Oh, I know him. True disciple Li is a really good guy. Hearing the chatter, Li Mo's lips twitched. Thanks, but I prefer doing good deeds anonymously. No need to hand out, nice guy, cards. Moonview Cliff seems to be deep in the trial grounds. Scanning the map, Li Mo located the place where Ying Bing had agreed to meet him. The deeper one ventured into the trial grounds, the stronger the beasts became. Moonview Cliff was remote, requiring passage through territories of late stage and even peak 9th rank beasts. Without some real skill, reaching it would be impossible. 1 hour. Li Mo glanced at Ying Bing, who had taken the lead at the front of the crowd, and silently bolstered his own resolve. Don't underestimate this transmigrator's cheat abilities. Suddenly, Li Mo noticed a familiar gaze locked onto him. Wang Hu. The boy still wore his usual arrogant expression, but a sickly pallor lingered between his brows, casting a shadow over his entire demeanor. Meeting Li Mo's eyes, he slowly drew a finger across his throat in a slashing motion. What's his problem now? Li Mo rolled his eyes but instinctively sensed something off about Wang Hu's condition. With a thought, he activated his Heaven's Eye and scanned him. Name: Wang Hu. Age: 16. Physique: Tiger arms, panther waist. Realm: Qi blood realm. 8 meridians. Fate: Black. Evaluation: Moderately talented. With diligent training, he might achieve something in the future. However, his narrow-mindedness, vindictiveness, and arrogance make him prone to extreme paths. Recent misfortune: beast seed deeply implanted. Strayed too far down a dark path. His own essence blood can no longer sustain him, forcing him to consume beast blood. Gradually losing sanity. Beast seed. Li Mo's brow arched slightly. What puzzled him wasn't Wang Hu's fate, but the fact that he had come into contact with the demon summoning cult. Before the sect trial, outer disciples weren't allowed to leave the mountain unless they withdrew from the sect. If Wang Hu had stayed within Qingyuan's sect the whole time, where had this beast seed come from? This trial might not be as straightforward as it seems. Li Mo pondered for a moment. Well, when the child of destiny is involved, things going smoothly would be the real anomaly. Following the usual tropes, the ice block Ying Bing would probably turn the tide at a critical moment, maybe even pull off a desperate counterattack. But since he knew now, Master, Li Mo rushed straight to where the elders were seated. Shang Wu, who had been dozing off, rubbed her sleepy eyes at her disciple's voice. Time to eat. I'll treat you after the trial. There's something important I need to report. Li Mo explained his suspicions, though he covered up the Heaven's Eye with a plausible excuse. The moment the words, demon summoning cult, left his mouth, Shui Jing and Qian Bufin immediately straightened, their expressions turning grave. Even Shang Wu's drowsiness vanished. Are you certain it's the demon summoning cult? This is no joking matter. Qian Bufin's voice was low, his brows furrowed with concern. My father served as a county captain and once captured a cultist. The aura feels similar, though I can't be entirely sure. But given the severity, I thought it best to report it. Better a false alarm than negligence. Li Mo's reasoning was sound. Li Mo is always thorough. Shui Jing pondered briefly before nodding. 9 out of 10, that Wang Hu kid has practiced the cult's forbidden art, 100 beasts blood refinement. Daring to extend their claws into our Qingyuan sect. Yin Huashuan, elder of Rare Beast Peak, shot to his feet, looking ready to drag Wang Hu in for interrogation. Yin Hua, always so hasty. Shui Jing stopped him, then gave Li Mo an approving glance. We'll handle it. Return to the trial and proceed as normal. Act as if nothing happened. Understood. Li Mo complied without hesitation. Old Shui probably had his own plans. In Qingyuan sect, if even the elders couldn't resolve an issue, overthinking it wouldn't help. Half an hour later, Qian Bufan stood before the assembled disciples, hands clasped behind his back as he announced the trial rules. Ordinary beasts do not count toward points. 9th rank early stage, mid stage, and late stage beasts are worth 1, 3, and 15 points respectively. Of course, there are also peak 9th rank beasts, worth 100 points. But unless you possess strength comparable to the inner breath realm, don't attempt them lightly. Upon slaying a beast, or in emergencies, fire a signal arrow. An inner sect deacon will come to assist. With that, Qian Bufan returned to his seat. The disciples collected their signal arrows and selected weapons before the 1,000-strong crowd marched into the forest. Yin Hua, junior brother. Shui Jing suddenly spoke. Yin Huashuan nodded. He blew a bone whistle, and from Rare Beast Peak, hundreds of birds took flight, some diving into the woods, others circling overhead. A short while later, a signal arrow shrieked across the sky. Soon, an inner sect deacon returned, dragging the corpse of a black leopard the size of a calf. Its eyes were wide as saucers, its ferocity frozen in death. The fatal wound was a single, clean slash to the throat, so precise that not a drop of blood spilled, the wound instantly sealed by frost. Ying Bing, 1 point. Qian Bufan marveled. Many disciples can kill 9th rank beasts, but to do it so flawlessly, without wasting a single ounce of strength, that's rare. Yin Huashuan's eyes gleamed. Even if I suppressed my cultivation to the Qi blood realm, I couldn't match that. Shui Jing clicked his tongue in admiration. Little Ying never had combat experience before, did she? Shang Wu's almond eyes sparkled. First time killing a beast, and it was like slaughtering a chicken. Many prodigies, despite their strength, faltered when facing beasts, their prowess reduced to a fraction under pressure. But some thrived in battle, growing stronger the fiercer the fight. Like herself, Shang Wu called it the innate brawler constitution. Why hasn't my dear disciple made a move yet? The master propped her chin on one hand, her drowsy eyes half-lidded as she teetered on the edge of sleep once more. Whoosh, another signal arrow pierced the air. Li Mo, 1/9th rank early stage beast slain. The strange beast dragged back by the inner sect steward left the elders deep in thought. After staring at it for a long while, Shui Jing finally spoke hesitantly, "Is this thing a wingfang serpent?" To be honest, if old Shui hadn't just used the scales of a wingfang serpent for alchemy, he wouldn't have recognized what this mess even was. The serpent corpse had its head blown apart, fangs shattered, and every bone in its body broken, causing the long serpentine body to crumple into a heap. Like a soda can crushed underfoot. Too brutal. A complete opposite of Ying Bing. Qian Bufan, resting his hands on his round belly, fell into contemplation. Disciple Shang Wu, wasn't Li Mo practicing sword techniques? He's also mastered the 6 harmonies fist. Shang Wu shrugged, as if to say this wasn't her fault. Yin Huashuan picked up a fragment of a fang. The fangs are the toughest part of a wingfang serpent, yet they were shattered along with its body in a single punch. That kid's current level isn't inferior to Ying Bing. And he's also trained in some kind of body forging technique. Shui Jing felt his scalp tingle. None of the elders disagreed. With their discerning eyes, they could deduce much from the battle's aftermath. Judging by the outcome of the fight against a 9th-tier early-stage beast, Li Mo's performance was no less impressive than Ying Bing's. But the elders opened their mouths, unsure whether to praise him or not. This fighting style was far too reminiscent of a certain someone. The Qingyuan sect already had Shang Wu to deal with, wasn't one enough? If a second one appeared, wouldn't that be disastrous? Ah, old Shui, you fool, why didn't you take Li Mo as your disciple back then? My true disciple quota was full. Elder Qian had openings, why didn't he take him? I wanted to, but disciple Shangwu got there first. You fool. Is it too late to steer him away from this misguided path? The elders sighed in dismay. Shangwu abruptly stood up, one hand on her hip, the other clenched into a fist, knuckles cracking ominously. Fine, if you want to poach my disciple, go ahead. Whoever beats me gets my precious apprentice. The hall fell dead silent. At the same time, deep in the mountains, a 9th-tier early-stage magical beast couldn't even scratch my skin. Li Mo glanced at his fist. They say to kill a snake, strike 7 inches from its head. But he had deliberately wanted to test the limits of his physical body. The result. Without even using his chi and blood energy, he had shattered that winged serpent with a single punch. Strangely enough, Li Mo had never even killed a chicken before. Yet when he slew the beast for the first time, he felt no tension or discomfort. His mind was eerily calm, as if he had done this countless times before. Is this another benefit of the Xuanpin immortal body? Li Mo couldn't help but muse. It seemed that aside from swordplay, he excelled at everything with frightening ease. Shaking the blood off his fist, he took out a map. Moonview Cliff. After confirming his location, he drew his steel blue sword and ventured deeper into the forest. The vast wilderness echoed with scattered shouts. New disciples could be seen battling magical beasts here and there. Li Mo didn't linger. Along the way, he encountered several more 9th-tier early-stage beasts, but the outcome was the same as before. Each fell in a single slash, without him even needing to use proper sword techniques. Soon, he arrived at a region marked on the map as Streamstone Forest. Towering, grotesque stone pillars stood like leafless, withered trees, with a river over 10 meters wide flowing between them. This river flows down from Moonview Cliff. All I need to do is follow it upstream. As he pondered, footsteps approached. Looking up, he saw an inner sect steward dragging the corpse of a black-horned, scaly sheep-like beast. An old acquaintance. The black-horned ram. Though frequently served at Qingyuan sect's dining halls, this was actually a 9th-tier late-stage beast. Despite being herbivorous, it was notoriously aggressive and possessed immense strength. Yet it had been slain in a single stroke. Ying Bing's work. Li Mo recognized it immediately. A clean slash across the throat, the wound frozen shut, not a single drop of blood spilled. The ram likely hadn't even realized it was dead. Indeed, this is the handiwork of true disciple Ying. The steward nodded. He stood there, watching Li Mo intently, making no move to leave. At first puzzled, Li Mo soon understood. He felt it too. The next moment, a massive shadow surged from the water, leaping high into the air. A hulking, jagged-shelled turtle. A 9th-tier late-stage beast, the spined tortoise. Its blood was medicinal, its flesh delectable, and its shell was a prized material. Qingyuan sect's bathtubs were even crafted from them. Of course, as a 9th-tier late-stage beast, the spined tortoise was also notoriously vicious. Any body of water it claimed would be devoid of other fish. Another 9th-tier late-stage beast. The inner sect steward watched with keen interest. These two true disciples had joined Qingyuan sect at the same time, both ascending 100 steps of the heavenly stairway. True disciple Ying had slain the black-horned ram in one strike. Now, he wondered how true disciple Li would fare against the spined tortoise. Admittedly, among 9th-tier late-stage beasts, the spined tortoise was far trickier to kill. If it retracted its limbs into its shell, even a chi and blood realm martial artist could only stare helplessly. Just as he thought this, Li Mo moved. His steel blue sword erupted with dozens of gleaming slashes, each carrying restrained chi and blood energy. Impressive swordsmanship. The steward couldn't help but admire it. Even among Qingyuan sect's historical true disciples, such skill was remarkable. Had he not witnessed Ying Bing's swordplay, he might have been even more astonished. Sensing danger, the spined tortoise let out a low growl and immediately retracted its limbs. Dozens of flaming crane feather-like slashes exploded against its shell, leaving countless tiny fractures. The shell wasn't the only thing damaged. Li Mo's sword now bore several grain-sized chips. Li Mo. This was a standard-issue sect weapon, more than sufficient for slaying 9th-tier beasts, but against this iron-shelled bastard. Had he struck any harder, the sword might have shattered before the shell. Grr. The tortoise, now thoroughly cowed, flipped over and scrambled back toward the water. Oh no you don't. Li Mo gave chase without hesitation. You wreck my sword and think you can just leave. True disciple Li. That beast is cunning. Before the steward could finish, Limo had already plunged into the river. Bubbles erupted on the surface as the steward's heart pounded. In water, the spined tortoise was 10 times deadlier. Even 9th-tier peak beasts wouldn't dare tangle with it there. Limo's swordsmanship was superb, but underwater. He'd be lucky to muster half his usual skill. Just as the steward prepared to dive in for a rescue, gurgle, boom. The river erupted in a geyser of murky water as the massive tortoise was hurled skyward. Limo shot out after it like a meteor crashing to earth. The spined tortoise's eyes bulged with terror, its death already palpable, but this time, it couldn't escape back into the water. It could only resort to its old trick, retracting everything into its shell. The steward's jaw dropped. He had just watched Limo throw the tortoise out of the water. But the real shock came next. Limo didn't use his sword this time. Every muscle in his body tensed to the extreme. The 6 Harmonies fist, perfected to its pinnacle, channeled the full might of his 10 meridians, chi and blood energy, further amplified by the slaughterous aura of the extreme soldier slaughter body. His fist descended. The moment it struck the shell crumpled like an eggshell, caving inward before shattering completely. The force traveled through the shell, cracking the ground beneath in a spiderweb of fissures. I really just wanted to be a swordsman. Limo clenched his fist, his heart filled with grief and indignation. Hearing his roar, the steward's face twitched uncontrollably. A glance at the shattered shell confirmed it. The spined tortoise was dead, and it had not died peacefully. As for Limo, his sleeves had burst apart, steam rising from his body, his exposed muscles gleaming like forged metal. You, a swordsman. If the tortoise weren't already dead, it would have leapt up to protest. A short while later, the 2 beasts' corpses were displayed on a platform at the entrance. One was unmistakably the black-horned ram, clearly slain by Ying Bing, but the other, Lump. The elders squinted, struggling to identify what species it had been in life. Is this a spined tortoise? Elder, it was. This. The elders' expressions grew increasingly bizarre. Ying Bing was astonishing. Every beast she faced had been felled with a single, flawless strike, as if she knew each one's weakness instinctively. But Limo, they truly had no words. Disciple. Shang Wu, you're certain you taught him swordsmanship, correct? Shui Jing confirmed once more. Why would I lie to you? Shang Wu wrinkled her delicate nose. An inner sect steward also testified. True disciple Limo did indeed wield a sword, and his swordsmanship was exceptional. It's just that the quality of his weapon was too poor to pierce the thornback tortoise's shell. When he punched the thornback tortoise to death, he was muttering something about wanting to be a swordsman or the like. So doesn't that mean his fists are harder than the tortoise's shell? The elders fell into silence once again. After a long pause, Elder Hanhei finally spoke. After the trial, let Limo pick a weapon from the Divine Edge Cave. Among named weapons, swords are the most abundant, there's no shortage for him. If he truly finds nothing satisfactory, he may even choose 2 from my personal collection. HMPH, as if we needed your permission. Shang Wu lifted her chin and called out, you there, record the scores. The steward standing by the scoreboard wiped his sweat and began scribbling on it. A glance at the board revealed that Limo and Ying Bing had overwhelmingly left all others far behind. The gap between the 2 of them, however, was razor thin. Ying Bing led by a mere 5 points. As for 3rd place, Wang Hu. Deep within the rocky forest, Lin Yang's entire body was covered in wounds. The spear in his hand barely supported his defensive stance, and he was already showing signs of defeat. His opponents were 2 massive wolves, their bodies patterned with circular rings. Judging from their emanations, one was at the early stage of the 9th rank, while the other was at the mid-stage. These were ringed wolves. In terms of strength, they weren't considered particularly powerful amongst 9th rank beasts. However, they were incredibly cunning, never acting alone, and often cooperating seamlessly. If this drags on, I'm done for. Lin Zhong frowned deeply. Regardless of whether this trial ended here, he had to decide the battle quickly. He was already gravely injured. If more ringed wolves were drawn to the scene, his chances of survival would be slim at best. Among the true inheritors, Murong Xiao bore the body of a half-demon, while Ying Bing's reputation alone could leave prodigies in despair. As for Limo, he was said to have great interpersonal connections. As for himself, Lin Zhong was nothing more than a nobody. After breaking through to the 6th vein of the Qi blood realm and honing his spear skills to a minor mastery, Lin Zhang believed himself capable of handling most mid-stage 9th rank beasts and had hoped to make a stunning impression. Stopping here halfway, however, left him somewhat reluctant. Enough. I'll risk it. Lin Zhang had one ultimate move, originally reserved for beasts at the late 9th rank. Summoning all his qi and blood, he suddenly thrust his spear forward at lightning speed, tearing through the air. The stronger of the ringed wolves was immediately impaled, its life extinguished, but then... Awoo! The early stage 9th rank wolf showed no sign of avenging its companion. Instead, it howled into the air. Damn it, it's summoning the rest of the pack. Lin Yang's expression changed instantly, but having just executed his ultimate move, his energy was momentarily exhausted. He couldn't intercept it in time. The next moment, something strange happened. Awoo, woo, woo. The summoning howl abruptly turned into pitiful whimpering. A figure emerged from the stone forest, casually dragging the ringed wolf behind him. You're one of the true inheritors, aren't you? Your name's Lin Zhang. The voice, carrying a mocking tone, felt oppressively cold. Wang Hu. Lin Zhang recognized the newcomer. Truth be told, it was a bit rude to bring this up. During the entrance ceremony, Wang Hu had famously failed to climb the ascension stone steps properly, tumbling down like a rolling gourd. The incident not only bumped him from the inner court to the outer court but also became a widespread joke within the sect. It was impossible not to know him. Yet now, Wang Hu's real strength seemed no weaker than Lin Yang's. Thank you, Brother Wang, Lin Zhang said, exhaling a sigh of relief. Hey, the one you killed is yours. This one I caught is mine. No objection, right? With a casual twist, Wang Hu snapped the neck of the ringed wolf in his grip. None at all. Lin Zhang nodded, relieved. Claiming the mid-stage 9th rank ringed wolf as his share of the spoils was already generous. Glug, glug. Before Lin Zhang could fire his signal arrow, the sound of drinking halted him in his tracks. Turning back, he frowned deeper than ever. There stood Wang Hu, tearing open the wolf's neck with his teeth, drinking its rancid blood in large gulps, his face alight with an expression of pure ecstasy. A chill ran down Lin Yang's spine. Two ringed wolves. One goes to Lin Zhang, the other to Wang Hu. An approaching sect steward arrived, briefly inspected the corpses, and carried off the two wolves, as the steward's figure disappeared from sight. Well then, I'll take my leave. Lin Zhang cupped his hands in farewell, intent on getting away. Something about Wang Hu unsettled him deeply. The grotesque scene he'd just witnessed only heightened his discomfort. He had no desire to linger. He'd barely taken 2 steps when... Who said you could leave? A sudden rustling sound came from behind. Lin Zhang froze in his step, turning his head to look back. His pupils contracted sharply. What he saw was Wang Hu's arms swelling at an unnatural speed and quickly sprouting layers of mottled fur. The gaze directed at him was devoid of any human emotion, leaving behind only the bloodthirsty savagery of a wild beast. A moment ago, was Wang Hu intentionally luring away the nearby steward? You! Whoosh! Lin Zhang didn't have time to speak. A fierce gust of wind rushed directly toward him. Meanwhile, not far away. What's happening up ahead? Li Mo, bare-chested, wove his way through a forest of towering stones. Don't get the wrong idea. Li Mo didn't have any peculiar habits. He was simply trying to protect his mother's lovingly hand-stitched clothes. Since they were bound to be destroyed in the coming fight, he stored them in his system's space to keep them safe. Hearing the sound of intense combat from a distance, he sped up his pace. Then, upon arrival, he caught sight of 2 figures locked in a fierce battle. Lin Zhang was clearly at a disadvantage, forced into a desperate situation. Blood streamed from multiple wounds on his body. If this went on much longer, Lin Zhang wouldn't need to be killed by Wang Hu, he'd likely bleed out first. Is Lin Zhang fighting some kind of wild beast? No, that's not a wild beast. Something felt off to Li Mo. He activated his destiny eye to observe. Name, Lin Zhang. Age, 16. Constitution traits, mantis legs, azure serpent spine, magpie painting shoulders. Realm, 6th vein of the Qi blood realm. Destiny, blue-black. Evaluation, his talent is decent, but he is overly ambitious and short-sighted. If he can reflect in time, he may yet ascend higher. Recent encounter, after an intense fight and without adequate recovery, he has encountered Wang Hu, whose mind has been devoured by a beast seed. Though he will escape death, he will suffer severe injuries and fail to recover, leading to a downward spiral. That's Wang Hu. Li Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Taking a beast seed turns one into such a horrific state. And Wang Hu was clearly aiming to kill, yet the destiny eye foretells that Lin Zhang will survive. It must be the elders. A realization dawned on Li Mo. The elders had likely been covertly monitoring Wang Hu's actions the entire time. For some reason, they chose not to intervene directly. But neither could they allow a core disciple to die senselessly, so they probably intended to save Lin Zhang at the last moment. A rescue by the elders is still a rescue. But if I intervene, I can even add a blue-level investment to my ledger. Wang Hu, you and I bear no grudges. Harming fellow disciples is a severe crime. Stop now, and I will pretend this never happened. Lin Yang's aura was growing weaker and weaker. He realized he had already lost the advantage and could only hope his words might create hesitation in his opponent. The fiery wolf had no grievance with you either. The strong prey on the weak. You are weaker than me, and so you will become my sustenance. Where is the crime in that? Wang Hu licked the blood off his claws, his piercing gaze growing fiercer. Lin Zhang gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. He knew there was no negotiating with this man. Today, it was either his life or Wang Hu's. Another violent gust surged toward him. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lin Zhang prepared to unleash another killing thrust. But excessive blood loss and exhaustion had taken their toll. This strike was far less powerful than his earlier attempts. Mid-thrust, with a cruel smile, Wang Hu's mutated hand flipped upward, effortlessly catching the spear mid-shaft. Then, with razor-sharp claws now fully formed, his strike came crashing down. Not to mention a human head, even a piece of bluestone would be shattered into fragments under such a palm strike. Lin Zhang let out a sigh in his heart. Is this the end of his life? Bang! A loud noise echoed. To Lin Yang's surprise, his head did not shatter as he had feared. Instead, Wang Hu was forced to stagger backward several steps, each step leaving deep pits in the ground. Before Lin Zhang stood a lean and impressive young man, his body as nimble and fierce as a hunting leopard. It was unclear when he had arrived. Li Mo. Lin Zhang was stunned. Li Mo, you're still as fond of meddling as ever. Good, you've come at the perfect time. I've been looking for you. All pretense of calm abandoned him. Wang Hu, upon seeing Li Mo, became increasingly like a frenzied beast. There are some people whose mere appearance can break one's composure. Stop braying like a donkey. Stand quietly. Wait for the inner sect stewards to arrive and deal with you under the sect's rules. Li Mo frowned faintly. Having saved Lin Zhang, he considered his investment complete. Whatever the sect elders had planned for Wang Hu, Li Mo had no interest in going beyond what was necessary. You're asking for death. To Wang Hu, such an attitude was nothing short of a blatant insult. Completely losing control, his entire body began to swell with muscle. Thick fur sprouted across his skin, and a tiger's tail lashed about, resembling an iron whip swinging in fury. He no longer bore any resemblance to a human. He had transformed into a towering striped tiger, standing upright. His crimson eyes burned with the desire to rend Li Mo limb from limb as he lunged furiously toward him. Li Mo, be careful. Lin Yang's heart turned cold with panic, and he shouted loudly. He could sense that Wang Hu's aura had now become unbearably terrifying. Likely even a peak 9th grade beast wouldn't compare. Without hesitation, Lin Zhang launched a signal flare into the air. Seeing Li Mo stand firm without dodging, he called out in urgency once more. Li Mo, you have to get away. Otherwise, neither of us will make it out of this. Bang! A heavy impact resonated. The enormous tiger claw collided with Li Mo's fist. The odds seemed impossibly stacked against him, yet the outcome nearly made. Lin Yang's eyes pop out of his skull. The furry tiger arm instantly exploded into a mist of blood, shattering as though it was boneless. Li Mo's expression remained calm and composed. With a single motion, he grabbed Wang Hu's head and slammed him onto the ground. Boom! The earth cracked and splintered. That build-up was so long, I thought you were planning something grand. Putting effort into learning a forbidden technique is one thing. But neglecting to practice, and turning yourself into neither beast nor man, what was the point? Li Mo remarked airily. Wang Hu's eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious. It was unclear whether the blow had knocked him out or if Li Mo's words had angered him into passing out from sheer indignation. Soon after, Wang Hu's beast-like transformation vanished, and he reverted to his human form. His energy drained entirely, leaving him frail and fragile, like a dying old man floundering in the wind. Not far away, Lin Yang's mouth gaped wide, enough to swallow 2 eggs whole. A figure as strong as a peak 9th grade beast had been defeated in an instant. One move. Honestly, he even felt as though Li Mo hadn't gone all out. If he had, he wouldn't have simply knocked Wang Hu out. He could have killed him with ease. They had all entered the Qingyuan sect together as disciples. Yet why was Li Mo so overwhelmingly powerful, to the point of utter despair? Before entering the Qingyuan sect, he was already trained for quite a long time at a martial arts gym. As for Li Mo, when he was initiated into the sect, he hadn't even unlocked his meridians yet. At that time, he was an ordinary person completely powerless, someone Lin Zhang could have easily defeated 100 times over. And yet, how long has it been since then? As Lin Zhang began to question life's unpredictability, a wooden box was handed to him. "Here, for external use," said the voice. At the same time, a bright and cheerful voice reached his ears. "This Baihua condensed dew ointment works wonders for treating external injuries." This, coming to his senses, Lin Zhang looked up and saw that sunny smile before him. Not one to hesitate, Lin Zhang quietly began applying the ointment to his wounds. Meanwhile, investment successful. Half a bottle of Baihua condensed dew ointment invested. Reward generated. 1 martial arts manual for Golden Bell Shield technique. Claim the reward. Do not claim. Responding internally to the system, Li Mo casually motioned farewell to Lin Zhang. "All right, just wait here for a steward," he said. "I'm in a hurry, so I'll take my leave." With that, he strode off determinedly toward Moonwatch Cliff. "Take care, Brother Li." Watching his retreating figure, Lin Zhang couldn't help but feel a growing sense of awe and admiration. The effectiveness of that medicine was extraordinary. It stopped the bleeding instantly after application. Not only had it saved his life, it even allowed him to continue participating in the trial. Saving lives without seeking recompense. Could it be that true experts really are open-hearted and magnanimous? Lost in thought, Lin Zhang rose to his feet once more. At the entrance of the trial grounds, a white-headed magpie perched on Yin Huashuan's shoulder, chirping softly. After a brief pause, Yin Huashuan spoke. Wang Hu was indeed practicing the 100 Beasts' blood refinement. Just now, he fully unleashed his beast lineage, instantly opening all 12 meridians and transforming into a tiger-leopard hybrid, roughly equivalent to a peak 9th tier mystical beast. Then my disciple is in grave danger. The Ruyi Peak elder abruptly stood up. When he first learned of Lin Yang's encounter with Wang Hu, he had already wanted to intervene, but was dissuaded by the other elders. They feared his rash action might scare off the bigger fish behind Wang Hu. "Elder Lu, don't panic. I haven't finished," Yin Huashuan said with a strange expression. True disciple Li happened to pass by. Wang Hu has already been subdued by him and is now being escorted back by nearby intersect enforcers. Li Mo again. The elders exchanged glances. Defeating a late 9th tier mystical beast, and now subduing Wang Hu, who was equivalent to a peak 9th tier beast, and even trickier due to his human intellect. To be honest, though Li Mo and Ying Bing both stood atop the heavenly ascension stone steps, the elders still believed Ying Bing's talent far surpassed Li Mo's in every aspect. After all, as the sect leader's true disciple, Ying Bing's terrifying progress had left them numb with awe. Yet now, it seemed Li Mo might truly be able to keep pace. Before long, the intersect enforcers threw the unconscious Wang Hu onto the platform. "Did Li Mo not return with you?" Shui Jing was the first to ask. He worried Li Mo might be injured but stubbornly continuing the trial. Some wounds, if left untreated, could leave lasting damage. Elder Shui, according to true disciple Lin, true disciple Li was unharmed. It must be true, he defeated Wang Hu with a single move. A single move. Only then did Shui Jing take a closer look at Wang Hu, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. He quickly noticed Wang Hu's entire arm was twisted and broken. This didn't look like the aftermath of a hard-fought battle. It was more like being casually crushed by a far stronger predator. Regardless, with such ferocious combat prowess, Li Mo was now undeniably Ying Bing's equal. Could it be that this kid's bones conceal the bloodline of some powerful beast? Qian Bufin couldn't help but wonder if he'd misjudged Li Mo on the heavenly ascension stone steps. If you alone saw wrong, it's unlikely we all did. He must have achieved great completion in body refinement. Han He shook his head. Great completion in body refinement within half a month of joining the sect. It seemed his earlier speculation had been correct. Old man, you're slipping. Shang Wu grinned, her almond-shaped eyes curving like crescents. Han He recalled their bet, and his face darkened instantly. He had to admit, Murong Xiao was outstanding, but compared to Li Mo, the gap was too vast to even measure. A competition. At this rate, it was uncertain whether Murong Xiao could even withstand a single punch from Li Mo now. And Li Mo would only grow stronger, likely at an even faster pace. With these two, the Qingyuan sect will flourish. A fierce light gleamed in Yin Huaxuan's eyes. The other elders nodded in agreement. The founding ancestors of the Qingyuan sect had all come from the Central Plains. Back then, though the sect's territory was limited to Purple Sun Prefecture, its influence overshadowed the entire Eastern Wasteland domain. Who would have thought that in their era, they'd witness geniuses comparable to the ancestors? And two of them at once. Once they matured, the Qingyuan sect might truly see two suns sharing the sky. Shui Jing chuckled. Since Li Mo rescued a fellow disciple and subdued Wang Hu, let's credit him with the points for slaying a peak 9th tier beast. Any objections? None. Even if they gave Li Mo extra points, it would be justified. Thus, the scoreboard updated. Ying Bing, 119 points. Li Mo, 116 points. Not long ago, Ying Bing had also slain a peak 9th tier beast, so the gap between them remained a mere 3 points. The future is still long. For now, we still have enemies lurking in the shadows. Shui Jing's voice drew everyone's attention back. The mastermind behind Wang Hu never showed themselves. These demon-summoning cultists are truly vigilant. Or perhaps Wang Hu was just a disposable pawn. Humph. I say we turn the land upside down, they can't hide forever. Unwise. Such a move would exhaust our resources and alert them, with no guarantee of success. After much debate, the elders remained divided. In the end, they decided to send Wang Hu to Ruyi Peak for interrogation. They would wait for the sect leader to emerge from seclusion before making a final decision. Since the enemy hadn't intervened even when Wang Hu was captured, it was unlikely they'd cause further trouble during this trial. Better to let the sect trial conclude peacefully first. Just then, another enforcer returned, dragging two mystical beasts, a blazing ring wolf king, and a lion bear, both late 9th tier beasts. Before he even approached, the elders recognized, this had to be the work of true disciple Li again. With this addition, Li Mo's score jumped to 146. Instantly overtaking Ying Bing for first place. My precious disciple is number 1 now. Shang Wu hummed, snatching the enforcer's brush and boldly updating Li Mo's score before hanging the board at the top. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Who dares say I can't teach disciples now? The elders. They'd been fools to doubt her. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Stone Creek forest, senior brother, save me. An outer sect disciple lay pinned under a ferocious lion bear, powerless to resist. His pleading gaze locked onto a figure standing atop a stone pillar. That person, though not an enforcer, wore the robes of a true disciple. The outer disciple never imagined. The senior brother he'd summoned with a signal arrow would just stand there, coldly watching like it was a show, without the slightest intention to help. Even worse. His eyes held only mockery and indifference. It was Yin Huaqiang, who had volunteered to oversee the Moonview Cliff sector. Yin Huaqiang was in a foul mood. Futu had failed to deliver on his promise. The disciples who left the sect hadn't returned home but were instead indulging in a pleasure house within Purple Sun Prefecture. Now, he'd just learned Wang Hu was dead, meaning he'd have no cultivation materials for the foreseeable future, and the one responsible for both setbacks was the same person. Li Mo. Veins bulged on Yin Huaqiang's forehead, his pupils flickering between slitted and human. Just then, a crow landed on his shoulder, cawing in a low, raspy voice. Telling me not to stir trouble. Yin Huaqiang's aura grew increasingly terrifying. By now, the outer disciple had gone still. The lion bear, mid-feast, suddenly turned at the noise. But the moment it met Yin Huaqiang's gaze, its ferocity vanished, replaced by sheer terror as it crouched low. Thud, Yin Huaqiang's hand pierced its chest, ripping out its still-beating heart. He devoured it in savage bites. I planned to let you grow a little longer. But since you ruined my materials, you'll pay with your own flesh. He donned a black robe, and his figure vanished into the shadows. Moonview Cliff. Along the way, Li Mo didn't spend much effort hunting exotic beasts. No matter how generous the sect's rewards were, they couldn't compare to the inheritance hidden within the ice block. Just listen, 9-colored primordial phoenix. Such a high-tier opportunity would have been beyond his reach in this lifetime if he hadn't clung to Ying Bing's jade-like legs. So worth it. Lost in thought, Limo had already ascended Moonview Cliff. Looking down from here, he saw a sheer drop of 10,000 feet, with mist swirling below, obscuring any sight of the bottom. Not even a single bird could be seen. Qingyuan. This was the origin of the entire Qingyuan sect. If one strained their gaze further, they'd notice that the entire Qingyuan seemed unnaturally abrupt. Without beginning or end, it bore no resemblance to a naturally formed landscape. Where's the inheritance site? Limo scanned his surroundings but found no trace of the so-called inheritance. Of course, Moonview Cliff wasn't some remote, untouched place. Rumor had it that couples from Rare Beast Peak often came here for secret rendezvous, and the sect had no shortage of legends about this spot. If it were so easily discovered, it would have been public knowledge long ago, but how had Ying Bing found it? Did she, like him in the Divine Edge Cave when he sensed the hammer, feel a calling from the opportunity here? Wait, it can't be that I have to jump off Moonview Cliff into Qingyuan, right? How deep is this thing? Limo stepped to the edge and peered down. Suddenly, his vision blurred. An overwhelming sword intent, as if a divine punishment from the heavens, slashed through his consciousness. It felt like a strike capable of cleaving through any obstacle in this world, relentless until its target was utterly annihilated. At that moment, Limo realized his body, tempered by the extreme soldier's forging technique, was as fragile as any mortal flesh. Phew, Qingyuan was carved out by a single sword strike. A terrifying thought took root in his mind. A strike from untold ages ago, yet its residual intent lingered even now. A single sword's radiance chilling 19 provinces, no longer just a poetic phrase in the face of this sword intent. What kind of supreme expert could wield such power? In the future, Ying Bing might reach such heights, or even surpass them. Limo recalled the evaluation of Ying Bing from the heavenly fate divine eye, destined to become a supreme powerhouse across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At least in the Qi blood realm, he wasn't too far behind her. With that, Young Li sighed. Why aren't I cut out for swordsmanship? Next time, I'll try again with a better sword. A chilly wind swept across Moonview Cliff. Ying Bing tidied her slightly disheveled hair, her gaze distant. The Lingxiao sword path is indeed vast and majestic, its aura spanning mountains and rivers. The master who now wields this path should still be guarding the sword mausoleum, no. Even at her peak, the one who had delivered that strike would have been worthy of her respect. Later, that master passed the Lingxiao sword path to a deposed princess of the Great Yu dynasty. Ironically, Ying Bing had known the woman who inherited this path, the one who would later become the world's foremost swordswoman, back when they were both insignificant. In her past life, Ying Bing had been mistaken for having blocked meridians, delaying her entry into Qingyuan's sect. During that time, she and the future swordswoman had relied on each other, weathering hardships together. That was Ying Bing's first time learning the sword. Chu Long should have also been exiled to the eastern wasteland by now. But she wouldn't recognize me anymore. A faint smile touched Ying Bing's lips. Just then, she reached the summit of Moonview Cliff. Her eyes landed on Li Mo, standing at the cliff's edge, his clothes stained with beast blood. She had expected him to still be in the Stone Creek forest by now. After all, he might have encountered peak 9th grade exotic beasts there. Even with 12 opened meridians in the Qi blood realm and mastery in swordplay, he shouldn't have handled them effortlessly. Considering the difficulty of the path for someone at his level, she had deliberately given him an extra hour. Yet, he had arrived before her. Took you long enough. Li Mo grinned, unsurprised. Seems Ying Bing had an easy trip. Her hair wasn't even messed up. Meanwhile, his clothes were torn. Well, that was his own doing. Rest and recover. I'll wait, Ying Bing said softly, a realization dawning. Li Mo must have avoided all battles with beasts along the way, rushing straight here without engaging. Recover. Li Mo blinked, then chuckled. I'm not hurt. This is all beast blood. See. He stepped closer. 2 weaker beasts blocked my path, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't hold back. Ying Bing's brows furrowed slightly. To his surprise, she actually reached out and pressed a finger against his chest. Indeed, it was beast blood. Had he really encountered no obstacles except for 2 early 9th grade beasts near Moonview Cliff? His luck was unusually good. But this also meant he'd forfeited the trial's rewards. Ying Bing cared little for the sect's rewards, yet Li Mo, without knowing why she'd summoned him, had chosen to abandon everything to come. When she looked up, she met his bright, untroubled smile. No resentment, no impatience, just pure satisfaction at having fulfilled their arrangement. As if he trusted her completely, believing she must have a reason for calling him here. Why? Ying Bing found this youth increasingly inscrutable. Li Mo shifted awkwardly. Ying Bing's finger was still pressed against his chest. It felt icy. Young masters, have I come at a bad time? A raspy, ill-timed voice cut through the cold breeze. Li Mo and Ying Bing turned simultaneously. At the only path leading up to Moonview Cliff stood a black-robed, iron-masked figure who had appeared without a sound. I only came to settle a score with young Master Li. Never expected a pleasant surprise. Young Master Ying is here too. When mentioning Ying Bing, the masked man's voice trembled with barely restrained excitement. Whoosh, a flare arrow shot into the sky. The man might as well have villain written on his forehead. Li Mo wasted no words, he immediately signaled for backup. Yet the black-robed man remained unperturbed, sneering. Young Master Li, use your head. Do you think I'd show myself here without thorough preparations? Ying Bing, Ying Bing. I'd hate for you to die alongside him. If you just, ding ding. 2 crisp chimes. Li Mo shook the harmony bell expressionlessly. Li Mo. Instantly, the masked man's voice cracked. If his mask weren't in the way, one would see his face drain of color, sweat beading. He knew exactly who that bell would summon. You're dead. A bestial roar echoed from the depths of Qingyuan. But before the man could act, a sword gleam flashed. Cold, ruthless, and decisive, its intent pierced to the bone. Ying Bing had thrown her sword. The masked man was confident he could withstand this strike. Yet it had to be admitted, Ying Bing's strength far exceeded his expectations. She couldn't even be described as a mere genius. Taking the blow head-on, even as a divine observation realm cultivator, he would still be injured. The air froze for an instant. In the end, the black-robed man chose to halt his steps and sidestep the attack. However, at that very moment, Ying Bing didn't spare the black-robed man a glance. Instead, her eyes locked onto Li Mo. Jump. Li Mo seemed to realize what she intended to do. Ying Bing suddenly felt she understood this young man even less. This was the unfathomable Qingyuan sect. Why wasn't he afraid, not even the slightest bit? Or was it because of his trust in her? All right. Ying Bing had never been one to hesitate. Since Li Mo agreed, $2 then if she couldn't fathom his thoughts. $2 he gripped his hand without hesitation and stepped into the void. The icy wind instantly turned biting. Everything around them blurred rapidly. All their senses grew dull. On Moonview Cliff, the black-robed man lunged forward, his robes tearing apart from the force. Staring down from above, he watched, dumbstruck, as the figures of the boy and girl, hands tightly clasped, vanished into the sea of clouds. Nothing remained in his eyes but disbelief. Jumping into the abyss. They didn't hesitate for even a second. Yin Huacheng's mind went blank, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He had seen many people's wretched states before death, but he had never seen anyone charge headlong toward their demise without hesitation. No one knew how deep the Qing abyss truly was, and it was filled with an oppressive aura strong enough to suppress one's qi, blood, inner breath, physical form, and even the connection between inner and outer worlds. Even a sect master who had reached the external scenery realm wouldn't dare descend unprepared. To qi blood realm cultivators. A certain death. Madman, you two are even crazier than me. Yin Huacheng punched the ground, regret surging in his heart. The reason he had dodged that sword earlier was fear of injury. An injury could expose his true intentions, but even that would have been better than this, losing the prey and the bait alike. This meant not only had he failed to obtain high-quality cultivation materials, but he had also committed the grave crime of scheming against a true disciple. The elders will arrive soon. Yin Huacheng forcibly suppressed his churning emotions. He quickly stripped off his black robes and mask, tossing them into the Qing abyss before changing into the attire of a true disciple. Once done, he prepared to send a message to the elders. But before he could act, boom! A fiery meteor crashed just 3 zhang away from the cliff's edge, the impact sending dust and debris flying. creating the illusion that the entire Moonview cliff trembled. As the dust settled, $2 woman in fiery red palace robes stood with her sleeves fluttering, her dark hair dancing like strokes of wind. "Where is my disciple?" Her voice, devoid of its usual drunken laziness, sounded almost unfamiliar. Gulp. Yin Huacheng's throat dried under the scorching heat of her aura, his carefully prepared excuses dying before they could leave his lips. Disciple just arrived as well. Shang Wu, let's discuss this calmly. Other elders landed on the mountaintop. First, we must clarify what happened. Yin Huashuan gave his son a deep look. Bolstered, Yin Huacheng finally spoke. Moonview Cliff is under my supervision. When I heard the signal arrow, I rushed here immediately. But by the time I arrived, the cliff was already empty. Silence fell. Everyone's expressions darkened instantly. There was only one path up Moonview Cliff. If Li Mo and Ying Bing hadn't been seen on the way up, and they weren't on the cliff now, then only one possibility remained. Their gazes drifted toward the Qing abyss, hearts sinking like stones. This sword belongs to Ying Bing. She must have encountered an enemy she couldn't handle, forcing her to strike with everything she had. Shui Jing stepped forward, his face grim as he held up a frost-covered blade still radiating cold. Those two were no ordinary Qi blood realm cultivators. Together, they could at least hold their own against an inner breath cultivator long enough for us to arrive. Whoever attacked them was at the observation divine realm. Qian Bufan's words hung in the air. No one had expected that the demonic cultivator behind Wang Hu would target the true disciples. Thud. Suddenly, Yin Huacheng coughed up blood and was sent flying. Just before he could crash into a tree, an invisible force dissipated the momentum, leaving him stumbling in circles before barely regaining his footing. Yin Huashuan steadied his son, frowning. Shang Wu, none of us wanted this. Casualties happen every year during trials. Overseeing such a vast area makes it impossible to be everywhere at once. Must we blame the overseers for every mishap? Shang Wu's narrowed eyes flashed with fire. She didn't strike again, only coldly stating, "Pray I never discover your involvement in this." Yin Huacheng paled as if facing death itself. Shang Wu. Yin Huashuan roared, "I sympathize with your grief, but do not make baseless accusations." Shang Wu ignored his fury. "Enough. Infighting won't help now." Qian Bufan interjected, "Yin Huashuan, have your avian scouts reported anything? Birds cannot approach Moonview Cliff due to its proximity to the Qing Abyss. I'll search the surrounding area. If I find anything suspicious, I'll notify everyone immediately." Yin Huashuan nodded. Shui Jing exhaled heavily. "Hunting the demonic cultivator is secondary. Our priority is confirming whether Li Mo and Ying Bing are alive. And if they are, how do we rescue them?" Silence. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. No one knew what lay at the bottom of the Qing Abyss. The sect's records offered no clues. Many of Qing Abyss sect's experts suspected hidden treasures below, explaining the perpetual oppressive aura. Countless had attempted to explore, but most either vanished or retreated halfway. Jumping down meant likely never being seen again, alive or dead. Then, tink, a faint chime. Shang Wu's almond-shaped eyes lit up as she raised her wrist, the soulbound bell. Li Mo is still alive. Stop her. Shang Wu, don't rush in. If they're alive, we'll find a way to bring them back. Shang Wu prepared to leap into the abyss. The elders scrambled to restrain her. Chaos erupted. Only Yin Huacheng and Yin Huashuan exchanged a glance, their faces betraying shock. Yin Huacheng opened his mouth to speak, but his father's warning glare silenced him. "Return to Rare Beast Peak." "Yes. Master must know I'm alive now." Li Mo clutched the soulbound bell tightly. Falling through the clouds for so long distorted one's sense of time and space. One thing was certain, they had fallen deep. The oppressive aura grew heavier, dulling Li Mo's senses until even the howling wind seemed distant. Only the icy coolness of the small hand in his grasp kept him grounded. Blurrily, he glanced at its owner. Her half-lidded eyes remained as serene and detached as ever. Was she confident? Or simply unafraid of death? From this height, anyone but a chosen one would be reduced to paste. Not even scraps would remain. Even with something to cushion the fall, we'd likely be knocked unconscious or worse. The hidden legacy site couldn't be explored without Ying Bing. If it were easily accessible, it wouldn't have remained undiscovered for so long. So, the ice block couldn't be harmed. Driven by impulse, Li Mo pulled her closer. Soft jade met his chest. The steady rhythm of her heartbeat pulsed against him through her delicate frame. Ying Bing. She didn't resist, only watched curiously as the boy gradually twisted to position himself beneath her. He's trying to cushion my fall. Even her tranquil mind wavered at the absurdity. From this height, what difference would a human cushion make? Never before had she been this close to a man. In her previous life, no man dared to come within 3 meters of her. Ying Bing gently bit her lip. Moving recklessly might alter the direction of her fall. In the end, she didn't push the young man away. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. The intense sensation of weightlessness finally faded, yet there was still no solid ground beneath their feet. They hadn't landed on Earth. Limo regained consciousness at last. He suddenly realized that behind them was a swirling mass of clouds shimmering with 7-colored radiance. It was this strange, luminous mist that had shielded them from even the slightest harm. And these rays of light were all seeping out from the narrow gap of a stone gate not far away. "Thank you. You can let go now." A cool, composed voice sounded beside his ear. Ah! Limo was momentarily dazed. That flawlessly beautiful face was so close to his that he could even feel the warmth of her breath. Because he had held her so tightly, even through their clothes, he could sense the steady pulse of her icy cold heart. As everyone knows, $2 hen people fall into water or plummet. From great heights, they instinctively cling to anything within reach. Young Limo felt a little awkward. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily and done something superfluous. Clearing his throat, Limo released her and stood up, pretending to survey their surroundings. "Where is this? I've never heard of a place like this beneath the Qing Abyss." "You asked me to come to Moonview Cliff, was it to bring me here?" "MN." Ying Bing nodded, offering no further explanation. "How did you know about this place?" Limo asked casually. "When people feel awkward, they tend to ramble." Ying Bing lowered her eyes and replied indifferently, "I've been here in my dreams." If she considered the events of her past life as nothing more than a dream, then this statement wasn't entirely wrong. After her rebirth, many things had changed. But fortunately, the call of this place had never faded for her. Others could leap from Moonview Cliff 100 times and still never reach this hidden inheritance within the Qing Abyss. Even if they did, they would never make it past the entrance, doomed to perish trapped within the radiant mist. "Let's go." Ying Bing instinctively reached for her waist but found nothing there. "Use mine." As soon as the words left her lips, $2 plain, unremarkable steel sword appeared in her hand, its blade nicked here and there with tiny, rice-sized chips. So, his journey to Moonview Cliff hadn't been as effortless as he'd claimed. Suppressing her thoughts, Ying Bing gave a slight nod and strode forward, sword in hand. Limo followed closely beside her, vigilant of their surroundings. If this was an inheritance site, then perhaps, there were still trials lying in wait. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than, whoo, a bone-chilling wind swept past, stirring a deep, primal dread in the depths of their souls. "Come down, join me. Why are you still alive? Opportunity, a peerless opportunity, take me in with you." Layer upon layer of murmurs and whispers drifted through the wind. "Be careful. Don't stray too far from me." Ying Bing's clear, cold voice reached him. "What are these things?" Limo used the glow of the radiant bridge to scan their surroundings. Dark, swirling mists coiled around them, occasionally revealing glimpses of twisted, agonized faces. In the past, Ying Bing would have dismissed the question outright. But today, she actually took the time to explain. Once a martial artist reaches the observation divine realm, they can temper their spirit by observing mountains, rivers, the sun and moon, rare flora and fauna, and even the wonders of the world. By the time they reach the peak of this realm, their spirit can even leave their body to manipulate objects. Thus, if a martial artist of the observation divine realm or higher dies with lingering regrets, a wisp of their spirit may persist, transforming into a shadow wraith. Shadow wraiths cannot endure sunlight, which is why so many have gathered here. Limo understood now. It stood to reason that many had been tempted to explore the depths of the Qing Abyss, and many had tried. Some of them had surely been formidable experts. Yet clearly, they had all failed. Their lingering regrets remained here forever, watching over the inheritance of the 9-colored phoenix, which they could never enter again. Shadow wraiths. The icy wind carried the wraiths toward them from all directions. Just then, Ying Bing struck. Clang! This was the first time Limo had seen Ying Bing fight in earnest. Swordlight erupted, blossoming into 100 dazzling arcs. Each stroke landed precisely on a shadow wraith, sending them reeling back, perfected blossom-seeking sword art. And yet, despite being a technique that could force even an inner breath realm expert to retreat, the attacks barely fazed the wraiths. They were merely knocked back into the mist, only to regroup and return moments later. Move faster. Shadow wraiths are impervious to ordinary weapons. Before Ying Bing could finish, $2 sudden warmth radiated from behind her. From the pouch at Li Mo's chest, a feather-shaped glow emerged. Fire sparrow plume. Pure yang energy, the natural bane of all yin corrupted entities. Li Mo threw a casual punch. His fist was sheathed in a faint, fiery aura. K-ha-ha. The shadow wraith before him clearly lacked full sentience, and thus, it had no idea what was coming. SSS's, like snow meeting boiling oil. $2 he wraith's inky form began dissolving almost instantly. It instinctively tried to retreat, but Li Mo's fist pierced straight through it. Poof, the wraith vanished. That pouch carries a trace of phoenix energy. It must be from a bird with true phoenix lineage. Ying Bing's tense posture relaxed slightly. With this, she wouldn't need to worry about protecting him. But why had Li Mo suddenly frozen in place? Young Li Mo was stunned, because just then, his system had delivered a notification. Congratulations, host. Successful investment. Assisting Sha Rong in resolving their regrets and finding peace. Investment reward. 1 year of martial insight. Li Mo. Killing shadow wraiths counted as an investment return. No wonder it was said that guiding lost souls to rest was a virtuous deed. With that realization, $2 Imo turned his gaze toward the seething shadows in the mist, his eyes alight with anticipation. Even scraps were still meat. Rewards were rewards, after all. Just as he prepared to continue, he noticed Ying Bing frowning at him. Ahem. Many of these shadow wraiths were once seniors of the Qingyuan sect. If it's within my power to help them find peace, I should do so. Young Li Mo spoke earnestly. Ying Bing pressed her lips together, her eyes flickering with something unreadable. In the end, she said nothing, quietly standing by as she waited. When a wraith lunged at her, she even deliberately herded it toward Li Mo. This is amazing. Li Mo inwardly cheered. Teamwork really did make the work easier. In less than the time it took 2 incense sticks to burn, $2 he shadow wraiths had been almost entirely cleansed, and the air no longer felt so oppressive. In return, he received a cascade of investment rewards. Rough estimates put his total martial insight at 86 years, nearly 200, counting what he already had. There were also miscellaneous items, broken weapons, assorted elixirs with varying effects, gold and silver, even a few land deeds, though whether they were still valid was anyone's guess. Thank you. Li Mo smiled sincerely and clasped his hands toward Ying Bing. MN. Ying Bing sheathed her sword, an inexplicable feeling stirring in her chest. She often couldn't understand why Li Mo insisted on doing things that seemed to offer no benefit and only wasted time, but the feeling afterward wasn't entirely unpleasant. Shaking her head, she stepped forward, finally reaching the entrance to the inheritance site, a stone gate overgrown with moss. She pressed a pale hand against it. A strange vibration rippled through the air. Dust scattered down as the stone gate slowly creaked open. A peach blossom glow radiated outward, saturating the surrounding space. The light flared abruptly, forcing Li Mo to raise a hand in reflex, peering through his fingers into the doorway beyond. Beyond the stone gate lay a cavern. Trees, rocks, and insects, all crystallized, as if transformed into crimson gemstones. Breathtaking yet lifeless. No one had set foot here for ages, yet everything in the cavern seemed eternally preserved in that crystallized red, frozen in a single moment. The radiant glow grew denser, now thick enough to grasp. At its source stood a vividly lifelike, mystical sapling. Nearby, a bathtub-sized pool held a liquid of rose-red hue, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that made every pore tingle. This was the entirety of the 9-colored phoenix's legacy. Everything was identical to when Ying Bing had come here in her past life. She exhaled slowly. The 9-colored phoenix was crucial to her. To put it plainly, without its 9 spirits, the blood phoenix scripture she relied on would be rootless, inferior even to ordinary techniques. Her rebirth, too, had been possible only because she'd used a forbidden art from the blood phoenix scripture, one still in the realm of theory at the time, nirvana. Now, she had obtained the radiant spirit far earlier. And without trial and error, she knew all its secrets. This life, she would soar higher, faster, farther. Ying Bing steadied her racing heart and spoke softly, "The pool's water carries a trace of an auspicious beast's essence. You may soak in it. The benefits for your future are immeasurable. At the very least, your body refining will advance by leaps and bounds." A drop of the nine-colored phoenix's essence. In her past life, soaking here had allowed her to unlock her meridians. From then on, she became immune to all poisons and thrived effortlessly in the Chi blood realm. Now, she had no need for it. "Many thanks, then. You should go claim your inheritance now." Li Mo grinned, pleased. Though the ice block hadn't spelled it out, he knew, this so-called auspicious beast's essence was undoubtedly the nine-colored phoenix's blood. Even without the system's promised rewards, this trip was already a windfall. Few treasures the system offered could rival this pool's value. For all her frosty exterior, the ice block still had his back. He didn't hesitate. Stepping into the pool, an overwhelming surge of vitality instantly seeped through every pore, like tiny fish darting through his meridians. The sensation was euphoric, as if his very soul were being cleansed. "With this, my debt is repaid." Ying Bing had expected to feel unburdened once the debt was settled. Yet inexplicably, a hollow ache lingered in her chest. Still, Li Mo's progress was already a monumental shift in fate. In time, he might even carve out a place for himself in the eastern wasteland. Suppressing her emotions, she lowered her gaze to the sapling. Though barely taller than a person, it exuded an aura of grandeur. Its branches were bare, lifeless, or so it seemed. Ying Bing bit her fingertip. Blood dripped into the soil, seeping into the roots. A miracle unfolded. First drop. Withered bark pulsed with renewed vitality. Second drop. Tender buds sprouted along the trunk. Third drop. Buds stretched into branches, rapidly growing. Fourth drop. Leaves unfurled, and atop the canopy, a tiny bud emerged. By the ninth drop, the bud bloomed at last. A crystalline cry, clear as shattered jade. Radiant spirit. Her eyes fixed on the blossom, where a palm-sized phoenix perched. The bird was exquisitely lifelike, its eyes shimmering with intelligence. Were it not for the truth, one might mistake it for a living creature. She reached out, expecting it to hop onto her palm. But, the phoenix suddenly flapped its wings and darted away. Ying Bing. Her heart lurched as she spun around, tracking its flight, toward Li Mo. The bird alighted on the young man's shoulder, chirping and nuzzling as if greeting an old friend. The radiant spirit, nurtured by her own blood, had chosen Li Mo. She stared, disbelief warring with denial. Her moonfrost phoenix constitution had awakened the spirit, proving her affinity with the nine-colored phoenix. She was the rightful heir, this was indisputable, across both lifetimes. So why? Li Mo. How could the radiant spirit abandon her for him? Was it, the aura of the true phoenix in that pouch he carried? Where'd this bird come from? Li Mo had been blissfully soaking when a dazzling little creature started hopping on his chest. He turned to ask Ying Bing if it was dangerous, only to find her expression unreadably complex. His stomach dropped. First time he'd seen the ice block look like this. "Is this your inheritance?" Li Mo ventured. Ying Bing's voice was eerily calm. "Yes." Li Mo. The cavern fell into sudden silence, with only the sound of their breathing audible. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. "This ice block, you're not actually thinking of killing me to take the treasure, are you?" Li Mo stood up from the pool, testing the waters with his words. "We're practically brothers, childhood friends." Ying Bing's emotions were indescribable at first, but the nervous look on the young man's face inexplicably struck her as comical. She arched her delicate brows. Why not? Hearing this, Li Mo actually relaxed. "You're bluffing. You're not that kind of person." Ying Bing lifted her gaze to him, silent. Indeed, if this boy hadn't trusted her completely, he wouldn't have jumped down after her. Li Mo suddenly asked, "This is important to you, isn't it?" "Yes." Ying Bing nodded, unable to stop herself from slipping into memories. The 9 souls of the 9-colored primordial phoenix had helped her through countless trials. What had once seemed like mere fortune had later become an inseparable part of her destiny. And among them, the radiant soul had stayed with her the longest. Yet now, this part of her life had chosen someone else. The Phoenix Heaven Empress's heart was tangled with emotions beyond words. Then this must be something extraordinary. Li Mo examined the lively little bird hopping in his palm. Quite a pretty little thing. Ying Bing's brows remained furrowed for a long time before finally easing. "But since it chose you, it belongs to you now." Li Mo blinked. After going through so much trouble, aren't you resentful? I am. But it chose you. Ying Bing regained her composure. Besides, without it, I'm still me. Such arrogance. Limo had to admit he was a tiny bit impressed. He'd wanted to tease the ice block, but instead, he ended up being the one awestruck. No wonder she was the chosen one. Chuckling to himself, Limo blocked the little phoenix bird as it tried to nuzzle against him. The bird looked aggrieved, its expression almost human in its confusion. Go. Go where you belong. Stay with her, and you'll still see me often enough. With a gentle toss, he sent the little phoenix flying back to Ying Bing. Ying Bing looked up. Her jade-like face finally lost its usual calm. She stared at the boy, her eyes filled with surprise, even bewilderment. It was as if she was seeing him for the first time. It could change your fate. Give you a chance to stand at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If you regret this now, it's not too late. I know. Limo's smile was genuine. The more precious the treasure, the greater the return on his investment. A legacy valuable enough to alter Ying Bing's destiny. What kind of reward would the system give him for this? Tisk tisk. But it's rare to see you care about something. That's not easy. Ying Bing's serene eyes lingered on him, unmoving. The boy's smile was as bright as ever, no reluctance, no hesitation, even a hint of anticipation. Having lived 2 lives, she had witnessed too much. In the face of fortune, spouses schemed against each other, fathers and sons turned on one another, brothers shed blood. She had grown accustomed to it all. It was precisely because she had never fully trusted anyone again that she had come this far. But today, an exception seemed to have appeared. Being sentimental doesn't suit you. Hurry up and accept the legacy. The unreadable emotions in Ying Bing's eyes shifted several times before finally softening faintly. All right. The little phoenix bird flew into her brow, transforming into a rose gold mark. A myriad of auspicious lights erupted in an instant. The radiant glow shot out from the cave entrance, blooming into an indescribable spectacle of brilliance. Outside, dusk had begun to fall. But the clear abyss suddenly brightened, as if transformed into a river of stars woven from light. The clear cry of a phoenix echoed endlessly, resounding across the heavens. It could be heard clearly, not just in the clear abyss sector, the Purple Sun Prefecture, but throughout the entire eastern wasteland. Atop the Moonview cliff, the elders stood frozen, their shock plain to see. The clear abyss has changed. Notify the sect master at once. At this moment, the Qingyuan sect had undoubtedly become the most dazzling presence in Purple Sun Prefecture, its radiant glow nearly eclipsing the brilliance of the moon in the sky. In Purple Sun Prefecture City, within an elegantly adorned room, an elderly man dressed in luxurious robes rested his feet in the laps of 2 young maids for warmth. Suddenly, the color of the window curtains shifted. He slowly rose to his feet and asked, "Why is there such a dazzling radiance outside?" "Prefecture Lord, it comes from the direction of the Qingyuan sect." Qingyuan. The old man fell into contemplation, his expression shifting several times. "Prepare a letter. Invite Elder Yinhua of the Rare Beast Peak for a discussion at our residence." "Yes." The steward acknowledged the order but hesitated, as if wanting to say more. Speak if you have something to say. Princess Chulong, she has disappeared." By the time the steward finished speaking, he was drenched in sweat, not daring to look at his master, the expression of the Purple Sun Prefecture Lord. After a long silence, a low, eerie voice finally responded, "Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find her and bring her back." Yes. Over at Beluo Lake, a massive ship, as towering as a mountain, lay anchored in the river, its size nearly rivaling the surrounding islands. Black banners fluttered fiercely in the wind, their silver-embroidered characters boldly declaring, "Crimson Whale." The Crimson Whale Gang, one of the 3 great sects of Purple Sun Prefecture, was ostensibly the weakest of the 3. Yet its members were a motley crew of rogues and drifters, rumored to number in the tens of thousands. Countless underworld factions were secretly entangled with them. A burly, bearded man stood at the ship's bow, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the distance. Has the Qingyuan sect unearthed a rare treasure, or has some kind of legacy been awakened? Great leader, in my opinion, it's the latter. Behind him, a pale-faced, beardless youth spoke up. Strangely, the bearded man, the leader of the Crimson Whale Gang and a powerhouse of the external scenery realm, did not refute or doubt the young man's words. The Qingyuan sect has a long history. If a legacy has emerged now, it must be extraordinary. And the one worthy of inheriting it must be a prodigy, perhaps even someone fit for the hidden dragon ranking. The bearded man's voice was grave. He had long dreamed of elevating the Crimson Whale Gang under his leadership, surpassing the Qingyuan sect to claim the top position. It was entirely possible. After all, Shangguan Wenkang was growing old. With me here, what does it matter if a couple of freaks emerge in this tiny Purple Sun prefecture? Could they possibly surpass me? The youth in crimson robes licked his lips. You speak true, senior. The worry in the Crimson Whale Gang leader's eyes vanished. In the northern nether domain, atop an impossibly towering mountain peak, stood a 100-story pagoda so high it seemed to scrape the heavens. The Yantian sect, the renowned hidden dragon ranking, along with the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man, all originated from here. At the top of the observatory tower, an elderly woman with silver-white hair stood frozen in place, her face tilted toward the sky. How long had she been like this? Suddenly, the corner of her eye twitched, and her aged voice murmured. The celestial alignment was originally one of the 9 heavens shifting, with the Taiyan star dominant. So why is everything in chaos now? She retrieved a jade plate from her robes, upon which countless fingernail-sized jade pieces slowly slid about. As she channeled her power, the pieces moved faster and faster, until, abruptly, they locked in place. The entire jade plate dimmed, so too did the old woman's complexion. Cough, cough. Master, what's wrong? The Yingha. You mean the Yingha chaos phenomenon recorded by our founder? The old woman sighed deeply, her already pallid face aging further. The bright-eyed young maiden bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. The Yantian sect could perceive fate, observe the rise and fall of eras, and even manipulate events from behind the scenes. This included the founding of Great Yu and the ascension of the martial emperor. The Yingha chaos phenomenon signified one thing: the Yantian sect was about to lose sight of destiny. Master, the Crown Prince requests an audience. Another disciple stepped forward to relay the message. Tell him this old woman will not help him find Princess Chulong, nor could she even if she tried. Back at the Qingyuan sect, with such a monumental event unfolding, the sect's trial had naturally been cut short. After all, across the entire Qingyuan mountain range, wherever the radiant glow touched, beasts of all strengths either fled in terror or cowered on the ground, trembling. Continuing the trial would have been pointless. At Moonview Cliff, a gaunt elder stepped to the edge of the precipice. Shangguan Wenkang still wore his plain, ash-gray hemp robes, looking less like a sect master and more like a kindly old farmer. Sect master. Sect master. The elders snapped out of their daze one by one. How long have Ying Bing and Li Mo been down in the Qingyuan abyss? Shangguan Wenkang's voice was soft. About 2 hours. Shui Jing's brows were now completely free of worry. Sect master, the 2 of them must have entered one of the Qingyuan sect's hidden realms, and they've likely already claimed the legacy within. This old man thinks so as well. Han He's expression was a sight to behold. Not that Han He lacked composure, none of the other elders looked much calmer. Since the founding of the Qingyuan sect, no one had ever laid eyes on this legendary opportunity. A radiance stretching for miles, illuminating heaven and earth. This was a legacy beyond even their wildest imaginations. The only question was, who had obtained it? Ying Bing, or, ha, my precious disciple really brings me face. Shangwu planted her hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting the shimmering glow. If my disciple inherits this legacy, he'll definitely become the next sect master. And when he's sect master, I'll be the Grand Elder. Then I can spend the sect's money however I please. Haha. He. Shangwu wiped the corner of her mouth, utterly delighted. The elders. Young lady, we don't even know who the legacy belongs to yet. And the sect master is still alive and well, and you're already plotting how to run amok. If Shangwu became Grand Elder. A collective shudder ran through the group. Qian Bufan declared sternly, even the sect master must seek approval from the peak elders to use the sect's resources. This old man believes Ying Bing is more likely to have obtained the legacy. Elder Han, he said. The elder of the Sunset Peak nodded in agreement. That cry earlier sounded feminine. Shang Wu. You can tell gender by sound now. Shui Jing could only laugh helplessly. It's also possible the 2 of them shared the inheritance. Finally, the radiance filled the entire Qingyuan abyss. The young man and woman stepped back onto Moonview Cliff. Li Mo wore a bright, satisfied grin. Ying Bing's forehead faintly shimmered, adding a touch of divinity to her already breathtaking beauty. But Li Mo's smile was simply too radiant. For a moment, no one could tell who had truly obtained the legacy. So, where's the legacy? Shangwu immediately rushed up to Li Mo, scrutinizing him and even sniffing at him. Not with me. Li Mo spread his hands. Then what are you grinning about, idiot? Not with Li Mo. All eyes turned to Ying Bing. I did indeed obtain an ancient legacy, Ying Bing confirmed with a nod. She knew the origins of the nine-colored primordial phoenix, but in everyone's eyes, this should be her first time receiving an inheritance, so she shouldn't be able to recount its origins with such familiarity. Of course, this didn't lessen the elders' astonishment, because of two words, ancient. While revering the past and belittling the present is unwise, such as with cultivation techniques, which may be refined and improved by later generations, inheritance is an exception. The older it is, the more precious it becomes. If it lacked significance, it would have long been lost to time. Only the truly remarkable endure to the present day. Our Qingyuan sect may have just birthed a prodigy capable of making the hidden dragon ranking. The Qingyuan sect's history runs deep, yet countless explorers have returned empty-handed. Who would have thought we'd live to see such an inheritance resurface? With such unparalleled talent and immense fortune at her side, Ying Bing's future achievements are beyond imagination. The crowd couldn't contain their awe and excitement. As the elders gazed at her like a priceless treasure, $2 Ying Bing herself pressed her lips together and instead turned her gaze toward a young man not far away. There, she saw him smiling even wider. Congratulations, host. Your investment in Ying Bing has succeeded, granting her a pivotal inheritance in her life. Would you like to claim your reward? While the ice block was showered with admiration, young Li Mo wasn't the least bit envious, because just moments ago, he had received feedback from the system regarding his investment. If not for the inconvenient timing, he would have claimed it immediately. Wait till I get back, wait till I get back. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, Li Mo couldn't wait to return to the autumn water pavilion. At that moment, Shangguan Wenkang finally spoke in a measured tone. Enough. Ying Bing, this opportunity is yours to wield. You need not explain it to anyone. From this day forth, the Moonview Cliff is sealed. Autumn Water Pavilion. Master Little Li hummed a tune as he began his busy day. The ingredients today were the meat of exotic beasts hunted earlier. In high spirits, he found cooking all the more enjoyable. His talent as a chef was probably, just maybe, a tiny bit better than his talent as a swordsman. Spicy ginger-winged serpent, stewed thorn-backed turtle, stir-fried black-horned lamb with scallions, braised scorch-ringed wolf, and a side of greens. 4 dishes and a soup, utterly delightful. So fragrant. Before the dishes could even be properly set on the table, a figure in palace robes had already appeared at the door and swiftly made her way to the table, plucking a piece of lamb with her fingers and popping it into her mouth. Master, didn't you go with the elders for the council meeting? Li Mo handed her a pair of chopsticks. The Qingyuan sect was in turbulent times. The matter of the ice block receiving the inheritance had set the entire sect abuzz. If before, everyone had regarded Ying Bing as the future sect leader, now they practically treated her like the founding ancestor of the Qingyuan sect. If not for the fact that the ice block was only 16, the elders would have already enshrined her as a deity. And at this critical moment, the demon-summoning cult's heretics had stirred up trouble again. The sect master had immediately summoned all the higher-ups to the Qingyuan main peak for discussions. Those old men just keep spouting the same nonsense, couldn't be bothered to listen. Shangwu clicked her tongue, her delicate brows furrowing in disdain for the old geezers. Li Mo. Well, he couldn't exactly expect his master to contribute anything constructive. The sect master did assign me a task, though. I reluctantly agreed. Shangwu propped her chin on one hand while her chopsticks flew across the dishes. Li Mo blinked. The revered master actually obeys the sect master's orders. He told me to move into the autumn water pavilion so I can guide you better. Shangwu tilted her head, adding with a light snort, if it weren't for Little Bing being here, I wouldn't have bothered. Li Mo smiled wryly. He could guess the sect master's intentions. Rather than guiding him, this was more about protecting Ying Bing. His master might be unreliable, but she was undeniably formidable in a fight, so much so that she could even pluck a few strands from the sect master's beard if provoked. With a troublemaker like her standing guard, the security of Autumn Water Pavilion skyrocketed. After the meal. Little Bing, what kind of inheritance did you receive today? Shangwu lowered her voice curiously. Ying Bing set down her bowl and chopsticks. For some reason, she felt slightly less cold toward this carefree elder of Jade Cluster Peak. As she channeled her chi and blood, a faint halo of light gradually enveloped her. Shangwu's eyes flashed with surprise. She casually tossed a wine cup toward the glow. The cup was suspended mid-air by a gentle force, slowly rotating atop the halo. The wine inside the cup was also drawn out by Ying Bing's control, coalescing into a sphere of liquid that orbited around her. Releasing inner breath at the chi blood realm. No, this is far beyond mere inner breath. Shangwu marveled. Just a minor application, Ying Bing replied with a slight nod. Then, the halo pulsed sharply. Crack. The wine cup shattered into shards. Offensively, the halo could strike unseen. Defensively, it could redirect force with minimal effort. Shangwu clapped enthusiastically, thoroughly impressed. Limo sighed mournfully at the scattered shards. My Celadon wine cup. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Ice block, how much water can you control? Water. Ying Bing walked to the water vat and guided the halo toward it. Immediately, a rushing stream transformed into a coiling water dragon, swirling effortlessly around her. Limo's eyes lit up. He placed his empty rice bowl into the water current wrapped in the halo, letting it spin and clatter along with the flow. Ying Bing. Limo, it's washing it pretty clean. The young man seemed to have discovered a whole new world. Seeing the wonder and admiration in his eyes, Ying Bing's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. Strangely, she didn't find this feeling unpleasant. In fact, she felt a faint sense of accomplishment. Can you add 2 more bowls? Of course. Wow, amazing. Shangwu rested her chin on one hand, watching the pair with tipsy amusement glimmering in her eyes. Ice block. The nickname was oddly fitting. Did she forget something? Ah well, probably not important. Moonlight draped over the branches. Inside her room. Ying Bing penned elegant characters onto a bamboo slip. After soaking in the phoenix blood pool, the body has been reborn, ideal for body refinement. Sword talent is passable. With enough effort and guidance, mastering a sword technique isn't impossible. Possesses an innocent heart. The mind observation art is crucial, must cultivate balanced methods to avoid straying onto the wrong path. What she wrote was none other than her evaluation of Limo's current state. And a blueprint for his future growth. Ying Bing had already decided. When she ventured beyond the eastern wasteland domain, she would take Limo with her. For some reason, he had changed so much in this life. Was it because of her rebirth, triggering a ripple effect? Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. The fact remained, in the cavern, he had yielded the inheritance to her. Perhaps he was still unremarkable now. But with her guidance, reversing his fate was only a matter of time. What gave Ying Bing a faint sense of relief was that while Limo lacked any dazzling talents, he also had no glaring flaws to correct. In short, he was a blank slate, full of potential. With the right approach, elevating him to stand among true prodigies was entirely possible. Even now, he could already carve out a place among his peers in the eastern wasteland domain. Putting away the bamboo slip, she returned to her bed and drew the curtains. Soon, an icy chill spread outward, frost creeping slowly from the bed, though she had obtained the halo of dawn prematurely. Before reaching the inner landscape realm, without an internal world, controlling the power of the lunar yin remained impossible. In fact, with the halo of dawn enhancing her physique, the lunar yin within her had grown even stronger. This also meant her cultivation speed would accelerate further. The halo of dawn also contained a divine grade technique focused on inner breath manipulation, Phoenix Halo Chi. She had known of this martial art before, but without the halo, it was useless. Once the system's ranking concluded, she should be able to step into the inner breath realm. Next door. Speaking of which, where's my reward for placing first in the sect trial? Did Master pocket it? After a moment of contemplation, Limo gave up. Didn't matter. Compared to the rewards he'd plucked from the ice block, it was all trivial. As everyone knew, the system's feedback rewards were usually better than what he invested. Today, he had essentially invested the 9-colored phoenix's inheritance into Ying Bing. The returns ought to be something even greater. With a thought, he summoned his status. Name: Limo. Age: 16. Root bone. Mystic womb. Immortal body. Realm: Chi Blood Realm 10 Meridians Fate. Evaluation. Possesses an immortal physique, destiny and chaos, future unknowable. Recent events. Bathed in the 9-colored phoenix blood spring within Qingyuan, greatly enhanced physical talent, body refining aptitude strengthened, achieved first place in the sect trial. Open black lens bracket. You have unclaimed investment returns. Would you like to claim them? Close black lens bracket. Claim. Limo didn't hesitate. Open black lens bracket. Investment return 1. Gilded celestial seal. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Investment return 2. World seed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Investment return 3. Formless glazed mask. Close black lens bracket. Limo. Well, as expected, this was a massive haul. And not just one, but 3 treasures at once. 3 investment returns at once. Little Lee was both surprised and thrilled. The rewards harvested from the ice block this time seemed not only high in quality but also satisfying in quantity. For a moment, Limo was almost overwhelmed. Truly, the ice block's jade-like legs were the best to cling to. Tomorrow, he'd definitely treat the ice block to something nice as a reward. Let's take a look one by one. Limo turned his gaze to the first reward. Gilded Heavenly Scripture Seal can elevate the grade of any martial art below or equal to a divine art. Even divine arts can be upgraded. Little Lee gasped in astonishment, his lack of worldly knowledge showing. To be honest, he had only heard of divine arts in passing. After all, even the Qingyuan sect, with its long history and a founding ancestor hailing from the central divine continent, only possessed martial arts up to the level of peerless techniques. Mastering a mid-tier martial art was enough to be considered a powerhouse in Purple Sun Prefecture. Mastering a high-tier martial art allowed one to establish their own sect. Indeed, at this point, as long as his cultivation kept up, Little Lee could already be regarded as a notable expert in the prefecture just by mastering the Fire Crane Thousand Feathers sword art. As for divine arts, Limo had only heard storytellers mention that a century ago, a powerhouse known as the Thousand Forms martial venerable from the central continent had fled to the eastern wasteland domain with a divine art in hand. At the time, countless experts from beyond the region descended, and local sects like the Qingyuan sect didn't even have the right to intervene. Even the Great Yu's heaven-seeking guards personally stepped in. In the end, no one knew who ended up with that divine art. In his understanding, divine arts were the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Beyond divine arts. That was completely beyond Limo's imagination. Too bad I don't even have a divine art yet. I'll save this for later. Limo's heart raced, like a poor man who had suddenly stumbled upon a chest of gold bars. The gold bars were great, but he couldn't spend them right away. The best martial art he currently possessed was only at the peerless level. Using the Gilded Heavenly Scripture Seal on a peerless technique would be a complete waste. There should be Heavenly Scripture Seals that can upgrade peerless techniques. Then I could first elevate a peerless technique to a divine art. And besides, just a divine art, the ice block might drop one for me any day now. Little Lee had always been good at keeping his cool. Having read so many novels in his past life, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs run. Stay calm, stay calm. Limo turned to the next reward. World Seed, a nascent small world in a state of chaos. It will grow and develop alongside its host's strength, with the potential to evolve into a true great world in the future. A great world. Those 3 words alone spoke volumes about its value. This time, Limo was genuinely stunned. Wait, wasn't he just starting out in martial arts? Now the future benchmark was leaning toward the realm of Pengu splitting heaven and earth. The world seed would grow stronger as he did. And as the small world grew, it would in turn nourish him. In the end, the world would become him. Within his world, concepts like strength and weakness would no longer matter. He would be the heavenly Tao, the supreme ruler. A single thought from him could overturn the heavens, shift the stars. The vast 9 heavens and 10 earths must have started from a world seed too. Did it expand naturally, or did it grow by attaching itself to someone? Limo's thoughts wandered, drawing connections. Well, that wasn't something he could explore for now. In his perception, his small world wasn't even a sprout yet. Claim. The moment the thought crossed Limo's mind, the surroundings rippled like water. In a daze, he saw countless colors surging, rearranging, transforming, a surreal kaleidoscope. Then, in an instant, All the colors vanished, leaving only boundless emptiness. When he came to, he found himself standing in a pure white space. Endless white mist stretched in all directions. The area already cleared was no larger than a basketball court, even smaller than the autumn water pavilion. But this space belonged entirely to him. Sword, come. With a solemn expression, Limo casually beckoned. A divine sword materialized out of nowhere, its aura sharp and imposing. Clad in white, he looked every bit the peerless swordsman. Suddenly, he shouted, "Sword opens the heavenly gate." In an instant, boundless sword energy surged forth, sweeping through heaven and earth. Well, if one ignored the fact that this, heaven and earth, was only a few dozen feet across, the move was still pretty cool. Being a swordsman is awesome. If only I could pull this off in the real world. Little Lee sighed. His sword talent hadn't improved, this was just his performative side acting up, with the world playing along. This place still feels too empty. Let's decorate it a bit. Limo felt inspired to spruce up his private space. 10 minutes later, Little Lee had exhausted all the imagery he'd absorbed from novels to transform the place. The barren ground now boasted pavilions and towers, all crystalline and translucent, understated yet brimming with sophistication. Among the structures were an ancient well, a chessboard, an alchemy furnace, and a host of other extraordinary items. Limo even considered adding exotic flowers and rare herbs. Unfortunately, seems I can't create life yet. He realized that even as the ruler of this world, there were limits to his power. Creating life was one of them. I can bring living beings from outside in, though. But they can't be stronger than me. And things created here can't be taken out yet. After some experimentation, Limo gained a better understanding of his small world. Late at night, withdrawing his consciousness from the world's seed, Limo glanced at the moon outside. He estimated he'd spent about 2 hours inside, and roughly the same amount of time had passed in the real world. For now, the flow of time in both worlds seemed synchronized. Oh right, there's one more reward. He'd been so engrossed in playing around that he nearly forgot the last one. Faceless glazed mask, shape-shifting, capable of blocking all detection methods. The description was concise. Limo summoned it directly. It was a glazed metal mask. When he put it on and looked in the mirror, his entire demeanor had changed. With a change of clothes, even he wouldn't recognize the person behind the mask. For instance, everyone has a certain aura. But with the mask, he could project an air of profound mystery if he wished. Not only could the mask alter his aura, but its appearance could shift too. Swish, in the next moment, the faceless glazed mask transformed into a dragon-headed visage. Swish, the dragon head morphed into a chubby, comical pig face. My voice can change too. Limo spoke, and his voice deepened into a resonant baritone. Satisfied, he withdrew his focus and began his cultivation. By the afternoon, just as Limo was about to finish his meal and prepare to unblock his 11th meridian, a guest arrived at the autumn water pavilion. It was Elder Hanhei, an old acquaintance. Limo and Ying Bing, why didn't you two go to the Divine Blade Peak today? The old man frowned as soon as he entered, directing his question at Shang Wu. Why should we go to the Divine Blade Peak? Shang Wu was comfortably lounging on a rocking chair, basking in the sun, and absent-mindedly picking at her ear. They placed in the top 3 of the sect's trial. Elder Hanhei was clearly exasperated. Why is it said that every inner disciple can go to the Divine Edge Cave to select a weapon? Because those who enter the inner sect usually achieve decent results in the sect's trial. As a reward, they are granted one opportunity to enter the Divine Edge Cave and choose a weapon. Of course, as top 3 finishers, their rewards go beyond just that. However, the sect has been busy lately, and some rewards haven't been distributed yet. Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall something like that. Shang Wu tilted her head slightly, finally remembering. Elder Hanhei had no patience to argue further with her. Seeing that both Ying Bing and Limo were present, he said, "Come with me to the Divine Blade Peak." Elder Hanhei, I have a request. Ying Bing suddenly spoke up. Go ahead. The elder paused mid-turn. Notifying disciples was usually beneath the duties of a peak elder like him. The only reason he had come personally was because Ying Bing was the sect's treasured prodigy. Naturally, her opinion mattered. Ying Bing said, I'd like to postpone our visit to the Divine Edge Cave for a few days. Why? Ying Bing glanced at Limo and replied softly, I feel my swordsmanship can still improve. By then, I'll be able to obtain a better weapon. That's not entirely unreasonable. Elder Hanhei raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by her progress in swordsmanship, then nodded. That's acceptable, but no more than 3 days. After 3 days, the Divine Blade Peak will enter its annual season of raging underground flames, and the Divine Edge Cave will be inaccessible. I understand. 3 days. Ying Bing was confident she could elevate Li Mo's swordsmanship to a higher level. By then, gaining the recognition of a famed weapon shouldn't be difficult. After Elder Hanhei left. Elder Shangwu, do you have any arrangements for Li Mo these next few days? Ying Bing asked. Shangwu slightly narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, thinking for a moment before replying, aside from cooking, there's nothing particularly pressing. Then may I trouble you to lend him to me for 3 days? I'd like him to train with me in swordsmanship for that time. Ying Bing spoke softly. After all, she wasn't Li Mo's master. If she wanted to teach him anything, she still had to seek permission from the proper authority. Little Binger, your swordsmanship is certainly trustworthy, but 3 days, won't he learn very little? Shangwu nodded in agreement, though she was still somewhat curious. I have this. Ying Bing withdrew an item from her sleeve, 3 sky blue sticks of incense. Spirit resonance incense. The sect leader even gave you this. How generous. Shangwu's almond eyes widened slightly, clearly aware of the item's value. This was not a product of the Eastern Wasteland domain. Rather, it originated from the Central Divine Province, crafted from a rare treasure called Spirit Resonance Wood, ground into powder and blended with other precious materials. Lighting this incense while meditating on martial techniques could double one's comprehension. However, Spirit Resonance Wood grew exceedingly slowly, only an inch every 300 years, making its yield incredibly scarce. The sect's current reserves couldn't be much, remnants from the founding patriarch's era, painstakingly preserved by successive generations of leaders. For Ying Bing to be given 3 sticks at once spoke volumes of the esteem in which she was held. Shangwu scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. It seemed all she'd done for her disciple was hand him a couple of martial manuals and freeload off his cooking. Wait, you mean to say you're going to use the spirit resonance incense on little Mo? Shangwu snapped back to attention. This item is of no use to me otherwise. Ying Bing nodded. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Tisk tisk, that boy really has some luck. Shangwu grinned as she agreed. If she hadn't gotten to use the good stuff, her disciple benefiting from it was just as well. Learn swordsmanship with you. Li Mo had just unblocked another meridian. 11 meridians now, his small world had expanded by a few more zhong. Then Ying Bing pushed open the door. And entered. Follow me downstairs. Ying Bing's expression was serene as she spoke, then turned and descended without another word. What's gotten into her all of a sudden? Li Mo scratched his head, then seemed to realize. The ice block wasn't the type to mince words. The incident beneath the clear abyss, though she hadn't spoken of it, must have weighed on her mind. Fine by him. With the ice block around, he could save himself a lot of effort in martial comprehension. Knowing he wasn't a natural with the sword, young Li had no intention of abandoning it entirely. Besides, he didn't have any other martial techniques to practice at the moment. The open grounds of Autumn Water Pavilion. From a bronze censer, pale blue smoke curled upward. The scent of the incense alone carried a clarity that sharpened the mind and invigorated thought. Li Mo knew this was something extraordinary. From mastery to perfection represents the moment you truly make a martial art your own, no longer bound by its forms. At that point, you need not even rely on sword techniques. Similarly, every sword technique is but an approach to the true essence of the sword's path. Understand one, and 100 others will follow. Ying Bing pressed 2 fingers together and lightly brushed the side of a bamboo stalk. Immediately, a mark appeared, not the fiery red of crane feathers, but an icy blue. Li Mo's eyes widened slightly, unable to hold back his amazement. 1,000 feathers of the fire crane had been transformed by the ice block into 1,000 feathers of the ice crane. This proved she had completely internalized this high-tier sword technique, and he'd never even seen her practice it. The pinnacle of your sword art should grant you full control over the timing, quantity, and placement of its force. You could even condense 1,000 feathers into one, focusing all into a single point, piercing stone like dripping water. The moment her words fell, snap. One of the crane feather marks abruptly exploded, its power 10 times greater than a single strike. What you must do now is forget the techniques. Pick up your sword. All right. Li Mo drew his battered, notched steel sword. Just as he prepared to move, a small, cool hand clasped over his, followed by the delicate fragrance of a young woman enveloping him. Ying Bing held his hand firmly. Li Mo. This was different from the sensation of leaping into the clear abyss. Back then, free falling had left his mind blank, no room for wandering thoughts. But now. Don't lose focus. I'll only guide you once. A clear, crisp voice sounded by his ear. True hands-on teaching. Even in her past life, among her disciples, some of extraordinary talent, she had never offered more than a few words of advice. Ying Bing had never taught anyone with such dedication before. Got it. Li Mo steadied his mind and began learning earnestly. 15 minutes later, Ying Bing released his hand and silently stepped aside. In her grip now was a ruler of unknown origin, her gaze tranquil as she looked at him. Her vermilion lips parted slightly. Practice. Li Mo. Did the ice block mean that if his form was incorrect, she'd whip his palms with that ruler? 5 minutes later, young Li got his answer. Not the palms. I'm a grown man. Since when do people get spanked on the butt? Li Mo clutched his backside in protest. It didn't hurt, but the humiliation. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Shang Wu laughed until she nearly toppled off her reclining chair, tears streaming from her eyes. Ying Bing remained unmoved, lowering her gaze as she said, forget the sword forms. You just used them again. Power originates from the earth, flows through your meridians, you don't need sword forms to achieve the same effect. Not a single word about the butt incident. No room for negotiation. Fine, fine. If I. Li Mo, don't flex a little, you'll really think I'm not a cheat, huh? Martial insights, activate. 5 years of martial insights successfully injected. Year 1. Under Ying Bing's guidance, you gained enlightenment and began striving to grasp the essence of swordplay, letting go of the forms. Year 5. Through relentless practice, you've forgotten nearly half the sword forms, no longer constrained by the first 3 stances. Damn. Even with the ice block's pointers, 5 years of martial insights only got me this far. If I'd brute forced it alone, who knows how long it would have taken. I'm ready. Li Mo picked up his sword and began practicing again. You really got it. Watching him swing the blade, a flicker of surprise passed through Ying Bing's eyes. Yet after just a few moves, Li Mo stopped. Could you guide me through it one more time? Fine. After a brief silence, Ying Bing nodded in agreement. And so, the Ice Block's swordplay mini-class resumed. Wait for me a sec. Got it. Now guide me through it again. This scene repeated over and over. Ying Bing felt an indescribable strangeness. It was as if Li Mo was both brilliant and dense. During instruction, he was clumsy, often needing corrections, even making mistakes she considered embarrassingly basic. But when left alone to ponder for a while, it was like an epiphany, all those flaws and errors vanished. Then, moments later, he'd ask her to teach him the next part. What she didn't know was this: little Li was just saving up on martial insights. 3 days later, on this night, the ice block, who had just broken through to the 12 meridians, dreamed again. She dreamed of the time when she ruled the Cassia Palace, before ascending as the Phoenix Heaven Empress. Back then, the conflict between the orthodox and demonic factions of the Central Plains was raging. The imperial court watched from the sidelines, fanning the flames, eager to see the sects weaken each other. The Cassia Palace walked the line between righteousness and evil, rarely interfering in martial affairs, yet it gathered nearly half the realm's most powerful female cultivators. Thus, both sides fought desperately to win them over. But the Great Yu dynasty clearly didn't want the Cassia Palace tipping the balance by joining either side. So the Crown Prince, already acting as regent at the time, arrived at the Cassia Palace with betrothal gifts lavish enough to make any major faction drool. This Crown Prince wishes to unite in matrimony with the ruler of the Cassia Palace, forging an eternal bond. This wasn't the first marriage proposal she'd received, but it was the grandest. Yet the outcome was no different. The suitor couldn't even withstand 3 strikes. I have no interest in the weak. People kept disturbing her, it was endlessly irritating. Truthfully, she had zero interest in power struggles or bloodshed. Beyond securing her place at the pinnacle of martial arts, nothing else mattered to her. So that must have been what she said back then. But as rumors spread, it morphed into, the ruler of the Cassia Palace prefers men stronger than her. This tale persisted even after she became the Phoenix Heaven Empress, though by then, no one dared challenge her anymore. Lately, I've been dreaming often. Without reaching the observation spirit realm, I still can't control my own mind. Ying Bing rose, brushing frost from her shoulders. Beyond the window, the sound of swordplay drifted in. She pushed open the shutter. Under the sunlight, a young man danced with his blade. The sword's shadow sometimes fragmented into hundreds, sometimes merged into one. Fluid, effortless, like an immortal crane stretching its wings. Ying Bing watched quietly, the faintest smile curling at her lips, one she didn't even notice. Herself. She supposed she wasn't a bad teacher. Of course, Limo's talent played a part too. Strangely enough, $2 guidance, he progressed by leaps and bounds. Without it, he seemed utterly ordinary. But all in all, $2 despite the stumbles, he'd actually mastered this superior sword art to perfection. Ying Bing had initially thought reaching completion would be impressive enough. This far exceeded expectations. In half a month, when the system ranked the Eastern Wasteland domain's geniuses, she might actually see his name somewhere in the middle tiers. Outside the carriage window, the picturesque scenery of the Qingyuan mountain range receded into the distance. I can finally call myself a swordsman now. From mastery to perfection, 80 years. Little Li's initial excitement at his achievement waned slightly as he began calculating whether the cost had been too high. All in all, he had spent over a century's worth of martial insights on his swordsmanship. If not for the fact that the ice block had taught him personally, the cost would have been even greater. It felt a bit like spending 2 months' salary on a high-end gaming PC in his past life, only to leave it gathering dust with no time to play. Well, perhaps not that extreme. A perfected sword technique was undoubtedly far more powerful than just punching his way through. My reserves of martial insights should still be sufficient for now. With 110 years left, I won't be left scrambling if I acquire new martial techniques. After a brief mental tally, Limo dismissed the thought. When you enter the Divine Edge Cave, take a look at that Qishao sword. Ying Bing took a sip of tea. All right, Limo readily agreed. Truth be told, he had already planned to try wielding Qishao. Not out of some petty grudge, like seeking revenge after being bested by a sword in some 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Dramatic fashion. Qishao's fiery nature complemented his lotus-born flame heart technique, amplifying its power, making it an ideal match for him. The boost might not be as noticeable in the Qi blood realm, but once he reached the inner breath realm, the difference would be undeniable. By now, the rhythmic clanging of metalwork could be heard outside the window. Stepping out of the carriage, he saw a bustling crowd gathered before the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave. The moment Ying Bing descended, the murmurs in the area quieted, replaced by odd gazes. The sheer presence of the ice block. She wasn't just the sect leader's personal disciple, she was the future of the entire Qingyuan sect. Even among her peers, and across the sect's long history, her brilliance stood unmatched. Brother Li, Junior Li. Two voices called out simultaneously from the crowd, their owners then exchanging surprised glances. Murong Xiao and Xiao Qin acknowledged each other with a slight nod. They had crossed paths during the sect trials, where both had performed admirably. Brother Li, you actually took first place, impressive as always. Murong Xiao praised. I was shocked when I heard the news. Xiao Qin's aura had grown noticeably stronger. Having passed the trials, he had reclaimed his place as an inner disciple. What astonished him was that Junior Li's aura now surpassed even his own. And here he was, having rebuilt his cultivation from scratch with a master's guidance. Junior Li's progress was nothing short of astounding. What kind of weapon is Junior Li planning to claim today? My swordsmanship has seen some recent breakthroughs. Junior Li should have no trouble acquiring a famed weapon. Brother Xiao clearly underestimates Brother Li. After some brief pleasantries, the two shared updates on their recent endeavors. Murong Xiao had achieved a breakthrough in body refinement, meeting Elder Hanhei's expectations and earning the right to learn the Divine Peak's forging techniques. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin had not only returned to the inner sect but also caught the attention of an elder, who might take him on as a personal disciple. Everyone's future looked bright. Seeing the people he had invested in thriving, little Li couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of a gong echoed from the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave. The inner sect deacon overseeing the cave stepped forward. The time has come. Every year, the Divine Edge Cave would briefly calm before erupting with even greater intensity. Disciples who hadn't yet reached higher realms typically used this window to enter and select their weapons. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. Ying Bing lowered her gaze and walked into the cave. Yet, she stopped midway through the first level, raising a slender, pale hand. Just as confusion spread among the onlookers, zing! A chorus of sword cries rang out as over a dozen gleaming white streaks shot through the air, hovering before Ying Bing for her to choose. Every single one was a famed sword. How to put it? Watching this, Limo felt like someone with a natural affinity for cats walking into a cat cafe. He wasn't particularly surprised, but the same couldn't be said for everyone else. Gasps and exclamations erupted instantly. Famed weapons. All of them famed weapons. What the? Not only did they acknowledge her, but they flew out from the third level just to offer themselves. I thought famed weapons had their own pride and barely even glanced at ordinary people. Why are they swarming her today? This is terrifying. Wait, look, what's that? Amid the uproar, two more streaks, one blue, one white, streaked across the cave. The other famed swords hastily made way. One radiated scorching heat, the other an icy chill. To Limo, both were old acquaintances. Qishao, Tianshuang. The crowd felt as if their breath had been stolen. This was something they wouldn't even dare dream of. Even disciples of the Divine Peak couldn't help but grimace. Many had trained for years yet had only heard rumors of these two profound weapons, swords forged by the sect's founding ancestor. They had never even seen them before. How did they recognize them? Among the profound weapons housed in the Divine Peak, only two were swords. Tianshuang. Ying Bing reached out and grasped the white sword, its blade like a frost serpent. The familiar sensation returned. The Skyfrost sword trembled lightly, radiating unmistakable joy. Without sparing another glance at the other weapons, Ying Bing cradled the sword and strode out. Passing by Li Mo, she gave a slight nod, a small gesture of encouragement. Li Mo. That was over way too fast. When he looked again, the Scarlet Mist sword had vanished. Well, it seemed he'd have to take the conventional route and undergo the Scarlet Mist sword's trial. Brother Li, I believe you'll also obtain a profound weapon, Murong Xiao said, patting his shoulder. Xiao Qin agreed with a nod. Let's go, then. Limo smiled and stepped forward. Ah, right. At the bottom of the Divine Edge Cave, a hammer was still calling to him. The same pull he'd felt earlier still lingered. Now, if he could only take one weapon, hammer or sword. Limo hesitated for exactly 3 1/3 seconds before choosing the hammer. No question about it, that thing was the father of all profound weapons. Of course, even if he wanted it and could lift it, Elder Hanhei might not approve. That hammer was the lifeblood of the Divine Peak. Let's check it out first, he mused. As Limo pondered, the trio descended to the third level of the Divine Edge Cave. My master said judging a weapon's quality depends on its material, forging technique, and tempering. Control. Murong Xiao recited, applying Shuilai's blacksmithing knowledge as he examined the blades. Xiao Qin's gaze swept over the array of famed weapons. Then, the voice of the thousand forms martial venerable echoed in his mind. That girl Ying Bing truly has great fortune clinging to her, just as I said. Master, are you referring to her gaining a profound weapon's recognition? Xiao Qin asked casually. For a profound weapon to become her blade is its own blessing. The thousand forms martial venerable chuckled at his disciple's limited perspective. What I speak of is the inheritance she obtained. Inheritance? You mean the radiant phenomenon a few days ago? Xiao Qin's curiosity was piqued. Days earlier, a spectacle of multicolored light had stretched across the sky, sparking endless speculation within the sect. One theory was that Ying Bing, the sect leader's true disciple, had acquired an immensely powerful legacy. Now, it seemed that was indeed the case. His master's words had never been wrong before. I once read of it in an ancient avian text, the aged voice confirmed. So the inheritance is incredibly powerful. More than just powerful. A trace of nostalgia tinged the thousand forms martial venerable's tone. The 9-colored primordial phoenix has 9 souls, each holding boundless mysteries. Obtaining even one allows one to dominate the heavens and earth. If all are gathered, combined with that girl's 10 extremities body, she may even ascend to the legendary realm. Legendary realm. Xiao Qin frowned, baffled, then shook his head. I still think junior brother Li Mo is no less remarkable. His future achievements won't fall short of junior sister Ying Bing's. You stubborn brat. How about a wager? The thousand forms martial venerable laughed dryly. His disciple was excellent in all ways except one, his obstinacy. Perseverance was vital in martial arts, but excessive rigidity led to narrow-mindedness. Fine, master. What's the bet? If your junior brother Li can withstand 10 moves from that girl in the sect's grand competition, I lose. I'll gift you something grand. If I win, we'll discuss terms later. Amusement laced the venerable's voice, his confidence unshaken. Xiao Qin agreed without hesitation. Then, under his master's guidance, he began selecting a weapon. Meanwhile, little Li remained blissfully unaware. Had he known, he'd have asked, "Old Xiao, where'd you get such blind faith in me?" By now, he'd reached the 4th level. His gaze fixed solemnly on the scarlet mist sword as he bowed respectfully. Just like before, the sword vibrated faintly, though far less intensely than when it had flown to Ying Bing's side. As if Limo simply wasn't as enticing. Hey! 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Limo muttered under his breath, a competitive fire igniting in his eyes. Today, he'd conquer it without fail. The Crimson Sky sword was a hypocritical blade. It fawned over the ice block, yet for our young Limo, it presented a trial. 10 strikes. If he could withstand them, he would become its master. Limo's vision blurred. A familiar swordsman materialized before him. The atmosphere instantly turned deadly. The swordsman slowly clasped his fists in salute. Your guidance, please. Limo gripped his steel-green sword and returned the gesture. The next moment, their figures clashed. The metallic clang of blades reverberated through the entire 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, $2 renowned swords trembled faintly. Was that Brother Li's doing? Murong Xiao couldn't help but glance back at the dark entrance to the 4th floor. That single sword hum had sent shivers down his spine. What happened? Xiao Qin looked up, clutching a broken greatsword. Under the guidance of Thousand Forms Martial Venerable, he had found this weapon, unremarkable among the famed arms, missing half its length, yet forged from superior material. It was also one of the few willing to acknowledge him as its master. Its spirit was weak, requiring future nurturing, but Xiao Qin was satisfied. Yet now, the greatsword trembled faintly in response to that distant hum. Your junior brother Li is crossing blades with a profound artifact, Thousand Forms Martial Venerable remarked casually, though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand. Crossing blades with a weapon. Xiao Qin didn't quite understand. The mightier the warrior, the stronger their spirit, the Venerable explained. Their weapons, tempered through years of use, become imbued with their will. Do you know which blade is the most renowned in the legendary Heavenly Mountain Sword manner? Eager to broaden his disciples' horizons, Thousand Forms Martial Venerable indulged in the tale. Enlighten me, master. Xiao Qin listened with keen interest. A wooden sword once wielded by the sword ancestor, the Venerable said, as if recalling it firsthand. It bore an entire lineage of unyielding sword intent. Centuries ago, it flew thousands of miles from its tomb, severed a river with one stroke, and slew a vile flood dragon. To this day, the waters of that great river remain split. A single sword strike, halting a river for centuries. Xiao Qin gasped in awe. Such a feat was beyond his current comprehension. Thousand Forms Martial Venerable, pleased by his disciples' reaction, added, the sword ancestor's personal weapon is beyond any mere profound artifact. Still, that Crimson Sky is among the finest of its kind. Whether your junior brother Li can master it depends on whether he learned anything from that girl. Crimson Sky, a perfect match for Frost Sky, Xiao Qin mused, lips pressed tight. He felt no envy, only growing fondness for his own battered greatsword. Clang! On the 4th floor, $2 Imo had already withstood the 6th strike in the mental realm. The sword's hum sent an electric jolt through his soul, leaving his consciousness tingling. Is this the aura of a profound artifact? Or, the lingering will of its past wielder? Limo recalled the words the ice block had shared beneath clear abyss. If lingering obsessions could manifest as spectral beings, then a swordsman forged from sheer will didn't seem far-fetched. The sword's hum seems to temper the spirit, he realized. At first, the effect was faint, but with each strike, the refining sensation grew clearer. Come on. Limo steadied his breath and focused entirely on the duel. 7th strike. 8th strike. 9th strike. These 3 were flawless, perfected swordplay. After 9 exchanges, his spirit felt invigorated, his mind sharper. Without the ice blocks guidance, relying solely on his own martial insights, he might have faltered here. It wasn't surprising. Like solving advanced equations, without innate talent, one might never grasp the answer without a genius's formula. 10th strike. The swordsman's aura condensed, turning lethally restrained. Li Mo exhaled slowly, pouring every ounce of focus into this final clash. The 10th hum of the sword echoed through Divine Edge Cave, lingering like a reluctant sigh. Outside the cave, $2 Elder Hanhei stroked his beard, his expression odd. None understood the meaning of that hum better than him, the elder overseeing the Divine Edge Peak. The Crimson Sky sword had acknowledged its master. Yet, it seemed almost begrudging, as if dissatisfied with Li Mo's talent, disdainful, yet compelled to serve. The old man was thoroughly puzzled. Old man, both profound artifacts are mine now. Shangwu nearly danced in triumph, barely restraining herself from planting her hands on her hips. Elder Hanhei remained impassive. Frost Sky belongs to Ying Bing. What does that have to do with you? Shangwu gazed at him with something akin to pity. A vein throbbed in the elder's forehead. That look was downright insulting. Anyway, old man, even without little ice, that's still two, Shangwu said, smirking. We had a bet, remember? Tell you what, I'll be generous. You don't have to cover my debts. Just let me borrow any weapon from Divine Edge Cave whenever I need. Humph. One at a time, Elder Hanhei grumbled. He couldn't bring himself to argue further. It wasn't that he lacked faith in Murong Xiao, but anyone who earned a profound artifact's recognition was no ordinary swordsman, and with such a weapon in hand, who could rival them in the same realm? Letting Shangwu take weapons was still better than settling her astronomical debts. You've got one virtue, old man, you never renege on bets. Shangwu tossed him a few compliments now that he'd conceded. Ying Bing remained serene, unsurprised. This was the first time she'd truly taught someone. If her student couldn't even claim a profound artifact, she'd have failed utterly. Crimson Sky. Didn't senior sister Ying wield Frost Sky? If I recall, those two swords have a joint technique. I've read records of it too. Senior disciples of Divine Edge Peak exchanged glances, recalling the legends. The sect's founder had forged the twin blades, gifting one to each of his two disciples. The pair, deeply devoted to each other, had created a dual sword art, capable of transcending realms, renowned across the eastern wasteland domain. After their passing, Frost Sky and Crimson Sky had never again acknowledged masters simultaneously. The technique was lost to time, its glory unseen for generations. Now, the twin artifacts had found new wielders. All eyes turned to Ying Bing, yet the jade-like maiden's expression revealed nothing. Meanwhile, still playing hard to get, Li Mo grinned, gripping the flame-like blade with delight. His sword talent was lacking, yet here he was, at his age, having mastered consummate swordsmanship. Thus, the Crimson Sky sword reluctantly acknowledged him as its master. But, whether it was reluctant or not didn't matter, as long as it worked, that was enough. Young Li Mo didn't care if the melon was sweet or not. As long as it quenched his thirst, it served its purpose. I've got sword techniques, and now I've got a divine sword. If I'm not a swordsman, then who is? Li Mo grinned in delight. At this moment, $2's gaze turned toward the end of the fourth layer of the Divine Edge Cave, where the entrance flickered with intertwined flames and icy light. The call from that direction grew ever stronger. The matter of looking cool was already settled. Now, it was time to focus on what could truly make him stronger. The Pengu's fallen star hammer. The glow from the cave entrance reflected in Li Mo's eyes. Though wielding a hammer wasn't exactly his preference, $2 his, was a divine weapon. A treasure far beyond his current comprehension. Moreover, it faintly resonated with his extreme arms slaughter body, complementing it perfectly. It wants to go with me. But first, I need to get close enough to take it. Li Mo stepped into the cave entrance. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure bore down on him. The bone-chilling cold of the ice springs, the scorching heat of the fire springs, and the fierce, weaponized killing intent made it nearly impossible to breathe. Had he not made progress in body refinement and taken a 6-rune clarity pill, he wouldn't even have the right to stand here. Thud, he took a single step forward. In that instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the void. Every organ, meridian, and drop of blood in his body trembled under the force. The itching sensation in his bones made one thing clear to Li Mo. His physique had grown stronger again. And I only took one step. His understanding of the divine weapon's power deepened. What's more, $2 his was likely the result of the weapon's spirit holding back most of its pressure. Keep going. Limo activated his extreme arms slaughter body and took another step. At the same time, the sound of a massive hammer striking the earth reverberated in his ears. The dark and unadorned hammer hung silently at the intersection of ice and fire. It stood about 300 paces from the cave entrance. Huff. Limo exhaled a white breath, his forehead drenched in sweat. After walking 100 paces, his entire body was soaked, and even his bones itched from the vibrations. Exhausted, yet the fire in Limo's eyes burned brighter than ever. The divine weapon tempered his bones. Each step strengthened his blood and refined his physique. In just 100 paces, he had opened another meridian. 13 meridians. For ordinary martial artists, 12 was the limit, the point where blood would condense into chi and force transform into breath. Limo had already surpassed the boundaries of the chi blood realm. And he wasn't stopping. 140 paces. The pressure is growing unbearable. Every step became a struggle as his body reached its breaking point. Fine blood streaks appeared on his skin. He had done his best to mitigate the weapon's killing edge using the techniques of extreme weapon tempering body, but a divine weapon was still a divine weapon. At least I still have some martial insights left. Otherwise, I'd have to stop here today. Limo wanted to push further. But the moment he took another step, the weapon's killing aura surged from all directions. Blood seeped from the cracks in his skin, his body on the verge of collapse. He hastily retreated. Fine, no more struggling. Young Li sighed, finally acknowledging the hammer's might. He hadn't wanted to rely on shortcuts, but reality left him no choice. Hard work alone wouldn't claim a divine weapon. Let's start with 20 years. Limo focused his mind, channeling his insights into extreme weapon tempering body. 10 years of martial insights successfully infused. Year 1. Observing the divine weapon Pengu Calamity Meteor Hammer, you gain deeper understanding of body tempering. You ponder the essence of extreme weapon tempering body. Year 8. You finally master extreme weapon tempering body to perfection. Year 10. You begin exploring the mysteries of body tempering, seeking the pinnacle of mastery. 10 years of insights, 8, to be precise, brought the technique to completion. Limo rubbed his face, once again facing reality. A high-tier sword art, taught personally by the Ice Block. A supreme body tempering method, self-taught. Yet the former had cost him multiple times more insights than the latter. Fine. Limo activated extreme weapon tempering body at its perfected level. Instantly, the frenzied killing edge around him grew docile. With renewed determination, he strode toward the Pengu Calamity Meteor Hammer. 1 step, 2 steps. 10 steps, 100 steps. In no time, only 50 paces separated him from the ice-fire boundary. But the moment he crossed that threshold, boom. A thunderous hammer strike echoed. The killing aura surged violently once more. It was like stepping into a whirlpool, battered by relentless currents. No wonder the Pengu Calamity Meteor Hammer can forge divine weapons. A single strike would shatter even famed blades. Limo felt like a weapon himself, being tempered by the hammer. The founder of the divine weapon peak must have been a true powerhouse. At least in body tempering, his prowess was undeniable. No wonder Elder Hanhei left the hammer lying in the depths of the divine edge cave. Even an expert at the observation divine realm might not qualify to stand before it. What kind of monster could wield this thing freely? Limo shook off the thought. No time for doubts, he had insights to burn. He poured another decade of martial understanding into extreme weapon tempering body. Year 1. Studying the divine weapon, you grasp the concept of body as weapon, learning to emit your own killing edge. Year 3. Your personal killing edge resonates with the hammers, complementing each other. Year 12. You reach the pinnacle of mastery, your comprehension rivaling the technique's creator. Insight complete, extreme weapon tempering body ascends to transcendent pinnacle. 20 years total, from mastery to the transcendent pinnacle. Limo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. After being humbled by sword arts for so long, he wasn't used to such efficiency. Body is weapon. He murmured the words. In the next moment, his own body began radiating the same killing edge used to temper him. It wasn't strong, barely surpassing a sharp blade. Compared to the Pengu Calamity Meteor Hammer, it was like firefly light against the full moon. But extreme weapon tempering body was a supreme art, and he had pushed it to the transcendent pinnacle. That meant he could leverage minimal force to shift immense weight. The pressure dwindled drastically. Now, Limo could control how much he endured at will, the remaining 50 paces. He sprinted. In moments, he stood at the ice-fire boundary, finally able to examine the hammer up close. The weapon seemed forged as one piece, hammerhead and handle seamless, as if nature itself had shaped it. The hammerhead was blunt at the front, tapered at the back, square like an imperial seal, unrefined yet profound, pointed like jagged wind-carved stone, a masterpiece of the uncanny. One side for forging weapons, the other for forging people. Limo dismissed the dangerous thought. I don't know why you called to me. But since you've chosen me, today I take you with me. He reached out, gripping the handle. Boom, his mind erupted as if the cosmos had birthed anew, a meteor crashing into his consciousness. Limo's thoughts blanked. His fingers nearly loosened from the shock. Don't let go. He clenched his teeth. All 13 opened meridians surged to life. Every ounce of strength in his body was wrung dry. The Pengu Calamity Meteor Hammer was being merciful. Against all odds, it budged, just a fraction, for a mere Chi Blood Realm cultivator. Rumble, the earth quaked. The entire Divine Edge cave trembled violently. And not just the cave, the Divine Weapon peak itself shook. Earthquake, earthquake. Is the peak collapsing? Don't spout nonsense, it's just the earth veins erupting early. Wasn't there supposed to be a dormant period? Today's only the first day. Run. Those still inside bolted for the exit, not daring to look back. Fortunately, most had already claimed their weapons. Teacher, what's happening? Xiao Qin had exited earlier, but Limo was still missing. The voice of Thousand Forms Marshal Venerable turned grave. The cave shouldn't collapse. But that is the aura of a divine weapon. Xiao Qin didn't fully grasp the implications, but his teacher's tone worried him. Master, junior brother Li is still inside. Murong Xiao couldn't stay seated. Yet the entire Divine Edge cave now pulsed with overwhelming pressure. So it is him. Elder Hanhei's expression shifted. He had suspected as much. The last time the Founder's artifact stirred, he'd guessed Limo was involved, but he never imagined the Pengu Calamity Meteor Hammer would react so violently. An almost absurd thought suddenly surfaced. Could it be that it's about to acknowledge a master? Oi, old man, you'd better keep your word from earlier. Shangwu crossed her arms, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing like a fox that had just pulled off a clever trick. If he can truly lift it, then let him take it away. Elder Hanhei's eyelid twitched as he flicked his sleeve and strode into the Divine Edge cave. Limo exerted himself to the limit. Good news, he did manage to move the Pengu Starfall hammer. Bad news, he could only shift it by a hair's breadth. And that was only because the Pengu Starfall hammer condescended to cooperate with him. That tiny movement was likely the divine weapon borrowing his strength to move on its own. This hammer isn't even that big, but it's terrifyingly heavy. Right now, I can easily lift a spiny-backed tortoise, and my strength probably exceeds 10,000 jin. Limo relaxed his grip and sighed ruefully. Fortunately, he never planned to rely on his own strength to lift this thing. If he could move it, $2 his divine weapon wouldn't have been left at the bottom of the Divine Edge cave, untouched for centuries. No matter, he still had his cheat. World Seed. Right now, I can channel a fraction of its power into myself. The duration is short, so I'll have to act fast. Limo didn't come alone. Behind him stood an entire world. Though this world was still nascent, fragile, and chaotic, still, it was a world. Crack, the moment he channeled the World Seed's power, $2's bones erupted with a sound like frying beans. His blood and chi roared like a tempest, and his 13 main meridians surged like furious dragons. An overwhelming, inexhaustible force coursed through him. Limo even had the illusion that if this divine mountain had a handle, he could lift the entire thing. Up. Boom. A hammer's resonance, 100 times louder than before, exploded. The Pengu Starfall hammer. For the first time in centuries, it was held in someone's palm. Only for an instant. Limo swiftly stored it in his miniature world. Then, utterly drained, he collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even lift a finger, sweat pooling beneath him. Thank goodness divine weapons don't count as living beings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to store it in my miniature world. I actually lifted a divine weapon just now. Young Limo's chest heaved like a bellows, stars dancing before his eyes. A chaotic whirl of thoughts flooded his mind. Using power that wasn't his own had an overwhelming backlash. Just one more breath, and his body might have started crumbling, but in the end, he succeeded. Li Mo's consciousness wavered, drowsiness pressing in. Just before he drifted off, he heard a hoarse, shrill shriek. Sounded familiar. Elder Hanhei. Nightfall. Divine Edge Peak, Elder's residence. The surroundings were cluttered with raw ores, half-forged weapons, less a residence, more an armory. Where's the hammer? Where's the ancestral divine weapon of our Divine Edge Peak? Elder Hanhei paced frantically, staring at the unconscious Li Mo snoring away. The usually composed elder was utterly distraught. Stop muttering already. You're driving me insane. Shangwu sat with one leg crossed over the other, a glimpse of thigh visible through her palace robes, chin resting on her palm. TCH, this brat of a disciple, sleeping so soundly, promised me roast lamb today. Food. Is this the time for food? Elder Hanhei trembled with rage, veins bulging. That's a divine weapon. Our peak is named after it. If it's gone, I'll have no face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife. If not for Shangwu's presence, he would have shaken Li Mo awake already. It was just gathering dust anyway, since no one could use it. Shangwu narrowed her eyes, annoyed, and lower your voice. You think I'm deaf? Elder Hanhei. What sins did I commit in my past life to be cursed with this master-disciple pair? Just then, Imo, who had been asleep for most of the day, yawned and stirred. Blinking groggily, he first thing he saw was Elder Hanhei's wrinkled face. Inches from his own, eyes bloodshot, Li Mo nearly punched him in reflex. Elder Hanhei, what are you doing so close? Scared me half to death. I scared you. You nearly scared my soul out of my body. Elder Hanhei laughed bitterly, demanding, speak. Where's the hammer? Our ancestors' hammer. Ahem. Shangwu clenched her fist, clearing her throat pointedly. A reminder to watch his tone when speaking to her disciple. Elder Hanhei wanted to curse. What, you steal my peak's treasure, and I have to be polite about it. But he knew losing his temper wouldn't help. Suppressing his fury, he forced a gentler tone. True disciple Li, when you went to the Divine Edge Cave's depths, did you see a hammer? He gestured with his hands, about this big. I did. Li Mo nodded cooperatively. Where is it now? Elder Hanhei's voice sharpened. Gone. Li Mo spread his hands. Gone. Elder Hanhei's vision darkened. Li Mo nodded again. When I reached the cave's bottom, I saw the hammer you mentioned. Curious, I touched it, and then it vanished. Seems like, it got stored in my spatial treasure. Li Mo omitted some details, $2 EP lacing, miniature world, with, spatial treasure. Indeed, this world had storage artifacts, collectively called spatial treasures. For example, Shangwu's wine gourd was one such item. Of course, they weren't as common as in some stories. Involving the profound mysteries of spatial laws, $2 supreme experts could forge them from rare materials. Thus, spatial treasures were exceedingly rare. Apart from Shangwu, none of the peak elders owned one, only the Qingyuan sect's leader possessed one. Disciple, your inheritance is quite impressive. Shangwu's almond-shaped eyes gleamed. Spatial treasure. Elder Hanhei stood frozen. His confusion only grew. How did Li Mo even approach the Pengu Starfall hammer? How did he store it? No spatial treasure could store something its owner couldn't lift. Case closed, then. Shangwu rubbed her chin, reasoning, the hammer must have acknowledged him as its master. Divine weapons, maybe they're weightless to their owners but immovable to others, right? Li Mo. It sounded plausible. But the Pengu Starfall hammer didn't have that trait. Suddenly, Li Mo noticed Shangwu subtly winking at him. Understanding dawned. Yeah, it didn't feel heavy to me at all. Can you take it out now? As you can see, Li Mo smiled wryly, shaking his head, storing it drained me completely. I nearly blacked out, I won't be able to retrieve it anytime soon. Shangwu said with a playful smile, so, my disciple needs proper rest. If his spirit is harmed, HMPH, who knows, he might never be able to retrieve it again. The master and disciple played off each other perfectly. Recognizing a master, Elder Hanhei's vague suspicion was confirmed, yet he couldn't help feeling his Dao heart tremble slightly. The divine weapon of their Divine Edge Peak, untouched since the founding ancestors' time, had been claimed by someone from another peak, and by a mere blood Qi realm cultivator, no less. His emotions were a tangled mess, but there was nothing he could do. The founding ancestor had indeed left no records about this, and Shang Wu's explanation did sound plausible. After all, the hammer was no longer at the bottom of the cave. Her reasoning was just coherent enough to pass. Plausible or not, who could verify the truth? It all came down to her word alone. After a moment of thought, Elder Hanhei spoke again. In that case, until he retrieves the divine weapon, he shall remain on Divine Edge Peak. As Han He's voice faded, Shang Wu immediately responded with a hostile expression, keep him here. Old man, are you trying to steal my disciple? Who wants your disciple? I'm keeping the ancestral divine weapon. Han He retorted with unusual firmness, even if this matter were brought before the sect leader, he was in the right, and besides, Shang Wu's concerns weren't entirely unfounded. If a disciple of the Divine Edge Cave gained the recognition of the Pangu Calamity Meteor Hammer, they would undoubtedly become the next cave master. Elder Han He, you're not planning to keep me here forging weapons, are you? Li Mo vaguely sensed the underlying intention. That wouldn't do. Staying here every day, how could he continue to, how could he cling to the ice block's jade-like legs? If the true disciple Li stays here, the Divine Edge Cave will cover all your expenses from now on. The next moment, Han He's deep, solemn voice rang out, dripping with temptation. Clearly, he was prepared to make a hefty investment. Elder, what are you saying? My master is unyielding and principled. How could she abandon her disciple for mere material gains? Right, master. Master. Li Mo spoke righteously, only to turn and see his master's previously fierce demeanor vanish. Her beautiful eyes glazed over, as if calculating the carefree life of unlimited fine wine and delicacies. He strongly suspected she could already hear the clinking of silver coins. Young Li. Seems he underestimated his master's poverty and money-grubbing tendencies. Li Mo lowered his voice, Master, when has the Autumn Water Pavilion ever lacked fine food and wine for you? If I stay at the Divine Edge Cave, who'll cook for you in the future? The Divine Edge Cave's weapons were in high demand, and they indeed made mountains of gold daily, but it still couldn't compare to his ability to create wealth out of thin air. Moreover, he never feared being eaten into poverty. Instead, his investments only made him richer. HMPH, I'm not that kind of person. The beautiful master's eyes instantly cleared as she nodded seriously. Elder, you worry too much. This disciple has modest means. Li Mo clasped his hands respectfully toward Han He. How much could you possibly have? Thud. Two massive chunks of gleaming metal crashed onto the ground. Instantly, the room's temperature dropped slightly, as if the metals were absorbing heat. Han He's amused expression froze, replaced by deep contemplation. Iron essence. 1 ounce refined from 10,000 pounds of iron. A mere trace added to an ordinary weapon could make it slice through hair and cleave metal like mud. These two chunks. Even with the Divine Edge Cave's cold flame spring and all its disciples hammering away until their arms gave out, it'd take 3 years to produce this much. Thud. Another muffled sound. A fist-sized chunk of fiery red metal landed on the ground. Hiss. Han He completely lost his composure. Inferno copper ore. Only found where volcanic activity coincided with ore veins, the ore tempered by subterranean flames for millennia, and even then, it required a volcanic eruption to bring it to the surface. The legendary, Crimson Sky Sword, contained this very material, and you call this, modest means. The old man began pondering the origins of Li Mo's inheritance. Shang Wu was also deep in thought. The expert who left this legacy, were they perhaps a merchant tycoon in their past life? Or maybe a notorious bandit who plundered immeasurable wealth? This disciple is no blacksmith. These treasures would be wasted in my hands. Elder, you are the Purple Sun Prefecture's most renowned artisan. Only you can bring out their full potential. Young Li knew how to sweet-talk an old man. Han He fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed. Shang Wu, your disciple has better manners than you. At least I don't have to worry about him wielding the divine weapon for evil. Shang Wu. Ignoring her, Han He turned back and spoke gravely. Li Mo, if you can fulfill 3 conditions, this old man will gladly step aside. Elder, please name them. Li Mo was all ears. First, if the Divine Edge Cave ever forges a mystic artifact and requires the Pangu Calamity Meteor Hammer, you, as its master, must assist. Second, until your strength is sufficient, do not flaunt the divine weapon. Aside from me and your master, no outsiders should know of it. Third, do not stain the founder's divine weapon with unjust blood. He emphasized the last condition. Only fair. Young Li agreed without hesitation. The terms were far more lenient than he'd expected. Even if Han He hadn't mentioned them, he would have done so anyway. Good. You may go. Han He waved tiredly. The old man's being unusually agreeable today. Shang Wu raised an eyebrow, unaccustomed to this. Li Mo bowed to Han He and tugged his master toward the exit. Best not to push their luck after getting such a deal. Watching the master and disciple leave, Han He murmured to himself, the divine weapon has found its master after all, and it's ended up on the Jade Cluster Peak. Shang Wu didn't get it, her disciple did instead. How unpredictable fate can be. On the mountain path down. My precious disciple, you're quite the clever one, aren't you? Shang Wu narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, one hand on her hip, the other slung over her disciple's shoulder. She grinned without a shred of dignity. Not bad, not bad. Tricking old man Han He like that, you're already at 60, 70, 80% of my level. I wouldn't call it tricking. Being shoulder-hugged by his similarly sized master, Young Li coughed lightly. HMPH, you even dare to fool your own master. Where's the hammer? Let me see it. Shang Wu wore an I know what you're up to look. Li Mo smiled wryly. I really can't take it out. Joking aside, just storing it had taken tremendous effort. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Did she expect him to activate the world seed again? Master, do you want me to collapse into a pile of bones right here? Ungrateful brat. Shang Wu wrinkled her delicate nose, her pretty face sulking. Li Mo. Master, you were seriously considering selling me off earlier, weren't you? PFFT, of course not. Shang Wu averted her gaze. That was just a test, to see if your loyalty to the Jade Cluster Peak is unwavering. Master, you're guilty. Audacious disciple. Daring to question your master now. Trying to overthrow the natural order. The master quickened her pace, her crimson robes fluttering. Li Mo sighed. Master, how about aged bamboo green wine and a whole roasted lamb tonight? Young Li deployed his ultimate crowd control skill. How aged? 30 years. Critical hit. A short while later, master and disciple returned under the stars, laden with spoils. Pushing open the door, Li Mo spotted a slender figure seated at their usual dining stone table, sipping tea leisurely, a sword resting on her lap, its blade reflecting the moonlight. I thought you'd gone back to cultivate. I haven't had dinner yet. The ice block stated matter-of-factly. Young Li fell silent, then looked up at the sky. The moon was dim, signaling the approaching dawn. But, it's almost breakfast time. Is it? Ying Bing also glanced at the moon, her delicate brows knitting in confusion. Just what kind of time sense do you have? Who the hell tells time by mealtimes? Li Mo couldn't even muster the energy to complain as he headed off to cook. Ying Bing lowered her gaze briefly before turning to Shang Wu, her voice soft but deliberate. What happened today at the Divine Edge Cave? Yet another event that had slipped beyond her expectations. Ying Bing knew there was a divine weapon in the Divine Edge Cave. In fact, the reason she knew about it was because of Shang Wu. When the Qingyuan sect collapsed, it was Shang Wu who paid a tremendous price to wield the Starfall Calamity Hammer. Later, after Ying Bing went to the Central Divine Continent, she encountered several divine weapons no less formidable than the Starfall Calamity Hammer. Yet none of them ever gave her the same sense of boundless power. Indeed, even by her standards, divine weapons were far from commonplace. A divine weapon was 2 whole tiers above an arcane artifact. It represented the pinnacle of forging, the absolute limit of human craftsmanship. Beyond that, only the heaven-defying, destiny-born Tao weapons existed. Take, for example, the imperial seal of mountains and rivers, wielded by successive emperors of the Great Yu dynasty. That said, she recalled that in her past life, the Starfall Calamity Hammer had no master. Shang Wu had barely managed to activate it once before both vanished without a trace, like a fleeting blossom. When she first took charge of the Lunar Palace, she had inquired about it, but all she got were vague, unverifiable rumors. Elder Shang Wu. There was no response from the other side. When Ying Bing finally looked up, she realized Shang Wu had somehow dozed off in a rocking chair, even letting out soft, rhythmic snores. Not long after. Roast lamb, coming right up. Li Mo emerged with the prepared lamb. He placed it on the grill and began lighting the fire. The flames cast a warm glow on the young man's face. A reflection that also flickered in Ying Bing's cool, distant eyes. Could it be that he had something to do with it? Back then, even the nine-colored phoenix's spirit seemed particularly drawn to him. Give me a hand. A brush was suddenly thrust into her grasp by the young man. Ying Bing tilted her head slightly in confusion. Limo then brought over an earthen jar, from which a rich, spicy aroma wafted. Ying Bing understood. He wanted her to baste the lamb with the sauce. This is my specially brewed, soul sauce. Even happy sheep would be left speechless after one bite. It's all yours now. As he spoke, Limo began slowly rotating the grill. And so, the Phoenix Heavenly Empress narrowed her eyes, a faint ripple of emotion passing through them. In the end, she dipped the brush into the so-called soul sauce, and embarked on her first ever culinary endeavor. Soon enough, young Li handed over the task of rotating the grill to her as well. Before long, the lamb sizzled, its juices dripping. Watching Ying Bing meticulously apply the sauce with an almost serious expression, Limo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The ice block actually looked a bit more human when cooking. Less frosty, more alive. Maybe I can automate the ice block's feeding in the future. But that thought didn't last long. What's that smell? While preparing side dishes, Limo caught a whiff of something burning. He turned around to find the lamb in a tragic state, half charred, half raw. Yet Ying Bing continued rotating it, utterly oblivious to the disaster unfolding. Limo. He shot her a helpless, exasperated look. Seriously, sis. It's burnt to a crisp, and you're still roasting the charred side. Meeting his gaze, Ying Bing returned it with serene indifference. What's wrong? She asked, as if completely justified. Well, turns out the ice block had flaws after all, like being eternally banned from the kitchen. Let me handle it. After a meal that could have been breakfast or dinner, dawn had already broken, in his room. Master's meal cost the equivalent of 500 taels of gold, far exceeding the value of that jar of bamboo brew. But the ice block's reaction was priceless. Limo lay on his bed, taking a rare inventory of his wealth. 8 arcane crystals, gold. Already surpassed 10,000 taels, silver. He couldn't be bothered to count. There was too much, both in coin and notes, making it mind-numbingly tedious. Then there were the assorted treasures, 6 mark elixirs, rare ores. Exotic herbs, you name it. Toxin cleansing pill, neutralizes 100 poisons. Wind and rain summoning talisman. Causes 3 days of heavy rain. Probably useless for now. Ancient pine patterned ring. Looks elegant and imposing. Good for boosting one's aura. After half an hour, Limo finally sorted through his miscellaneous items. Then he entered the seat of the world. The space had changed slightly since his last visit. It seemed a few meters larger. Before the chessboard in the clearing, the Starfall Calamity hammer hung inverted in silence. Not far from it, the Crimson Sky sword cowered in a corner, not daring to approach. Buzz, sensing Limo's arrival, the hammer vibrated faintly. Its weaponized killing intent remained, but it no longer exerted any pressure on Limo. After all, he was the master here. Limitless strength, Limo murmured inwardly. Then he walked over, gripped the hammer's handle, and lifted it effortlessly, as if it weighed nothing. Were it not for the hammer's joyful resonance, one might suspect it had been swapped for a counterfeit. Whoosh, Limo swung it a couple of times. Instantly, the hammer's murderous aura stirred the miniature world, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. A single strike carried the force of a falling meteor, capable of shattering the earth. In that moment, he felt like a deity who could rend the skies with a mere gesture. In Limo's current understanding, Elder Han he was among the strongest he knew. Yet he had a hunch. Even the faintest ripple from this hammer's power would be beyond what Han he could withstand. Now this is a true divine weapon. This must be its real power. Limo exhaled deeply. The Starfall Calamity hammer buzzed excitedly, thrilled to finally be unleashed to its full potential. Want, out, faintly. Limo seemed to hear a childlike voice, the hammer. He looked down, confirming the source. Fight. He understood. The hammer wanted to smash something. Be it people, beasts, anything but being used to forge other weapons. Limo. I'd love to, but I'm not strong enough yet. Buzz, the hammer sulked. Its nascent sentience couldn't grasp complex reasoning. Why was its master sometimes strong, sometimes weak? Why could he wield its full power yet refuse to take it out for fun? When the time is right, I'll let you shine. Limo reassured it softly. After calming the divine weapon, he pondered seriously. Now that I have a hammer, shouldn't I find a hammer technique to match? Having tasted the hammer's might, Limo felt a growing desire. A swordsman learning hammer techniques, surely that wasn't too strange. But none of the feedback from his investments included hammer-related martial arts. Ah, right. The top scorer in the sect trials gets to pick a technique from the 5th floor of the scripture pavilion. Might as well check it out. With that thought, Limo restored the chaotic state of the small world, then beckoned to the crimson sky sword not far away. Come here. The moment he spoke, the Quakebreaker meteor hammer trembled twice, like a father disciplining a mischievous child. Only then did the crimson sky sword slowly descend into his palm. With the sword in hand, Limo withdrew from the seat of the world. After exchanging a brief greeting with the drowsy Shang Wu, he headed out toward the library pavilion. Qingyuan Sect, Scripture Pavilion. The octagonal structure towered layer upon layer, reaching a staggering height of 300 meters. Disciples streamed in and out without end. The moment Limo appeared at the entrance, countless eyes turned toward him. Is that the true disciple, Limo? Senior brother Li is so handsome, especially when he smiles, so gentle, unlike the other aloof true disciples. That must be the scarlet sky sword at his waist. To obtain a mystic weapon at such a young age, his swordsmanship must be exceptional. Did you hear? The Divine Edge Cave's earth veins erupted prematurely yesterday. Now Elder Hanhei has sealed everything below the 3rd level. It'll be much harder for disciples to obtain mystic weapons in the future. Even many elders don't possess mystic artifacts. It was never really something for disciples to begin with. The hushed whispers were barely audible, but Limo caught every word. Elder Hanhei works fast. The old man may be prideful, but he gets things done. Lost in thought, Limo approached the 1st floor counter. The inner sect steward recognized him immediately and flashed a smile. True disciple Li, are you here to claim your sect trial reward on the 5th floor? Indeed. Limo nodded and handed over his waist token. Ah, true disciple Li, the 5th floor only houses mid-tier martial arts. The steward offered a polite reminder. For inner sect disciples, a suitable mid-tier martial art was a rare treasure. But a true disciple shouldn't lack such things, right? Limo smiled without answering. Then it struck the steward, Limo might be a true disciple, but his master was Elder Shangwu. Suddenly, everything made sense. You may select 2 mid-tier martial arts. Please proceed. My thanks. The steward completed the record swiftly, and Limo turned to ascend the stairs. The 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion was just as crowded. The lower 3 floors housed unranked martial arts, along with miscellaneous texts, biographies, and other writings. Limo didn't linger, continuing upward. By the 4th floor, the crowd had thinned considerably. Here, low-tier martial arts were stored, alongside knowledge on alchemy, forging, and taming exotic beasts. Most of the readers here were inner sect disciples. Limo's gaze briefly lingered on a section that surprised him. Books on cooking. He picked one up, skimmed a few lines, and promptly set it back down with a twitch of his lips. No wonder the Qingyuan sect's dining hall food is so terrible. It couldn't hold a candle to the cookbook he'd obtained through his investment returns. The 5th floor was nearly deserted. Only disciples who had completed sect missions and accumulated enough contribution points could spend them to access this level. Hammer techniques. Limo walked to the section dedicated to weapon-based martial arts. Tempering hammer art, for forging. Tiger's Roar Hammer, requires a long-handled warhammer. Not suitable. Well, it seemed Limo wasn't the only one who disliked smashing people with hammers. Even the all-encompassing scripture pavilion had barely any hammer techniques. Then again, the martial world had sword gods, blade sovereigns, and spear immortals. When had anyone ever heard of a legendary hammer wielder? Hammer techniques were already niche. The Meteor Annihilation Hammer was a short-handled weapon, niche among niches. Brother Li, a familiar youthful voice called out from nearby. Turning, Limo saw Meridians waving at him. You're here to pick a martial art too. Limo was surprised. The Divine Edge Peak was wealthy and well-stocked. Why would a true disciple need to scavenge the scripture pavilion? You misunderstand, Brother Li. I didn't inform my master. Meridians forced a bitter smile. After a brief explanation and a glance through his heavenly destiny eyes, Limo understood. Name: Meridians. Age: 16. Physique: howling serpent body. Cultivation. Qi blood realm, 7 meridians. Destiny. Blue tinged with gray. Evaluation. Born of a human father and a shape-shifted flood dragon mother. Kind-hearted but tormented by his bloodline. If he harmonizes the strengths of both lineages, his future is boundless. If he succumbs to their flaws, he will bring calamity. Recent events. Afflicted by his bloodline, he has been plagued by intrusive thoughts and nightmares, repeatedly dreaming of his hands drenched in blood. Seeking a mind-calming cultivation technique. My master still doesn't know my half-demon bloodline comes from a howling serpent. Murong Xiao sighed, his face lined with worry. So you came to the scripture pavilion alone. Li Mo's expression turned odd. Murong Xiao nodded. Exactly. If he asks, I don't want to lie, but I can't tell the truth either. Better to avoid the topic entirely. Li Mo. Elder Hanhei was so easygoing, just hint at needing a mind-calming technique, and he'd probably toss you a high-tier manual without a second thought. This kid was painfully honest. You might find a technique here. But don't expect a mid-tier mind art to suppress your bloodline. Li Mo shook his head. Then what should I, Murong Xiao's anxious words cut off as Li Mo shoved a manual into his hands. This is Golden Bell Shield, a high-tier body-refining martial art. Ah! Murong Xiao gaped, utterly lost. Why was Brother Li handing him a body-refining manual? Who said calming the mind requires a mental technique? Li Mo gave the poor boy a look of exasperation. This high-tier art originates from the Buddhist tradition. It integrates physical and spiritual cultivation, embodying Buddhist principles. Master the Golden Bell Shield, and what fear will you have of intrusive thoughts? Golden Bell Shield. Murong Xiao's dim eyes brightened, but soon, he fidgeted, fingers twisting his sleeves as hesitation overtook him. Don't overthink it. Li Mo patted the scarlet sky sword at his waist. I took a mystic weapon from Divine Edge Peak, far more valuable than a high-tier martial art. Consider this repayment. Of course, it wasn't just the sword. Whenever Li Mo gave something away, the other party might gain, but he always gained more. Divine Edge Peak is Divine Edge Peak. This isn't repayment. Brother Li, I owe you yet another great debt. Murong Xiao pressed his lips together, overwhelmed with gratitude. At this rate, short of bearing children, there was nothing Li Mo could ask that Murong Xiao wouldn't agree to. When you take on a sect mission outside, be sure to notify me. Sect missions. All Qingyuan sect disciples, including true disciples, were periodically required to complete missions, large or small. It was mandatory. After all, if the Qingyuan sect just stood around doing nothing, no one would uphold its status as the leading sect of Purple Sun Prefecture. I've been considering one recently. I'll take you up on that offer. Li Mo accepted readily. The Murong family held considerable influence in Purple Sun Prefecture, a local power. Whatever the mission, their connections would smooth the way. Then I'll return to study the Golden Bell Shield. Murong Xiao finally broke into a smile. Go on. After he left, the system promptly chimed in, Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested in Murong Xiao with a high-tier martial art, aiding him in overcoming his bloodline affliction. Investment reward. An ancient bronze tome seal. Ancient bronze tome seal. When stamped onto any martial technique, it can deduce, refine, and elevate the technique's grade, capable of raising it to the level of a peerless art. What a treasure. A high-tier martial technique upgraded to a peerless art, and he could even choose the type of peerless art. The feedback from Murong Xiao this time had far exceeded his expectations. Last time, investing in Murong's 6-rune Serenity Pill was comparable in value to a superior martial art. But this time, the reward is the ancient bronze tome seal. A permanent solution is better than a temporary fix, isn't it? Li Mo rubbed the small bronze seal in his palm thoughtfully. He resumed his search on the 5th floor. Superior martial arts were already scarce here, and hammer techniques were even rarer. Yet, after half an hour, he actually found something. 12 hammers to quell the storm. Li Mo brushed off the thick layer of dust on the manual and read its name. A superior martial art, specifically a short-handled hammer technique. It contained 12 forms, and when mastered, a single strike could shake the earth and mountains. If refined to perfection and with sufficient personal cultivation, could it rival a single punch from his master? Li Mo glanced at the missing chunk of the Divine Edge Peak, lost in thought. He flipped further through the manual, only to discover This martial art is only 2/3 complete. The techniques abruptly ended at the 8th form. Young Li fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he still took the manual and headed downstairs. Mainly because he had no other choice. He'd just have to take it back and figure things out later. On the first floor, the same inner sect deacon was still there. Junior brother Li, have you made your selection? Yes. Please record it for me, senior brother. Limo handed over the manual. Ah, ha. The deacon took the manual and raised his brush to log it, but paused when he saw the name. Junior brother Li, this is a hammer technique. He gave a pointed look at the sword hanging from Limo's waist. It was common knowledge in the sect that this true disciple had obtained Kai Shao, a blade rivaling the Frostblade, from the Divine Edge Cave. So, like many others, he assumed Limo, though perhaps not on par with Junior's sister Ying Bing, was at least the conventional kind of sword prodigy. After all, Ying Bing was terrifying. Swords would line up to pledge allegiance to her with a mere gesture, defying all logic. Limo, who'd passed Kai Shao's trial through sheer swordsmanship, fit their idea of a genius far better. And now, a sword prodigy had picked a hammer manual. I didn't choose wrong. Other mountains, stones can polish jade. I already have sword techniques. Studying other martial arts might help me gain insights by analogy. Limo shook his head. Other mountains, stones can polish jade. This was polishing jade from another continent entirely. This manual is incomplete, but it still counts as one of your selections, junior brother Li. Are you sure? The deacon reminded him again. Yes, I've considered it carefully. Very well. Please return it within a month, and remember, no unauthorized sharing. Seeing his resolve, the deacon said no more. Meanwhile, at the Qingyuan Main Peak's sword training grounds, Ying Bing stepped across the threshold, her plain robes as cold and pristine as the blade in her arms. The moment she entered, several gazes locked onto her like rare treasures. The Frostblade has found its master after 400 years, a perfect match indeed. Qian Bufin marveled. Shui Jing, dusty from travel but beaming, added, the last time an arcane weapon chose a master was 50 years ago. Now, two arcane blades, the Frostblade and Kai Shao, have done so simultaneously. And such legendary swords, no less. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Come now, Han He, don't sulk. Arcane weapons in the Divine Edge Cave are meant to be used. Besides, a treasured sword deserves a hero. They've found worthy masters. Elder Han He had been silent since entering. The others assumed his conflicted expression stemmed from reluctance to part with the weapons. You've all sung enough praises. This old man isn't one for flattery, so I'll spare the platitudes. Han He shot Shui Jing a glare. The Divine Edge, in Divine Edge Peak, had literally been carved away. Enough. Let us old folks witness for ourselves. Just what kind of talent could make arcane weapons vie for their allegiance? Shangguan Wenkang's gentle voice broke in. Very well. Ying Bing nodded. A flash of sword light flooded the hall. A wind from nowhere sent pear blossoms swirling down around the training grounds. The onlookers instinctively narrowed their eyes. Petals, stirred by the sword's movements, began drifting, sometimes scattering, sometimes converging. When dispersed, they were deceptively beautiful, hiding lethal intent. When gathered, their chill grew oppressive, radiating dominance. Crack, suddenly, every petal shattered into ice. She's already grasped a sliver of sword intent. Indeed, even the creator of the flowing petals sword style would pale in comparison. This old man barely recognizes the technique anymore. The sword art isn't strong, she is. The group exchanged glances, dazed as if waking from a dream. Now they understood why the Frostblade had so eagerly submitted itself. Intent. This wasn't something one could learn from a manual. Even among observing Divinity Realm experts, few ever glimpsed its mysteries. Yet here she was, at the Blood Chi realm, with insights surpassing most in higher realms. Was this what true genius looked like? The elders were at a loss for words. Ying Bing sheathed her blade and stood silently. Little Bing, Limo's swordsmanship, you guided him, didn't you? Shui Jing asked slowly, still collecting himself. Yes, she nodded. I see. Even with some foundation, passing an arcane weapons trial at this stage would have been near impossible otherwise. But this also means Limo has decent potential in the sword path. The elders nodded sagely. Only Han He wore a complicated expression, sighing deeply. In the way of the sword, Even if I pride myself on broad knowledge and historical study, I doubt I could find anyone in records who matched your talent. Even Shangguan Wenkang, the stern Qingyuan sect leader, couldn't help but marvel. There is, Ying Bing answered without hesitation. Oh, higher peaks exist beyond every mountain. Her voice was soft. The sword was her most comfortable weapon, but not her strongest suit. Besides, the true monster of the sword path. Her mind flashed again to that undisputed name. Little Bing, how many meridians have you opened now? Any changes in the icy energy within your bloodline? Shui Jing suddenly asked. 12. The icy energy remains unchanged. 12 meridians. Shui Jing's teacup slipped silently, soaking his pants. The training grounds fell deathly silent. Then Ying Bing added, almost 13. The elders, already petrified, nearly crumbled on the spot. It wasn't just her absurd progress. Every cultivator knew the blood chi realm's limit was 12 primary meridians, and she just mentioned a 13th. Did that mean her ceiling in this realm was even more monstrous? Little Bing, how many meridians do you think you can ultimately unlock? 24. Her tone was flat. Even braced for the impossible, the sound of collective gasps filled the hall. Every so-called prodigy they'd known was utterly eclipsed. At the same time, not far from the autumn water pavilion, before a cascading waterfall. Who? Limo ceased his cultivation. Through his senses, the meridians strengthened by the extreme soldier's body tempering technique resembled coiled flood dragons, each embedded with seed-like nodes of vital energy, pulsating with immense power. This session allowed me to unblock 2 meridians in one go. Limo exhaled a turbid breath. He could feel that the exhaustion from forcibly wielding the indomitable meteor hammer last time had completely healed. In fact, it seemed like breaking through his limits had brought unexpected gains. Coupled with the divine weapon's miraculous body-refining effects, $2 had advanced 2 steps in a single leap. Don't grow complacent. My progress in the vital energy realm hasn't even reached the halfway point yet. After a brief moment of satisfaction, the young cultivator Limo steadied his resolve, guarding against arrogance. Then, he retrieved the manual, 12 Hammers to Calm the Storm, from his robes. Let's try the celestial seal first. Limo took out the celestial seal and stamped it onto the page. No reaction. The tiny characters showed no signs of flowing into it. Clearly, the celestial seal couldn't repair the incomplete martial art. Maybe I should try learning the first 8 moves first. Limo felt a headache coming on. If he had a choice, he wouldn't bother with an incomplete manual. If all else failed, he'd have to wait until he left the mountain for a sect mission and check the merchant houses. It'd be ideal if he could buy a suitable martial art outright. If not, he could offer a hefty reward for them to track one down. For now, anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem for young Limo. Half an hour later, he had already memorized the essence of 12 Hammers of Calming Storms. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he seemed to pick up hammer techniques far faster than swordsmanship. Incomplete manuals should still allow the infusion of martial insights. Limo gave it a quick try. 1 year of insight successfully infused. First year, despite the incomplete manual, your astonishing talent for hammer techniques allowed you to persist. You mastered the basics in a month, achieved proficiency in 3, and reached minor mastery in 6. By the end of the year, a sudden epiphany pushed you straight to major mastery. Limo. Wait, seriously. Major mastery in a year, with an incomplete manual, is this really me? Unfamiliar. Way too unfamiliar. Good news, he'd finally discovered a talent beyond just being handsome. Bad news, this talent. Guess passion and talent really are 2 different things. Anything but a hammer would have been fine. Limo's mood was complicated. Would he actually reach the pinnacle of hammer techniques with just an incomplete manual? 5 years of martial insights successfully infused. First year, you perfected 12 Hammers of Calming Storms, but without the remaining sections, you hit a bottleneck, stuck at perfection with no further progress. Second year, you began deep contemplation, pondering the true essence of the hammer techniques and attempting to deduce the missing parts. Third year, against all odds, you found a faint path forward, creating the 9th and 10th moves through sheer intuition. Fourth year, the manual now felt like a puzzle missing just one piece. You effortlessly devised the 11th and 12th moves, completing 12 Hammers of Calming Storms. Compared to the original, your version might even surpass it. Fifth year, your 12 hammers of calming storms reached the pinnacle. Limo held his forehead, questioning reality. First, because endless hammer techniques were flooding his mind. Second, his talent in this area was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. 5 years. An incomplete manual. And he'd not only completed it but pushed it to the pinnacle. Compared to his sluggish progress in swordsmanship, this was like riding a rocket. Is it just my natural talent for hammers? Or did becoming the master of the indomitable Starfall hammer enhance this ability? Divine weapons seemed to be more than just powerful tools. Sensing the indomitable Starfall hammer within his world seed, Limo decided not to dwell on it. He couldn't even wield the weapon yet, no point overthinking. First, let's complete 12 hammers of calming storms. Limo walked over to a relatively flat boulder. He spread out paper and began writing swiftly. Soon, a complete high-tier martial art took shape on the page. He pressed the ancient bronze celestial seal onto it, and the tiny characters immediately rearranged themselves, flowing into perfect order. Finally, even the name of the martial art transformed. 7 hammers to steady the heavens. A brand new supreme martial art was born. 7 hammers to steady the heavens could be considered the ultimate evolution of 12 hammers of calming storms. Without altering the original's core philosophy, it elevated the concept of slowness to its extreme. It emphasized using deliberate, measured strikes to counter speed, making the lightest touch unleash earth-shattering force. At the pinnacle, even a seemingly gentle swing could split mountains, part seas, or sever rivers. No need for words. Martial insights. Activate. Meanwhile, Qingyuan main peak. After a series of tests, the elders gathered to discuss. At the Qi Blood realm, she could already wield auroras to execute a pinnacle-tier sword technique flawlessly. Her body, tempered daily by lunar energy, possessed terrifying resilience, true, jade bones and ice flesh. Her soul was also unusually robust for reasons unknown. Ying Bing's combat prowess is easily on par with the inner breath and jade marrow realms. If not for her pure lineage, I'd suspect she was the descendant of some mighty divine beast in human form. Indeed, born with 24 meridians, and she's only halfway through the Qi Blood realm. The elders, having lived for decades, found themselves at a loss for words. The shockwaves in their hearts refused to settle. However, what they didn't know was that this wasn't even Ying Bing's full potential. She could still tap into a sliver of lunar power. She possessed the enigmatic Aurora soul. Her combat instincts were peerless, unmatched in history. And she carried the wisdom of the Phoenix Empress from a past life. The elders hadn't noticed, and Ying Bing saw no reason to mention it. Her display today wasn't for show, she couldn't care less about others' opinions. I wish to descend the mountain and visit Ziyang Prefecture City. Ying Bing spoke softly, her voice cool as frost. The elders fell silent. May we ask why you're going? Shangguan Wenkang inquired. A sect mission. Some missions can be completed within the sect. You don't lack contribution points either. There must be another reason, yes. The elders pressed gently. Though Ying Bing had trained for only a short time, her strength was undeniable. At inner breath realm levels, a trip to Ziyang Prefecture City shouldn't be risky. But better safe than sorry. Ying Bing remained silent, tacitly acknowledging their guess. Shui Jing smiled. If it's important, why not discuss it with us? We've lived long enough to have some influence in Ziyang Prefecture. If it's minor, perhaps entrust it to someone you trust. It'd avoid unnecessary complications. I don't. Ying Bing's lips parted, about to say she had no one she trusted, no close companions at all. But then, inexplicably, a certain sunny-faced youth flashed through her mind. He might be trustworthy enough. After a pause, she nodded. Understood. Elsewhere. Achoo. On his way back from the waterfall to Autumn Water Pavilion, Limo sneezed. Strange. With a physique that could crush boulders like overripe fruit, how could he possibly catch a chill? Guess he still needed more training. Too bad he couldn't temper his body while meditating on the indomitable Starfall hammer inside his world seed. And he couldn't take it out either. Body refinement would have to wait. 7 determinations of heaven and earth. I actually reached perfection realm in just 20 years. What a pity. This hammer technique wasn't originally meant for the Blood Qi realm anyway. Right now, I can only perfectly execute the first determination. Limo muttered to himself, calculating just how much force a single swing of his hammer could deliver. Well, at the very Least, it should be enough to crush someone at the inner breath realm, right? The awkward part was, aside from a divine weapon he couldn't even properly wield, he didn't have a single decent hammer at his disposal. Thud, no sooner had he stepped into the autumn water pavilion than the sect master's carriage arrived at the entrance. The ice block, Ying Bing, stepped down, her sharp gaze locking onto him. What's the matter? I need your help with something.